impeachment trial laban kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Nakikita natin ang pagpasok ng mga senator judges. Andiyan na rin si Senate President Sherwin Gatchalian. Inaantabayan na natin ang pagdating ni Presiding Officer Senator Judge Francis Escudero. Katulad ng nabanggit ng ating kasama na si Katrina Domingo, inaasahan din ang pagdating ni Vice President Sara Duterte ngayong hapon. Ang alam lang natin na ang kanyang security group ay nandyan na sa Senado. Day 5 ng impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte, live dito sa ANC. Tunghayan natin.
All persons are commanded to keep silent under pain of penalty while the impeachment court is in session for the trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte.
The impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte is hereby called to order. We shall be led in prayer by Senator Judge Christopher Bongo.
Almighty and loving God, O Allah, we come before you today with humility, mindful of the solemn duty entrusted to us and the weight of the decisions that lie ahead. Grant us wisdom to discern what is right, courage to uphold the truth, and fairness in every judgment we make. Keep us from prejudice, anger, personal interest, and political pressure. Help us listen with patience, speak with honesty, and act according to conscience, the Constitution, and the welfare of the Filipino people. Gabayan ninyo kaming lahat ng may tungkulin sa mga pagdinig na ito. Naway ang bawat panig ay mabigyan ng pagkakataong marinig, ang bawat ebidensya ay mapag-aralang mabuti, at ang bawat pasya ay nakabatay sa katotohanan, katarungan, at tamang proseso. Remind us that public office is a sacred trust. May we never lose sight of the people whose lives are affected by our words, our actions, and our decisions. Let the pursuit of truth strengthen our institutions and deepen our commitment to serve with integrity and compassion. Lord, bring healing to our nation. Where there is division, grant us understanding, patience, and unity. Where there is distrust, restore faith. Where there is fear and anger, give us calmness and restraint. When these proceedings are concluded, help us move forward together. Naway makabalik na kami sa aming pangunahing tungkulin, ang magserbisyo at maglingkod sa ating mga kababayan. Naway maituon naming muli ang aming buong pansin sa paglilingkod sa ating mga kababayan, lalo na sa mga higit na nangangailangan. Lastly, may the Philippine Senate remain united in fulfilling its role as the last bastion of democracy. Within these halls, may truth prevail and the true voice of the Filipinos be heard. May compassion for others be a steadfast virtue we live by in our words and in our actions. And may we, your senator judges, be instruments of your grace in the pursuit of peace, justice, and the common good. All this we ask in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. The clerk of court will now call the roll.
Roll call of members. Senator Judge Aquino, Senator Judge Cayetano Alan, Senator Judge Cayetano Pia, Senator Judge De La Rosa, Senator Judge Ejercito, Senator Judge Estrada, Senator Judge Go, Senator Judge Ontiveros, Senator Judge Lacson, Senator Judge Lapid, Senator Judge Legarda, Senator Judge Marcoleta, Senator Judge Marcos, Senator Judge Padilla, Senator Judge Pangilinan, Senator Judge Soto III, Senator Judge Tulfo Erwin, Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi, Senator Judge Villanueva, Senator Judge Villar Camille, Senator Judge Villar Mark, Senator Judge Zubiri, the presiding officer, Senator Judge Escudero, Senate President Gatchalian.
With 19 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum.
With the permission of the body, if there are no objections, we dispense with the reading of the July 13, 2026 Journal of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court and shall consider the same as approved. The clerk will please call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte.
Appearances.
Abangan natin yan mga kapobre kasi dadalo daw
For
si
the
VP
prosecution,
Sara.
Your Honors, respect, same appearance for the
maganda
prosecution.
ang-
We are ready, Your Honor.
For the respondent,
D5 niya
Your Honor,
ngayon
same
kasi
appearance for the defense.
ang
I see that
isasalang
Attorney
sa
Lutok
defense
is already
yung
situated in the
dating
witness
Yes, Your Honor.
stand.
ano ba yun?
To
Chief of
remind
Staff ba yun?
you, Attorney Lutok, you shall continue
Staff ni
with your
VP
testimony
Sara
and
na
be
si
subjected to
Attorney
the
Sulaika
continuation of
Lopez.
cross-examination of counsel for
Abangan natin yan
respondent
mga kapobre.
and shall be answering under the same oath that you took yesterday. Is that clear, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Respondent counsel may now continue with this cross-examination. Attorney Viduan, you are recognized and may proceed whenever you are ready.
Your Honor, before we proceed, may I request that counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Virgil Ligutan, be recognized once more for the examination of our second witness.
Counsel for the prosecutors, Attorney Ligutan is recognized on the part of the panel of prosecutors. Again, to reiterate, Attorney Viduan, when you are ready, you may proceed with the continuation of your cross-examination of the witness, Attorney Lotok.
Good afternoon, Attorney Lotok.
Good afternoon, sir.
So yesterday, you identified videos, correct?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, portions of the November 23, 2024 press con.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, in that press con, VP Sara spoke about a lot of topics. Correct? All right. In other words,
Mr. Witness, kindly answer yes.
Yes, sir.
Not simply say,
in other words,
Sorry, Your Honor.
she said
늘 만들어보고 싶던 음악이 있었다. 한국의 소리를 담은 음악.
other real life.
In real life. Well,
Objection, Your Honor, incompetent. The statements happening in real life as to the real life of the Vice President, this witness is being asked that question. Of course, the witness is incompetent, Your Honor, please.
counsel, kindly reform. It seems the witness did not understand
Okay,
the
let
question.
me help you. I'm showing you also a portion of our exhibit D-1-145-8. This is the whole version of the video that the portions there that you identified yesterday. And particularly, I'll show you timestamp 51-07 or :07 onwards of the video. In this video, the Vice President mentioned about events that happened inside the Batasang Pambansa. Can we play that video, please?
Dapat sa demokrasya, there's a rule of law. And then they make rules as they go along. Releases the speaker, get her out of the House of Representatives kasi hindi siya dapat nandiyan. Bakit? Pag may-ari niyo ba itong compound na ito, then sasabihin pa nila sa akin na there is a threat to my life inside the Batasang Pambansa? Why is there a threat to my life?
All right. My question to
Your
you
Honor,
is
Your
this.
Honor, point of clarification, if I may, Your Honor, please.
Counsel for the prosecutor is recognized.
Your Honor, there is a video that is marked in evidence capturing the events on November 23, 2024. And here we have the defense.
Your Honor, may we just
Oh,
note objection, Your Honor?
Wait, I'm
This
explaining.
is not the time for lecture, Your Honor.
Counsel have not yet recognized. You'll let counsel for the prosecutor
Your Honor,
finish.
point of clarification, they are presenting a video with anecdotes. I'm now questioning the propriety of the defense presenting a video without laying the basis where this video came from, who is the source of those annotations thereto, Because, Your Honor, there's a video. They're confronting this witness with that video by presenting their own annotated, it's like a props, Your Honor, please. This is highly irregular in the court of law.
Counsel for the respondent, is this the video previously marked in evidence?
Your Honor, as I mentioned, we marked it in evidence as D-4-3, Your Honor. And this was also marked by the prosecution as their own. They have a separate
No.
marking for this, Your
No.
Honor.
This is part of the
No.
2-hour and so-and-so minute video?
Correct, Your Honor. At any rate, Your
Your
Honor,
Honor,
if I may be
Counsel
allowed
for
to
the
finish.
prosecutor, kindly hold on.
At any rate, Your Honor,
Counsel for the respondent,
Okay.
the chair is not yet done. And the annotation below the video, is that part of the marked video?
this is part, Your Honor, of a separate exhibit that is also part of the Articles of Impeachment, Annex G, Your Honor. This is Mr. Kalilong's own transcription of the video, just to be clarified on
But
that
who
matter.
put it there?
We just placed it there, Your Honor. So we're making him identify actually the video as well as the appropriate transcription, which are both part of the Articles of Impeachment and Annex G9.
Presiding officer will allow it. Witness may answer.
So the question is, can you confirm for certain that these statements or any part thereof happened in real life?
Can you give me the timestamp, Your Honor, para ma-compare ko siya?
Timestamp 51-07.
Your Honor, if I may refer to my notes.
You may do so, sir.
Anong timestamp, sir?
5107.
To help this honorable court, Your Honor, it appears on page 84 or more or less of the Articles of Impeachment, Annex G9, Your Honor. This is the transcription of Agent John Mark Kalilong dated December 26, 2024. For the record, Your Honor.
Noted.
Pwede akong patingin na lang. Una. Timestamp 51.
Show it. Your Honor, in the interest of time, can we confront the witness with our own copy
Your own copy of what, counsel?
of the Articles of Impeachment, Annex G9, Your Honor?
Well, counsel, assisting counsel for the prosecutor is there. If in case there are any problems, kindly confirm if indeed that is the document being shown to the witness.
Wala dito siya. Yeah. Page 14. Page 14.
That is page 14 of the Affidavit of Transcription.
Page 14. Saan ito? This is page 14. Saan?
Your Honor, I manifest that we are showing that specific portion on the transcript prepared by Agent Kalilong of the NBI. But actually, Your Honor, even without consultation with the transcript, my answer is very simple. I'm just asking Your Honor. My question, I'm sorry, is very simple. My only question is, does he know for certain that these statements or any part of this statement happened in real life?
Your Honor, nabasa ko po rito sa copy ko yung nandiyan dyan.
So do you confirm that the statements were made by the Vice President, Mr. Witness?
It's here in the transcription, Your Honor, yes.
No. My question is not whether she made the statement. My question is, if you know, based on your personal knowledge, if any statement or a portion thereof happened in real life. That's the question.
Well, Your Honor, the fact that we have the video on November 26, when the Vice President reiterated what she uttered in November 23, 2024.
Your Honor, I'm not even...
At the same time, Your Honor,
the maybe witness is in the process of
Allow the
answering.
witness to answer.
Your Honor, we invited the media personalities who have personal knowledge on that date and on that online press conference. And nung tinanong namin sila kung nag-participate sila, sabi nila yes. Nakausap nila yung Vice Presidente, nagbigay sila ng mga katanungan. So definitely yes, nangyari po yun.
Your Honor, may you manifest, Your Honor, make a manifestation?
Yes, counsel.
Your Honor, it appears that the witness is not being responsive to our question. He's talking about something that I did not ask. We are only focusing on this particular statement. We will show other statements later on. And we cannot get an answer from him.
Counsel,
if he knows.
counsel, even I am confused with the question happened in real life. I think some of us are too.
I'll be more specific,
If
Your
the
Honor.
question is kung alam nyo bang totoong nangyari to sa totoong buhay, ang sagot ng testigo ay sa pagkakaalam niya ay oo, base sa kanilang investigasyon at sinabi ng mga inimbitahan nilang testigo.
All right. I'll clarify the question, Your
Kindly
Honor.
do so, counsel.
All right. In the statement, for example, the Vice President said there were threats to my life inside the Batasang Pambansa. Are you confirming that?
That is within the
All right.
transcription here, sir.
Now, my question to you is this. Did you investigate those threats Objection. to VP You're right. Sara's June? Okay, now. I'm not yet done.
All right,
I'm
sige.
not yet done.
Yes, Counsel, yes,
So, did you investigate the threat to VP Sara's life during that time?
Objection. Now, misleading, Your Honor.
What is it?
Because the question was, do you confirm that that statement is found in the transcription as to the Vice President saying that there were threats to her life? And then the witness said, yes, I confirm that I can find it in the transcription. Now the next question of the good counsel is, so did you investigate the threats? That is the classic misleading question.
Can we get the
Assuming a
ruling,
fact.
Your Honor?
Counsel, he's a lawyer. Attorney Lotok is a lawyer and he knows exactly what's going on. Attorney Lotok, kindly answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's your answer?
What's the question, sir?
The question is, she mentioned there about the threats to his life. My question is simple. Did you investigate the threats to VP Sara's life during that time?
You mean during the live stream, sir?
During that time, correct. That during that live stream, she mentioned that there were threats to her life.
Well, based on our investigation, nangyari yung live stream between 11 p.m. 22 to 1 a.m. 23. And then nalaman namin through, nung kumalat siya sa social media, nung mga hapon na, kaya nag-start kami ng investigation. At that time, hindi pa namin alam yung buong laman ng video na yan kasi nag-start pa lang kami. So, I instructed Agent Kalilong na siya maging agent on case and then kunin niya yung video, the whole video para sa authentication.
Attorney Lotok, kindly answer the question directly. So I get from your long answer that the answer is no.
Specifically at that live stream moment, no, sir. Hindi pa
That
namin
was
alam
the
yun, sir.
question of Attorney Binluan. If you investigated at that time, so the answer is no.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
But,
please proceed.
but later on, you said you did an investigation. So are you admitting that there were threats to the life of VP Sara?
Precisely, that's the reason why we sent a December 2, 2024 letter for VP Sara to shed light on our investigation.
All right, I'll move on to a different part of the video. On page also of Exhibit D-1-145-A, this now pertains to timestamp 5930 onwards of the video recording. So page 15 of the affidavit of transcription, also by Agent Kalilong of the NBI, dated December 26, 2024. Can we show that video and then provide the appropriate transcript? Can you play that again, please?
Yung speaker mo, pinabayaan mo siya na busuhin ang pera ng bayan. Paikot-ikot sa buong bansa, namimigay ng pera na para bang kanya yung pera. Anong trabaho ng legislative branch? Gumawa ng batas. Anong ginagawa ni Martin Romualdez? Nagdidirect ng DSWD, namimigay ng ayuda, nagsasabi kung anong bibigay, anong ibibigay, anong gagawin, sino ba ang presidente?
Alright. So my question to you is this. Okay, having watched that video and read the transcript, my question is very simple. Do you know for sure if this statement by the Vice President or any part thereof happened in real life?
Well, Your Honor, as I've said, I've answered already. Nung inimbestigahan namin yan, yung video,
Your Honor,
kami
yes,
sa-
yes or no answer will suffice, Your Honor.
Kindly answer more directly to save on the court's time, Mr. Attorney Lotto.
Your Honor, based on our investigation, yes, it happens in the natural order of things. Nangyari talaga yan.
So in other words, you're admitting that Martin Romualdez goes around the country to distribute money?
I'm saying nangyari ho yung utterances na yan.
That's not my question. That's precisely my point. I'm not asking if she made the statements. I'm asking if the truth of these statements you have personal knowledge of. So be more direct in your answer.
That's why I have to object now, Your Honor. Now, there are several statements made, and then the witness is being asked, do you confirm these statements? Compound question. Exactly, that's the reason why we don't allow. There are so many statements, o sinasabi gumawa ng batas. So siguro yung tanong is this happen, did this happen in real life? So this witness being confronted with several statements, and he is being asked to answer a yes or no. That's why it's compound question.
Your Honor, my question is the statements or any part thereof, Your Honor. That the witness is smart enough to answer. He can just clarify.
The objection, the objection is sustained, but not on that ground, but rather in the ground that the witness is incompetent to testify as to the truth of the matter stated by the Vice President. He can only testify as to the fact that those statements were made, only as to tenor, but not as to the truth, given that he only investigated and was not there. You may proceed, counsel.
In that case, Your Honor, if we confront also, just a manifestation, Your Honor.
Yes, you may proceed.
In other words, Your Honor, we would like to manifest, Your Honor, based on that ruling of the court, that even if VP Sara said that she already talked to a person, then we cannot confirm the truth because this witness does not have personal knowledge.
That's a conclusion.
That's just a manifestation for the court's appreciation. Can I just proceed with my next question,
counter
Your Honor?
manifestation, Your Honor, please? Counter manifestation, please. To put it to record, Your Honor, please.
For about 15 seconds, counsel,
Okay,
yes.
the defense is entitled to their own conception of things. They're entitled to their own imagination. That's all.
Counsel may proceed with his cross.
Just to belabor this point, Your Honor, Annex D-1-145-A. Anyway, Your Honor, they showed around 7 to 8 videos yesterday, so we'll show about 4. This pertains to timestamp 1-08-58, and we will also present page 17 of the affidavit of transcription, also by Agent Kalilong, dated December 26, 2024. In this video clip, the Vice President mentioned about the former Speaker of the House and the confidential funds of the Office of the President. Can we play that video?
Dumadaan ng contest eh. Kasi wala kang kalaban sa Tacloban. Kasi pinigili mo, pinapakidnap mo, inaharas mo ang mga kalaban mo. Hindi ka dumaan ng contest. Ang alam mo lang, piso. Hindi lahat ng tao pupunta yan doon sa Tacloban, mangangampanya yan sa kalaban mo. Kasi, wag nanakaw. Hindi ka dumadaan sa audit. Milyon-milyon, buwan-buwan. Certificate million lang ng congressman. 1 million, 2 million, pwede man lang. Alam nyo, bakit alam ko? Kasi may MA din ako. May MA ako sa DepEd, may MA ako sa OPP. Pero sa amin, sa akin, nire-require ako ng resibo. Nakuha. Pero alam ko, certification lang ang kailangan. Pero nagkukumplay ako. Bigay nyo lahat ng resibo. Pero ikaw, pirma mo lang, hindi mo maatang pirma yan, pirma lang ng staff mo yan. Milyon-milyon dyan sa Committee on Accounts, lumalabas ang pera. Pirma nyo lang. Walang audit sa inyo. Sino ang nag-audit? Confidential funds ng Office of the President. Wala. Yan ang Pilipinas. Yan! Bagong Pilipinas. Kriminal ang speaker. Bakit ko nasabi kriminal siya? Basahin niyo yung kaso niya sa United States of America.
Okay.
Sinungaling, presidente.
Alright. Again, my question based on this video is very simple. She spoke about Speaker Martin Romualdez as well as the President. Can you confirm or do you know for sure that these statements about Martin Romualdez or the President are true?
Your Honor, I will object on the same ground, and I hope that the presiding officer will do the same ruling. This witness is incompetent. I know what the defense is doing, Your Honor. Objection. Incompetent. This witness is highly incompetent as to whether he knows whether those statements are in fact
What's the ground
happening.
for the objection? Can we just be informed of the ground for the objection?
I just said it. Incompetent. This
Can
witness
we
is
get the ruling,
incompetent.
Your Honor?
Sir made an earlier ruling already that the witness is incompetent to testify as to the truth of the matter. But since Attorney Lotok, you're a lawyer, I will give it this time to the counsel for the respondents. Kindly respond. Since you're a lawyer, you should know the proper answer to this question. Kindly respond to the question of counsel for respondent.
Again, I do not know personally about the factual circumstances. What I know is that she uttered those statements.
We're satisfied with that answer, no? Your Honor. One last video.
Counsel.
One last video. On page 87 of the Articles of Impeachment, Annex G9, this is timestamp 1-12-43. This is quite a lengthy video, but not as lengthy. But this is our last video, so we beg the court's indulgence. The affidavit of transcription, page 17, also of Agent Park Kalilong, dated December 26, 2024. Are we ready with that video?
Your Honor, to save,
Counsel for the prosecutors.
because I know the counsel will ask the same question. So to save time, Your Honor, please, since the
Your Honor,
counsel-
what is the
wait.
objection?
I'm not yet done. I'm not yet done.
Kindly let the counsel for the prosecutor finish.
Relax. Now, Your Honor, if the same line of question will be asked, okay.
Your
the
Honor,
wait, I'm not yet done.
he cannot
I'm not
preempt,
yet
Your
done.
Honor.
I'm not yet done. The prosecution is willing to stipulate that yes, the Vice President uttered that statement as to the fact of her uttering the statement.
We have a different question, Your Honor, just to satisfy his query.
All right.
So I guess the objection is withdrawn, or the manifestation is withdrawn, and counsel for respondent may proceed.
Play the video,
The
please.
showing of the playing of the video.
At ng kainin ko, buffet. Dito sa House of Representatives. Alak. Lahat ng juice, lahat ng mamahaling wine. Pero yung taong bayan, na pinamisan ninyo, 20 pesos na rice, yung taong bayan na hindi ninyo pinupuntahan sa mga komunidad nila, ano sabi nila? Asin lang, okay na mi, anad naman mi anak. Ganyan ang bayan natin. Okay na lang kami sa asin. Saan ka nakahanap ng bayan na ang tao, because of their hopelessness, because there is no functioning government, umukay na lang sa asin. Ni Lopez eh. Kasi alam niya kung ano sasabihin niya doon sa mga pumasok sa kwarto niya. Na take note, nagnakaw pa ng cellphone. Saan ka nakahanap? Papasok ka, nanakawin mo yung cellphone, dadalhin mo pa yung tao. Diba? Princess, you're raising your hand.
Hello? Naririnig po ba ako, Princess Maui?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Good morning po, Madam Vice President. Thank you so much nga po pala sa dala niyong kopya nung hearing na pumunta kayo for PRRD. Kami yung nasa likod niyo po, yung tinawag nilang bastos kasi pumalak pa kami because of Congresswoman Cardema. Thank you, ma'am. Nakakain kami. Ako po'y natatakot kumain ng pagkain doon baka mamaya. Ma'am, mag-iingat po kayo. Nasa teritoryo kayo ng kalaban.
Okay lang
Nag-aalala po kami
ma'am, kasi sila naman na eh. Sila talaga yung bastos eh. You reap what you sow.
Yeah. Mag-iingat po kayo kasi sa dinami-rami po ng inyong mga pasabog ngayong gabi, it seems like marami po talaga kayong alam about them, no? Dahil sa pagkakasama niyo sa kanila during the campaign and during the 2022 elections. Baka po mamaya kasi totoo yung mga naririnig namin or yung, I don't know if it's true, na meron daw silang Operation Romanovs and baka bala kayong ubusin ang inyong pamilya dahil hadlang kayo sa kanilang mga balakin in the future. So mag-iingat po kayo. Kami po kasi kami ng EDSA Friday Group, kami yung bumababa every Friday dyan sa EDSA because we believe yan yung tamang venue sa dinami-rami na ng problema natin. Ang kaya lang naman po namin gawin ay manawagan na bumaba na yan. Eh ano po kaya ang remedy naman ninyong mga nasa posisyon or ng mga kayang labanan itong napakarami na pong ginagawang korupsyon at krimen laban sa taong bayan? Ano po ang pwede nyo maging remedy para matapos na ito, lalo't nagsisigaw na po ang taong bayan na mag-people power?
Yes. Huwag kang mag-alala ma'am sa security ko kasi may kinausap na ako na tao. Sinabi ko sa kanya, kapag pinatay ako, patayin mo si BBM, si Lisa Araneta at si Martin Romualdez. No joke. No joke. Nagdilin na ako, ma'am. Pag namatay ako, sabi ko, huwag ka tumigil ha, hanggang hindi mo mapatay sila. And then he said yes. So, alam mo ma'am, yan ang lagi kong sinasabi sa Makabayan Law nung mayor pa ako. Ang laban, wala dyan sa EDSA ma'am. Wala dyan sa mga highway. Ang laban ma'am nandun sa loob ng palasyo. Yan ang problema. We appreciate yung expression ninyo ng disgust, ng pagkamuhi, ng hopelessness, kasi it reflects kung ano yung nararamdaman ng marami, milyon. Alam ko yan, ma'am, kasi kahit saan ako pumunta, ako ang sinasabihan, binoto namin yan dahil sinabi mo, boto namin. So, yes, ma'am. Maraming salamat sa ginagawa ninyo. Dahil sa ginagawa ninyo, I'm sure nakikita yan ang taong bayan and na-appreciate nila yan. Marami sa ating mga kababayan ang gusto sumali sa inyo. Pero sa sobrang hirap ng buhay ngayon, hindi nila maiwanan yung mga trabaho nila at hanap buhay nila para pumunta sa daan. Bakit sila naghihirap? Bakit? Dahil sa gobyerno. Di ba dapat yung gobyerno natin ang nagpapagaan ng buhay ng tao? Bakit ang gobyerno natin ang nagpapahirap lalo sa tao? Kasi gusto ba nila lagi na lang mahirap ang mga tao para madali mapasunod? May mga lugar kami sa Mindanao na ganyan ang mga politiko. Gusto nila mahirap lahat. Bahugan lang nila ang kwarta. Governor na sila, mayor na sila, congressman na sila. Hanapin niyo, ma'am, yung mga lugar na sobrang hirap sa Mindanao. Tingnan niyo anong gawain ng politiko. Pinapakain lang ng pera ang tao. Pinabastos yung kanilang pagkatao dahil wala silang pakialam.
Attorney Lotok, she said a lot of statements in that portion of
Yes,
the
sir.
video. In fact, that statement included the statement which you investigated, correct?
Included in the transcription, sir, yeah.
All right. Now you get the point. My question to you is this. Can you confirm now that the statement she made about BBM, FL, and the former speaker, and the congressman relating to various acts of corruption are true and happened in real life?
As to the existence of that utterances, yes, sir.
All right, so you just admitted that the congressmen are all corrupt.
As to the
Thank you for that.
existence
Thank you
of
for that
utterances,
direction.
yes, sir.
That is a foul side remark.
She said
The
I wasn't the
counsel
one who
is
said it,
twisting
Your Honor.
the answer
The
of the
witness,
witness. If
the
I may,
witness
can I
was the one who
finish?
said yes.
Counsel
Can I
for the
finish?
parties, kindly settle down.
Can I finish?
The witness said that he confirmed as to the fact that the utterances were made.
That's why, Your Honor, I am objecting.
Kindly be more specific. Attorney Lotop, you know what's being asked for.
Yes, sir.
Finish and complete your answer to avoid the misunderstanding.
Well, based on our investigation, as to the existence of that utterances, yeah, dahil may mga pieces of evidence kami. But whether or not nangyari yan, wala ho akong personal knowledge, sir.
All right. In the same way, you also do not have personal knowledge that VP Sara contracted an assassin, correct?
Your Honor, the video dated November 26, 2024, the Vice President reiterated
It's
that in
answerable by
fact
yes or
there
no, Your
was-
Honor. How can he be?
He's answering.
How can he be?
Counsels, kindly settle down. This is not a college debate. Attorney Lotop, the question was simple. Kindly answer the question directly.
Yes, sir.
You
That
do not
it-
have personal knowledge.
That utterances made by the Vice President that she contracted a person, I do believe that, sir, because of the pieces of evidence that we've gathered, sir.
No, I'm not asking whether or not she said those statements. I'm asking if you have personal knowledge based on this that the Vice President really contracted an assassin.
Ask and answer.
Or, sorry, a person.
Objection, ask and answer. Second
Witness will
time around.
answer.
Based on our investigation, Your Honor, we do believe that the Vice
Attorney
President.
Latok, the question was, do you have personal knowledge?
As to the fact of the adherences, and then when the Vice President reiterated that in
Attorney Lotok, you're a
2026,
smart
yes, sir.
man. Just answer the question. Do you have personal knowledge? You said that as to the other parts, you do not have personal knowledge. But now my question to you is as to the part whether VP Sara talked to that person about BBM and FL and the speaker, do you have personal knowledge or not?
Pwede ko pong explain, Your Honor.
No, just answer the question, yes or no.
You're right.
Attorney Latok, this is not the first time you attended a trial. I'm sure counsel for the prosecutors and redirect will be able to clarify whatever you want to clarify. But in the meantime, answer the question of counsel for the respondent.
Yeah. We do believe that the Vice President had contracted, but I don't have personal knowledge. Kung personal knowledge ang gusto niyong malaman. Pero we do believe based on the evidence that we've gathered and based on our investigation.
Thank you for
proceed,
that
counsel.
admission. All right. The press con was broadcasted to the general public, correct?
Social media, sir, yes.
In other words, everybody listening to it could hear the statements made by VP Sara.
We believe so, sir, yes.
Are you aware that the Vice President is a lawyer?
Yes, sir, of course.
That he has, of course, a law degree and passed the bar exams?
Yes, sir.
With the first attempt and with the rating of 80%, are you aware of this?
I heard it in the news, sir.
Oh, she has a higher grade than most of the lawyers here. But are you aware that she also worked as a
Objection,
court attorney?
relevance, Your Honor. Relevance. Objection,
Counsel for the
relevance.
respondent, kindly avoid those
Yes.
We will comply, Your Honor.
statements, given that there are a lot of lawyers here and you don't know what their grades are.
We will comply, Your Honor. So my question to you is this. If she was serious about her alleged plan involving BBM, FL, and the former speaker, does it make sense for her that she would publicly announce this to the general public? If you know.
I don't know that, Your Honor.
All right. In fact, you showed in your direct examination, you also showed portions of the October 18 press con, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that press con was also done in general, before the general public, correct?
I believe so, sir.
All right. Based on your investigation or your experience as an investigator, kapag may balak bang patayin ng isang tao, sinasabi ba nila yung plano nila sa general public?
Well, kapag may grave threat, sir, naririnig yun ng ibang tao.
All right. My more important question to you is this. Did VP Sara directly say her statements to BBM, FL, and the former speaker?
Well, the fact na sinabi niya yan in public,
Again, Your Honor,
definitely,
may
narinig
we
yun
ask
ng
for a more
presidente.
responsive answer?
Attorney Latok, kindly answer. The answer is actually quite obvious. It's a simple question. Did the Vice President utter those statements directly towards the persons allegedly threatened?
We believe so, Your Honor, because the utterances was made in public.
So what's the answer? Did
believe so.
VP Sara directly say those statements to BBM, FL, and the former speaker?
Asked and answered. He said, we believe so.
But we did not get the responsive answer, Your
That's
Honor.
the
Can we
answer.
ask the
You didn't get it.
witness to give a more responsive answer?
That's his answer. We believe so. Yes, that's a yes. That's so clear.
Without putting words into the mouth of the witness, I will be the one to ask. Attorney Latok, you meant yes, right?
Yes, sir.
Proceed, counsel.
All right. Are you aware that in one interview following the press con, BBM mentioned that he was open for reconciliation with the Vice President?
I'm not aware of that.
Not aware, okay. I'll make you aware today. Can we play D-4-12, please?
Mr. President, kayo po ba sa puso ninyo, gusto niyo bang makipagkasundo pa sa mga Duterte?
Oo. Ayoko ng gulo. Gusto ko makasundo sa lahat ng tao. Mas maganda, wala na. Marami na akong kaaway. Hindi ko kailangan ng kaaway. Kailangan ko kaibigan. Kagaya ng sabi ko sa'yo, pagka... hindi ko magko-confess ako dito.
Pwede naman po, para akong pari po nito ngayon na po.
Ewan ko, kahit hanggat maaari, ako, ang habol ko ay yung stability, peaceful, para magawa namin yung trabaho namin. Kaya ako, laging akong bukas sa ganyan. I'm always open to any approach na, alika, magtulungan tayo. Diba? Kahit hindi tayo magkasundo sa polisiya, hindi tayo magkasundo. Gawin mo yung trabaho, pero huwag na tayong nangugulo. Huwag na natin, tanggalin natin yung gulo.
Alright. Attorney Lotok. So based on that video, BBM was open to reconcile with VP Sara, correct?
Anong date po ng video, sir?
We will provide the date in a while. They're researching on it. But even without the date, you can confirm.
Hindi, gusto kong malaman kung anong date, sir.
So you cannot answer the question without us providing the date of this.
Tinilang ko kung ilang buwan na yan after nung November 23.
Alright.
Move on, Counsel, while you're checking on the date. You can go back to that topic.
Now, assuming that this happened after, do you still maintain that BBM really believed in his mind that VP Sara would harm or kill him?
But how would I know that, Your Honor?
Precisely. So you don't know. You cannot know that, Your Honor. Correct?
Yes.
Because you cannot enter the state of mind of the President. Are you admitting that?
Unless there is a basis, Your Honor, gaya ng investigation namin sa utterances ni VP na may mga circumstances. Pag yan lang ang nakita ko, siyempre hindi namin ma-establish yung state of mind ng Presidente.
But isn't it in your affidavit of investigation, you mentioned about the state of mind of the President?
State of mind of the President based
Correct. After the statements of VP Sara, you interpreted the mind. It's like you went into the mind of the alleged offended parties, BBM, FL, and the Speaker, and based on your own interpretation, you determined or concluded that they were threatened. Is that not the case?
Yeah, ang sinabi doon ng Presidente, nakakabahala yung mga narinig natin itong mga nakarang araw. And then isa itong kriminal na pagtatangka, ito yung aking papalagan. So, at that moment, the President took the utterances serious and real, sir.
But you just based that on his own statement. You did not enter his state of mind, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I think, where is this leading?
What's the objection?
A witness is being asked
What's
to
the
enter
basis for the
state of
objection,
mind.
Your Honor?
Kindly wait for the counsel for prosecutor to finish his
Incompetent, Your
objection.
Honor. Incompetent. The witness already said that based on the investigation, based on the statement of the President, after the event, he said that they determined that the President felt threatened. And the question now is, did you enter his state of mind? Your Honor, please, I think I'm now objecting on the reason that this person is incompetent to
Your Honor,
enter.
we will be satisfied with just the basis. If he had said incompetence, we would ask for a ruling already. He doesn't have to lecture, Your Honor, and for the record.
Kindly reform, counsel. I think I know where you're getting at.
All right. My question to you is this. Do you have background on forensic psychology?
No.
Do you have a background on behavioral psychology?
Well, we were taught about
Just
that
yes or
subject
no.
matter in
Just
the
a
academy.
yes or no will do. Do you have a forensic psychology department in NBI's cybercrime division?
Forensic psychology.
Yes.
We have BSD, we have medical legal department.
Medical legal only.
We
Okay.
have psychiatrists.
Pinakamurang data sa Shopee. Enjoy 1 peso data deals plus 10% off for all users. Mag-load na. Shopee!
Professional assessment of the mind of BBM when you conducted this affidavit of investigation, correct?
Okay, sir. The investigation, ganito po ang nangyari. Nung nag-comment yung presidente na nakakabahala yung mga utterances, pera lang ho doon, tiningnan namin yung comment ng iba't ibang government agencies na ganun din yung kanilang reaksyon, nakakabahala yung sinabi ng Vice Presidente, magiging issue yan ng national security. Pera lang ho yun, kinonsider din namin yung comments at impression ng mga media personalities na nag-participate doon sa online press conference. Sabi nila, na-shock sila, nabigla sila, hindi sila na parang totoo yung galit ng Vice President. And then aside from that, from those facts, ganun din ang ginawa namin sa former Speaker sa kanyang reaction. So taking all these facts and circumstances, na-establish namin na indeed yung reaction ng Presidente is trinato niya na seryoso at totoo yung utterances na yon na ginawa ni VP Sara noong 23. So ito ho, kaya lang dito, ipapakita nyo sa akin yan lang mag-isa, hindi namin nakita yung ibang circumstances. Hindi ho ako makakapagsabi kung sa mind ng Presidente is pinatawad na ba niya, ayaw na niya, hindi na ba niya kinukonsider yung mga threat na yon. Pag ganyan lang, Your Honor, sa investigation kasi kailangan makita namin yung iba't ibang circumstansya para ma-establish namin whether or not, ito yung ibig niyang sabihin, ito yung intention niya.
For the record, Your Honor, the date of the video is May 19, 2025. So this came after
2025. So, mga 7 months, sir?
Yeah, 7 months.
Alright, so based on your experience as an investigator, baka pwedeng na?
Again, hindi sa sufficient,
na baguhin yung...
hindi sa sufficient para makita namin. Kasi,
anyway,
we know for a fact na...
We're satisfied with your first answer.
The witness still answering?
Well, I didn't even ask a question, Your Honor.
You did, counsel, when you gave the date and asked for his opinion. Kindly finish your answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. As lawyers, we know for a fact that the state of mind can manifest based on the overt acts of the speaker. So dito kasi, kung ito lang ang pagbabatayan namin, then we try to establish yung intent o yung state of mind ng Presidente, kulang ho yan. So siguro kung may makikita pa kaming ibang circumstances na magpapatunay na binaliwala niya na yung utterances, pinatawad niya yung Vice Presidente, and things like that, then we can somehow said, mukha ngang totoo yung sinabi ng Presidente na pinatawad na niya.
Alright, but I'll move on to a different point.
Before counsel for the respondent continues, what is the pleasure of Senator Judge Cayetano?
Just one specific clarification on that point, just so that we don't lose that point. With your permission,
may proceed.
Richard. Yeah. Excuse me lang sa prosecution and sa defense. Witness, one point lang, maybe one
Yes,
or
sir.
two questions on that
Yes,
point.
Your Honor.
Sabi mo, the President, sa pananaw mo, and yung iba, Speaker Martin felt threatened.
Base doon sa investigation namin, sir.
Base sa investigasyon at base sa video.
Base sa video, sa investigation at sa ibang testimony.
So if they felt threatened, that means tingin nila totoo yung sinabi ni VP Sara na patayin sila. Kasi they wouldn't feel threatened if they don't think na she meant it, na patayin silang tatlo, right?
In our investigation, they trinato nila yung utterances as seryoso.
Yes, so
Banta
they
ito.
won't feel threatened unless tingin nila seryoso yung threat.
According to them, seryoso yung threat,
Yes,
sir.
okay. But the threat was, pag pinatay niyo ako, papatayin ko kayo. So kung hindi naman nila sila balak patayin, why would they feel threatened? Unless you're saying now, you think, balak nga nilang papatay si Vice President.
Actually, sir, ito, from the point of view of law enforcement like us, yun nga yung naging alarming na issue dun na sa amin, sir.
No, I agree. I'm also, Mr. Witness, I'm also alarmed with the language, with saying that. I'm alarmed with what's happening in our country, in flood control, etc. But that's not my point. My point is, in your investigation, para maging grave threat, kailangan yung party na trineten feels threatened. Pero ang sinabi ni VP Sara, pag pinatay ako, patayin silang tatlo. So kung wala naman silang tatlo balak na patayin siya, why would they feel threatened? Did that not come into your mind as an investigator?
What comes into your mind, Your Honor, is yun nga, yung possibility na God forbids may mangyari sa BP na hindi naman alam nung tatlo, then mati-trigger ngayon yung instruction, then papatayin yung tatlo na hindi naman nila alam. At the same time, may mga ibang grupo
Then in that case, hindi ba logical, because you're the President of the Philippines, you order the PSC to make sure that walang mangyari sa kanya rather than baliktad na tinanggalan siya ng security.
Nung
I'm just following your logic. I won't
Yes, sir.
I won't argue. Finish your ano, and I'm satisfied, Mr. President. I'm just trying to figure out nga no how you came about yung gave threats given
Yeah.
na ang sinabi niya kung papatayin ako. So finish your answer so that
we qualified that grave threats sa term namin as event-based condition na yun nga pag nangyari yung event magti-trigger ngayon yung threat ng Vice President. Now insofar as threaten sila yung sinasabi mo po sir na pag namatay si Vice President tsaka papatayin ngayon ng tao na inutusan niya yung tatlo ang isa sa alarming na very alarming part na nakita namin yung mga sasakay ho na grupo po kasi God forbid pwedeng mawala ang Vice Presidente but not necessarily sila yung dahilan. Pwedeng namatay siya for one reason or the other. And then ang impression na ng marami, ang may kasalanan nito, yung tatlo. So again, magkakalabo-labo na yan. May sasakay na sa issue, thinking na pag pinatay nila yung tatlo, ang sisisihin ngayon, yung kampo ni Vice Presidente kasi may attirances na ginawa ang Vice Presidente to that effect. So, yun ho yung sa investigation namin. Now, insofar as pumasok ho yung elements ng grave threats, yeah, we believe na pumasok yung elements ng grave threats kasi nasatisfy ho lahat ng elements ng grave threat based on the revised bylaw.
I'm assessing your answer but malayo na malapit yung sagot mo dun sa triggering events kasi parang logical, di ba? Dahil sinabi niya yon, baka may gumawa. Hindi nga magtre-trigger, papatay sa kanya. So para matrigger na patayin ang Pangulo, you're saying that VP Sara is asking other people to kill her so that they can kill Marcos. Di sana sinabi na lang niya, patayin niyo si Marcos. Sabi mo i-trigger, but anyway, I'm trying to process, but hindi logical yung sinabi mo that event will trigger. Because the event that will trigger the assassination on the tree is the killing of the Vice President. And the Vice President will not tell people, kill me so that you kill them.
Precisely, Your Honor. Ang death kasi, for instance, mamatay yung Vice Presidente, it does not necessarily follow na yung tatlo yung lang papatay base doon sa attirances. Pwede kasing mamatay yung Vice Presidente for one reason or the other. And again, since walang makakalam kung sino ang pumatay dyan, ang impression ng mga tao ngayon, matitrigger ngayon yung instruction. Pag na-trigger yung instruction, pwede na ngayon sumakay yung iba-ibang grupo thinking na kahit mabulilyaso ang sisisihin dito ang Vice Presidente kasi nga may attirances na ginawa ang Vice Presidente in public. From the point of view of law enforcement, ang gulo nun, Your Honor, matter of national security yun. It's a matter of national security, Your Honor.
Counsel for the respondent may proceed with his cross.
So just before I leave this point, at any rate, you made all those observations and conclusions without any background on forensic
What do you mean?
psychology, correct?
I don't have background for forensic
All right.
psychology.
Okay, that's enough. Now, I'll go on to a different point. Let's talk about the context of these statements. The press con included a question and answer portion.
Again, sir?
The press con included a question and answer portion.
Yes, I think so.
And the VP Sara statement, which you investigated, was an answer to a question that was asked during the press con.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, the focus of your investigation was VP Sara's answer, correct?
What kind of answer, sir?
Answer to the question asked in the press con.
Can you tell me the specific questions and the specific answers?
You were the one who investigated it and you don't know the statement that you investigated.
Maraming yung question doon, maraming answers, sir. Saan po
Exactly.
doon ang
Objection
tinutukoy?
vague.
Sustained. Kindly reform, counsel.
All right. In our exhibit D-1-145A, I will read the transcription. This is the transcription also by JUN Mark Kalilong, dated December 26, 2024. A certain Princess Maui asked,
Counsel may approach from both parties to assist the witness.
mag-iingat po kayo kasi sa dinami-rami ng pasabog ninyo ngayong gabi,
it seems like marami po talaga kayong alam about them dahil sa pagkakasama ninyo sa kanila during the campaign and during the 2022 elections. Baka po mamaya kasi totoo yung mga naririnig namin, I don't know if it's true, na meron daw silang Operation Romanov. And baka bala kayong ubusin ang inyong pamilya dahil hadlang kayo sa kanilang mga balak in the future. So mag-iingat po kayo. My question to you is this. Will you agree that based on this question by one Princess Maui, there was also a threat against VP Sara and her family, namely Operation Romanov?
Well, sabi ko nga, narinig ko yung term na Romanov nung binigkas yun ni Mayor Baste noong January during Mahisog Rally. Other than that, wala ako kaming validated na about Romanov operation.
But you watched this video, correct? So you heard it also during that time?
Yan ho yung sabi ni Princess Maui, sir.
So you heard it?
Nag-invite kami kay Princess Maui, tinanong ko yung agent on case, kung nag-invite ba tayo kay Princess Maui, ang sabi ng agent on case, hindi raw siya nag-appear.
Alright.
Kasi we want to clarify
With the
things.
permission of the counsel for the respondent, what is the pleasure of Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo?
Mr. Presiding Officer, kahapon kasi nabanggit yung Romanov and I did mention na para sa akin, nagmula yung salitang Romanov kay Mayor Baste Duterte when during a rally yung sa Maisog in Davao. So, ang tanong ko ngayon kay Mr. Witness, matatanong pa ba kung ano yung sinabi ni Mayor Baste Duterte patungkol dun sa Romanov that night?
Yes, sir. I will try if
Can you
I
tell
remember
us?
it right. Ang sabi niya, Mr. President, sabi niya, remember what happened to the Romanovs. If I'm not mistaken, sir, parang ang sinasabi niya, kasi mayroong...
No, I think when you go to bed tonight, continue.
Yes, sir. Yan. Sabi ko yan.
Okay.
When you go to bed tonight, think about the Romanovs. Yung po yata yung pagkasabi. Parang sinasabi niya na baka mangyari sa pamilya niyo yon gaya ng nangyari sa inyo noong 1986. Kung tama yung memory ko, sir, parang ganun po ang sinasabi ni Mayor Baste.
Kaya nga, Mr. Presiding Officer, nagtataka ako na binanggit yan ni Princess Maui doon sa press conference, sa online press conference ni VP Sara, yung Romanov na banta for Sara Duterte. When in fact, it was Baste Duterte ang nabitaw ng salita na yon, warning sa first family. So, which is which, Mr. Witness, para sa'yo, saan ba talaga yung Romanov nag-umpisa at sino ba talaga ang dapat mag-ingat doon sa banta na Romanov?
Yeah, insofar as our investigation is concerned, since nag-start yan doon kay Mayor Baste, at wala ho kaming ma-validate na ibang Romanov operations na nangyari, I think nag-start yan sa kanila, sir, sa kapatid ng Vice Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. No other questions? Mr. Presiding Officer.
Noted, entered into the records, and counsel for the respondent may continue with this cross.
Alright, so you mentioned that just now that Mayor Baste said, think about the Romanovs, correct?
Yan yung statement ni Mayor Baste.
But I'm asking Operation Romanov eh. So hindi naman think about the Romanovs. My question to you is this.
With the permission of counsel for the respondent, Senator Tulfo seeks recognition again. What is the pleasure of Senator?
Yeah, I just want to make it clear, Mr. Presiding Officer, na yung threat na yon, yung Romanov na salita, it was used to warn as a threat to the first family.
abogado ni Sara nga
The word Romanov came from the mouth of Mayor Baste Duterte, na para bang binabantaan niya yung first family. You follow me, Mr. Witness?
Yes, sir. Tama po yun. Tama po yun.
Noted. Counsel may proceed.
Your Honor, that's my question. Can the witness be allowed to answer that question with a manifestation first before he allows?
Kindly repeat the question because even I forgot the question.
All right.
Counsel.
You mentioned that Mayor Baste said that statement, think about the Romanovs, etc.
Yes, sir.
But he did not mention Operation Romanov. It was Princess Maui who mentioned the word Operation Romanov. And I know you don't have, I personally don't have any knowledge about what Mayor Baste said, and that is not the subject of this case. Let's just stick to the facts of this case. Okay? In the video, it was Princess Maui who said Operation Romanov. All right? Now, will you agree with me that based on that question, there was also a threat against VP Sara and her family? That's the question.
According to the question, sir, yes.
All right. Now, you mentioned yesterday that you can motu proprio investigate threats against the Vice President.
Under the law, sir, yes.
All right. My next question is very simple. Did you conduct a separate investigation on Operation Romanov?
Well, since ang focus ng operations namin, sir, is cybercrime investigation, I think ang makakasagot niyan yung intelligence service namin, sir. Insofar as the cybercrime division is concerned, ang focus namin, crimes committed by, through, and with the use of information and communication technology. As to the fact whether or not may Operation Romanov, ang makakasagot po niyan either yung intelligence service o yung director po namin, sir.
So insofar as you are concerned, there is no ongoing investigation on Operation Romanov?
Again, ang focus ng investigation namin doon sa grave threat and then inciting to sedition against the Vice President, insofar as the existence of whether or not may Operation Romanov, siguro makakasagot niyan, sir, yung intelligence service, yung director ho namin.
All right. So no. At any rate, are you aware of any, if the Vice President was the target of unauthorized intelligence or surveillance operations?
We're not aware, sir.
All right.
With the permission of counsel, Chair will recognize Senator Judge Pangilinan, thereafter Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo.
Just one or two quick questions.
You may proceed, sir.
On the issue of Princess Maui.
Opo.
And itong investigasyon na sinasabing inimbestigahan ba yung threat against the Vice President. Kung hypothetically dumating si Princess Maui at nagpaliwanag tungkol sa Operation Romanov at sinabi niya ang detalye,
Yes, sir.
kikilos ba ang
Definitely,
cybercrime?
sir. Definitely.
Ano ang gagawin ninyo kung nakuha ninyo yung ganong klaseng impormasyon?
We will validate the information first, sir.
Ang problema, sabi nga ninyo kanina, hindi nga humarap.
Opo, sir.
But as in any other case, kung may humarap at pinag-usapan at sinabi ganito yung threat, what is the standard operating procedure of the NBI?
We validate first the information, sir. And then pag confirm na, then we will start case build-up, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo, what is your pleasure, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Just want to direct my question to the witness here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung Romanov plot, well, aside from what Senator Judge Tulfo said, that came from Baste, but I picked it up doon sa video na pinalabas kanina ng defense,
Yes, Your Honor.
yung Romanov plot versus Sara, according to Princess Maui. Did you take that information seriously or not?
Yes, Your Honor. That's the reason why nung marinig namin, makita namin yung question ni Princess Maui about the Romanov, we conducted an open source investigation. Tinignan ho namin baka meron. Ayun nga, ang nakita namin yung January 2024 during Maisog Rally, if I'm not mistaken, na yung the word Romanov, ang nagbigkas ho nun si Mayor Baste, Your Honor.
Alright. So, yung statement ni Princess Maui sa video, how do you rate that info? Sa inyo po sa NBI, sa mga intelligence agencies, yung mga informations po ninyo, may rating, tama po ba? Correct me if I'm wrong here, Mr. Witness. For example, pag yung information po ninyo, pag yung information po na natanggap ninyo
ay may mga rating po. A1, completely reliable. A2, completely reliable information, probably true. B1, usually reliable source, information confirmed. B2, usually reliable information, probably true, but needs validation. C1, fairly reliable source, information confirmed. C2, fairly reliable source, information needs validation. D to F, source is doubtful, unreliable, or reliability cannot be assessed. So, saan yun nilagay yung sinabi ni Princess Maui? Saan dito sa classification po na ito ng source of information? Is it A1, A2, B1, B2, C1 hanggang DF? Saan po? Kasi po ngayon, sir, napakarami na po mga impormasyon ng mga fake news.
Opo, sir. Sir, kung pwede na pong sumagot.
Go ahead po. Go ahead.
Sir, yung una po namin ginawa, we tried to invite Princess Maui to shed light doon sa sinasabi nilang Romanov. Since hindi ho nag-appear si Princess Maui, wala ho kaming basis. So, classify muna namin ito na non-validated information. Naghanap kami sa open source. Yun nga, ang nakita namin, ang unang nagbigkas niyan, si Mayor Baste. So, medyo nakita namin, teka muna, parang baliktad yata ang sitwasyon. Kung kay Mayor Baste nagsimula ang Romanov, bakit dito ito yung tinatanong ni Princess Maui sa Vice Presidente? So, medyo it doesn't make sense, sir. Wala kaming na-validate since hindi nag-appear si Princess Maui. So, we classify the information as unvalidated
So,
information.
what you did, nung hindi mo ma-confirm yung kay Princess Maui information, naghanap ka ng
Opo.
counter source.
Yes, sir. Open source, sir.
Open source, okay, to validate.
Yes, sir.
And what happened to that source?
Yeah, based doon sa video na yun, January, if I'm not mistaken, yun nga, yung Maisog Rally, Your Honor, ang unang nagbanggit ng Romanov, si Mayor Baste, parang tinatakot niya yung presidente.
Okay, Mr. Witness, I'm running out of time. So, isa lang pong tanong ko. So, yung information po ni Princess Maui doon sa video, yung sinabi niya kay BP, eh hindi po reliable.
Hindi reliable insofar as the Cybercrime Division is concerned,
Thank
sir.
you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
The interventions of the Senator Judge are noted. What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Villanueva?
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. President. Just a very quick question on this particular topic, and I will no longer. Thank you, Mr. President. I will no longer dwell on the Operation Romanov, despite the fact that thank you to Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo who told me that about the dates, and I will not even mention or tackle the conditional threat. But I was looking at this NBI letter dated 2nd of December 2024, marked as Annex I. This is prosecution's P4-5 exhibit, invited respondent Duterte to appear in connection with the investigation of the alleged grave threats. Mr. Witness, nakasaad din po dito sa sulat na iniimbestigahan ng NBI yung mga banta laban sa kanya, at makakatulong po dito ang kanyang pagharap sa investigation. Tama po ba ito, Atty.?
Yes po, Your Honor. Tama po yan.
Dahil po hindi personal na pumunta ang ating Vice Presidente, ano po yung naging epekto nito sa investigasyon ninyo sa mga banta laban sa kanyang buhay? Gusto ko lang malaman, ipinagpatuloy niyo po ba ang investigasyon ng NBI? What is now the status of this investigation?
Yes, sir. Una, since yung second letter ng Vice President through her lawyer, may sinasabi doon na may threat sa life 6 months ago pa. So, nung trinay namin i-check yun, Your Honor, ang nakita lang namin relevant information as to the security, yung pagbabawas ho ng 75 PNP personnel from BPSPG, if I'm not mistaken. And then, I think transfer ho yata yung mga personnel na yan sa Manila.
Let's pray.
And then when we check the record, yun nga, merong pang, based on the COA record, merong pang 335 more or less if I'm not mistaken. na security personnel ang Vice Presidente. So, other than those facts, wala akong kaming makitang relevant na security issue dahil yun nga, hindi naman nag-abir ang ating Vice Presidente, hindi naman sila nagbigay ng any information na pwede namin pagsimulan po. But,
Opo, so after that, you did not pursue anymore the investigation on the threats against the Vice President?
ang alam ko, ang
Investigation. So, in that way, paano nyo may explain ito, Attorney Lotok, na ginawa nyo talaga yung lahat ng inyong magagawa para imbestigahan din yung threat laban sa pangalawang Pangulo?
Opo, Your Honor. Magkaiba po siya. Yung grave threats na inatter ng Vice President against the President, apparent po siya, Your Honor. Nakita po namin. Nasa video, inauthenticate namin yung video, nag-testify yung mga may personal knowledge na in fact sinabi niya yun. So, malinaw ho na nag-exist yung utterances na yon that qualifies the crime of grave threats. Dito ho, sa threat ng Vice Presidente, wala ho kaming ganong same na information na nakuha. Wala kaming apparent na mayroong threat against sa life ng Vice Presidente. Kasi nga, hindi sila nagbigay ng specific information, hindi ho nagpakita ang Vice Presidente para mag-shed light doon sa investigation namin. So, hindi ho namin siya makita na parehas. Magkaiba po yun. Ang sa Presidente, apparent siya. So, definitely under the law, ang NBI can motu proprio undertake an investigation. Dito sa Vice Presidente, allegation siya. Wala kaming ma-validate na information. So, hindi ho pa magti-trigger yung investigation doon. But I am sure, insofar as the intelligence service of the NBI is concerned, continuous ho yung monitoring yan at naghahanap po sila ng mga lead para masolidify yung information na yan.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. I know the law. Presidente, Vice Presidente, Speaker, pwede niyong tignan at imbestigahan yan. But I feel na importanteng maipakita natin sa taong bayan that same level of attention ang ibinigay po natin. At we also, if we need to walk the extra mile of investigating, we have to do it in the name of fairness. So, yun po yung nakita ko, and siguro yung sinasabi nyo nga po, hindi sumapat yung inyong mga nakalap na mga impormasyon. Whether the information ay kulang or hindi kayo nagkaroon ng access sa mga information na ito, kaya po hindi nagtuloy.
Opo, Your Honor. That is insofar as the Cybercrime Division is concerned.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Lacson? Thank you, Senator Judge Villanueva.
I just want to pursue the point raised by Senator Judge Rapi Tulfo and the others.
The gentleman may proceed and he has to...
I don't know about the other senator judges, pero until today, when Senator Judge Rapi Tulfo clarified na yung palang Oplan Romanov, a threat against the first family.
Yes, sir.
Ang impression ko since last week, nung pag-uusapan natin yung Oplan Romanov, a threat ito against the Vice President. And since sabi nyo, part ng investigation ninyo, open source, di ba?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Yung bang speech ni Mayor Baste Duterte sa Maisog, naging part pa ng open source nyo yun? In this particular investigation that you conducted?
Hindi po siya nag-form part as...
So kulang yung inyong open source information?
Hindi po kami nakafocus sa Romanov, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Was it also your impression na yung threat do sa Romanov was directed against VP Sara until today?
I don't...
Please, be honest.
Yeah.
Don't be ashamed. No?
Yeah, I don't think so, Your Honor, kasi unang-una, ang context ng Operation Romanov against the first family.
I know.
So it definitely against the president and his family, Your Honor. Ngayon, nung tinanong ho siya ni Princess Maui, doon nga kami nagtaka. Anong ibig sabihin ng Romanov? Anong context niya ng Romanov? Bakit against sa Vice President? Hindi naman sila yung first family. So, yun yung reason po, Your Honor, kung bakit we try to invite Princess Maui na shed us some light para makita namin ano bang ibig mong sabihin doon. Ano ba yung pwede namin i-validate na information para makapag-case build-up kami pag mayroon.
Yes. So bakit hindi naging part ng investigation nyo do sa threat against the life of the President and the First Lady? Kasi family yung binabanggit ni Mayor Basten, di ba? Hindi kasama yung si Speaker Romualdez, hindi kasama yung Chief Justice.
Opo.
Di ba?
Yes, sir.
Pero threat against the family, the First Family,
Yes, sir.
as mentioned by Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, ang sabi mo, hindi naging part ng investigation nyo do sa inyong investigation report or sa affidavit of investigation, yung open source ng maisog.
Hindi po siya nakasama.
Bakit hindi napasama? Open source din yun eh. That could reinforce yung inyong theory o yung conclusion nyo na meron talagang serious threat against the President and the others. Bakit hindi nyo ginawang part do sa affidavit of investigation unless pareho tayo na impression na until today, ang alam natin sa Romanov, threat against VP Sara. Yun ang impression ko since last week, ha?
Yun po yung impression namin nung hindi pa namin nakikita
That's
sa
exactly
open
my
source.
question, Attorney Lotok. So ngayon nyo rin lang na-realize na yung palang Oplan Romanov, threat pala sa First Family.
First Family. Opo, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you.
Noted, entered into the records. I would have recognized Senator Go first, but since you're there already, Senator Judge Alan
It's
Cayetano,
just a
you may proceed, sir.
manifestation and point of information. As Senator Judge Lacson said, no, it's for each judge to appreciate. But let me put context, no. I'm not close to VP Sara. I'm not close to Mayor Baste. Ang kasama ko sa Congress si former Deputy Speaker Pulong. But in the last 4 years, I think I've seen him twice or thrice.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. But my reading nung sinabi ni Mayor Baste is pag natulog ka sa gabi, na revolution. Diba? So, Mayor Baste was doing a parallel ng 1986 na paalis yung mga Marcoses via revolution. But unlike the Romanovs, the Marcoses were given asylum or whatever you call it in Hawaii, and over time, nakabalik until the president became president. Ang Romanovs, inubos sila para nga hindi makabalik. Now, if Mayor Baste was making Romanovs uubusin kay Marcos, di dapat na-offend si Senator Judge Amy Marcos because she's a Marcos. No? So, secondly, if he made that threat, so if he was saying, may Oplan mo, Romanov or Maro-Romanov kayo, I'm sure the PNP or the Presidential Security Command, the National Council, would have filed a case against Baste. So I just want, it's fair that you mentioned him, it's fair sa investigation mo, but I don't think we should draw a conclusion here that Mayor Baste was threatening the First Family because remember, there's a thin line between a warning and a threat. So pag sinabi ko sa iyo ngayon, witness, pareho tayong abogado, kompanyero, pareho tayong taga-Ateneo, mag-ingat ka sa sasabihin mo. That could be a fair warning. That could be not a threat, di ba? But kapag ka may threat talaga na pinarating ko sa iyo, pag hindi ko gusto ano mo, kakasuhan kita, that could be a illegal threat, di ba? Pero pwedeng warning. So I just want that on the record, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. Senate President, because everyone's watching, and in the same manner, we have to be fair to the First Family. We have to be fair also to Mayor Baste and to the Dutertes, that rather than draw a conclusion that there was an actual. So the Council for Defense was making a distinction, mentioning Romanov and Oplan Romanov are two different things. It may be the same, it may be different thing. For all we know, narinig ni Mayor Baste na sila iro-Romanov, kaya binanggit niya pabalik. We don't know. I don't know. I haven't discussed it with anyone. I haven't discussed it with the few senators na kaibigan ko dito. So let's just be circumspect and careful from making conclusions. But as far as it is relevant, Mr. Presiding Officer, I appreciate the answer of the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Senator Go, thereafter Senator Padilla. Senator Go, you have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Balik muna tayo dito sa ating bayan. Masyado lang malayo inabot natin. To our Mr. Witness, some questions lang po. No?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Nabanggit nyo kahapon na 20 years na ako kayo sa NBI.
12 years.
Be specific, anong year po?
2014, Your Honor.
Ito naman sila makopay at
from the
boto-boto
NBI
na.
Academy.
2014?
2014, 12 years na po.
Hindi 20 years.
Hindi 20 years. 12, Your Honor.
12 years. So, kailan ho kayo nag-head ng cybercrime?
February 2023, Your Honor.
Kisa'y nagkagtao.
February of 2023. Maupay na adlaw pala.
Maupay po nga adlaw gyapon, sir.
And to our prosecutor.
May hapon, sir. May hapon.
Maupay na kulop.
Maupay man.
Kailan ho kayo naging RD?
July 2025, sir.
July 2025. So, naging cybercrime head kayo February of 2023,
sir.
Before that, saan ho kayo na-assign?
Chief ng Digital Forensics, sir, 2022.
2020. Anyway. So, meron ho bang nag-recommend sa inyo or wala naman? Nag-apply lang kayo o sino
Ng ano po, sir?
Naging head kayo ng cybercrime?
As Chief of the Digital Forensics, I was designated by the then Director Medardo J. De Lemos. Then as Chief of the Cybercrime Division, I was also designated by the then Director Medardo J. De Lemos, sir.
2016 to 2022, saan kayo na-assign?
2016, I think anti-organized crime and transnational crime.
Up to 2020.
AOTCD, Your Honor, then 2018, nasa cybercrime division na po.
So hindi po kayo head doon?
Hindi pa, as an investigation agent po, noong 2018, sir.
Anyway, nabanggit niyo po kanina about sworn affidavit. And then nabanggit niyo about journalists, no? Na part ng press conference. Tama ho ba?
Yes, sir.
Marami sila, di ba? Marami nabanggit
yes,
sa
Your
mga
Honor.
karang araw, including last week, di ba? Bakit ho ba, hindi nyo kinuha bakit po hindi kinuha ang sariling sworn affidavit ng mga journalists na personal na naroon po sa press conference? Sa halip ay affidavits po ng agents na naglalaman po ng inyong summary ng mga sinabi po ninyo. Bakit hindi nyo pinursige yung mga affidavits ng mga nandoon sa...
Yes, Your Honor. Nung nag-appear po yung mga media personalities na nag-participate ng online press conference at the November 23, 2024, may kasama ho silang lawyer, and then we want to them to execute an affidavit. Ang advice sa kanila ng lawyer, hindi na raw, pwede lang sila mag-participate ng interview, pwede sila mag-sign sa minutes of meeting. So hindi na po namin pinilit.
So wala hong journalists or mga vloggers na kasama po doon sa sworn affidavit? Wala ho. Sa inyo lang, purely puro po ito sa
NBI.
Galing sa NBI lang po.
Yes, sir, kasi ayaw po ng lawyer nila na mag-execute sila ng affidavit. Pero may kasama po silang lawyer doon, sir.
Yung mga detalye pong nakasaad sa inyong affidavit tungkol sa naganap na press conference, galing ho ba ito sa personal knowledge ng mga agents o batay po sa sinabi ng mga journalists na nakausap po ng agents pagkatapos?
Yes, Your Honor. Q&A yung mode nung interview at nag-reflect ho yan doon sa minutes of meeting, and then nag-execute ng affidavit yung nag-interview na agent. So magkasama ho yung mga dokumento na yun, sir.
Mako-consider mo ba ito na second-hand account? Paano nyo masigurong naging actual ho yung pag-interpret ninyo sa mga sinabi?
Ano pong interpret, sir?
I mean, kung batay po ito sa second-hand account, paano nyo masisiguro na sakto, walang naidagdag, o hindi na misinterpret sa pagitan na actual na sinabi ng mga journalists at mga nakasulat sa inyong affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor. That's the reason why inauthenticate namin yung video mula simula hanggang sa matapos para hindi kami mawala sa tunay na nangyari. That's the reason why transcribe din ng ating agent on case kung ano laman ng video, kung ano yung naging tanungan doon para hindi ko kami mawala sa investigasyon namin. And in fact, Your Honor, when we try to establish whether or not nag-utter ba talaga ang Vice Presidente na may kinausap na siyang tao para pumatay sa tatlo, na confirm namin ito nung November 26 video kasi ni-reiterate ng Vice Presidente, inadmit niya, instead na sinabi niyang hindi ko sinabi yon, sinabi niya nung November 26 na video na indeed may kinausap na siyang tao para pumatay doon sa tatlo. So, nabuo yung aming investigation na ang tawag po namin doon is admission against interest doon po sa ginawa ni Vice President during the November 26, 2024, sir.
Anyway, last question na lang po on sedition. No? How do you reconcile the fact that the Vice President discouraged her supporters from going to the streets with a claim of inciting to sedition?
Ano po yung, sorry?
On sedition charges, di ba?
Yes, sir.
How do you reconcile the fact that the Vice President discouraged her supporters from going to the streets with a claim of inciting to sedition?
Well, in inciting to sedition, Your Honor, specifically in the case of People versus Nabong, it is not necessary na magkaroon ng actual sedition. The law also penalizes if the seditious words would encourage people to do illegal acts or to overthrow government. In other words, if the speeches would stir up the people to go against the government, if the speeches would disturb the peace of the community, if the speeches would undermine public order and public security, hindi ho necessary na magkaroon ng actual na sedition. That's under
Meron ho bang nagawa yung Vice Presidente na yung gaya ng sinasabi niyo ngayon?
Nagawa pong inciting to sedition, sir? Based sa findings namin, sir, yes. Based po sa findings namin. Ganito po ang nangyari. Kinumpare po namin based on the content and context of the utterances made by the Vice President in November 23, 2024, the utterances made by the Vice President in October 18, 2024, then the utterances made by the Vice President in 26 November 2024, and other facts and circumstances. Nung trinay po namin i-compare siya, may nakita ko kami ng mga utterances that would stir up the people against the government. For example, Your Honor, noong October 18, ang sabi ng Vice Presidente, walang number 1 ang Pilipinas na to, hanggang number 2 lang to para sa akin. Wala itong number 1. Kinumpara ko namin noong November 23, ang sabi doon sa November 23, I do not recognize anybody above me. It's a reiteration dun sa kanyang sinabi. That's number 1, Your Honor. Then number 2, may sinabi siya noong October 18 na anong magagawa ko, hindi marunong maging presidente yung nakaupo, kasalanan ko ba yun? And then, November 23, kinumpara namin yon. Ang sabi niya doon, this country will go to hell because the person na nakaupo is hindi marunong maging presidente and who is a liar. So nakita namin yung pattern saka consistent na utterances. Then tinira namin yung pangatlong line, ang sabi niya doon, alam ko si BBM may 5 impeachable offense, pero papasa ba dyan sa House? Siyempre hindi. Then pagdating sa November 23, sinabi naman niya doon na the President is lying through his teeth para makuha lang niya yung boto ng mga tao. Tapos minura niya sila, PI ka, BBM, Lisa Marcos, and former Speaker of the House. So, tiningnan namin, sino ba yung nagsasalita? Kung ang nagsasalita, Your Honor, is yung ikalawa sa pinakamataas na posisyon in public at yun yung kanyang utterances, definitely, Your Honor, there is a tendency to stir up the people against lawful government.
Kindly wind up,
Against the
Senator
government.
Go.
No more question, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you,
Salamat
Senator
po.
Judge Go. Senator Judge Padilla intimated to the presiding officer that he will defer his questions to a later time. Counsel for the respondent, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Just a manifestation, Your Honor, in relation to the query or the manifestation of Senator Judge Villanueva.
In relation to the query of...
His manifestation, Your Honor.
No need, counsel. Proceed unless he asked you a question to save in the court's time. Please proceed with your cross-examination.
All right, I'll just transform it into a question. You were asked
Yes, you
about
can.
that December 2, 2024 letter, correct?
December 2, yes, sir.
Oo. That is the letter where you gave a schedule for the Vice President to attend, correct?
Yeah, signed by our assistant
All
director.
right, but the schedule that you gave was November 11, 2024 at 10 a.m. and then you gave the address. So in other words...
Sinabi ko na ho yung kahapon, typographical
Okay,
error yun, sir.
my question naman is this if tama yung schedule sana at nakapunta si VP Sara, would it have affected your investigation?
Your Honor, even up till now, ready ho kaming tanggapin kung anumang information na threat against sa life ng Presidente, continuous, ng Vice Presidente, continuous po yun. In fact, sabi ko nga kanina, yung intelligence service namin is may ginagawang monitoring from time to time dun sa threat to life against the Vice President, President, etc.
Okay, I'll move on to a new point. Now, let me show you a portion of the interview of Dempsey Reyes of the Philippine Daily Inquirer. Please direct your attention to paragraph 13 of the minutes of the meeting. This is also the transcription made by Agent Kalilong. Page 173 of Annex G9 as well. So, here, it says, may press con kasi earlier than that, sabi niya lang, gusto daw siyang patayin daw, according to her, ni Speaker. That was during a press conference the day before, November 2022. So, considering that this is part of the minutes of the meetings, this is also part of the NBI's own records, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, my question is this. Did you issue a subpoena against Speaker Martin Romualdez, former Speaker Martin Romualdez?
Did you issue a subpoena?
Wow.
Kay Speaker Romualdez, sir?
Yes.
Kasi, ba't ako mag-issue ng subpoena? Wala pa kaming sufficient na...
So you did not issue?
Hindi kami nag-issue,
All right.
sir.
So, in other words, for VP Sara, you issued not just one, but two subpoenas. But for the former speaker, you did not issue a subpoena. That's just a question.
There is an apparent commission of the crime for grave threats and inciting to sedition, sir.
I see. So, for this particular portion, you just turned a blind eye and did not issue.
Well,
anyway,
there is no validated
All right.
information on
Answer, Your
that,
Honor.
sir.
Let the witness answer. There was a question.
Yeah, but based on
Counsel,
your
kindly don't argue with the witness.
testimony yesterday, you said that you have a system of evaluating factors, correct? My question to you is, based on that system, does Martin Romualdez have the capacity to execute a death threat, for example?
We haven't established any apparent crime committed by the former speaker, Your Honor. So, hindi kami nag-delve dyan sa issue na yan.
Yeah, at any rate, this minutes of the meeting, which you all confirmed that is part of the NBI's own record, isn't this information regarding the death threat against VP Sara?
Well, ang sabi po dyan, if I may read my press con, kasi earlier than that, sabi niya, sabi lang niya, gusto daw siyang patayin daw, according to her, ni Speaker, that was during a press conference the day before. Precisely, Your Honor, the reason why we issued a letter noong November 22 is to ask the Vice President kung ano ho yung facts and circumstances dyan sa issue na yan. But since hindi ho nagapir ang Vice Presidente, wala ho talaga kaming mapagsimulan, wala kaming validated information.
But you issued the subpoena against Dempsey Reyes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pero ang tinanong nyo kay Dempsey Reyes, yung case lang against VP Sara. Hindi niya siya tinanong ng threats to her, correct?
Well, unang-una, ang ini-establish namin, ang focus ng investigation namin, the reason why we subpoena the late Dempsey Reyes is whether or not nag-utter ba yung Vice President doon sa statement niya na nag-contract na siya ng tao para patayin si BBM, si Lisa Marcos,
Okay,
at si former
that's
Speaker.
okay.
Sir, yun po yung focus ng investigation namin.
So despite that track, you still maintain that this part of the investigation, you did not have bias.
We don't have bias.
Argumentative,
All right,
Your Honor.
I'll move on.
Argumentative.
I'll move on.
Bayan.
Let's go back to the investigation that you did against VP Sara. So you mentioned yesterday that the offended parties in this case, if at all, are BBM, FL, and the former speaker, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you subpoena any of them?
No, sir.
Did they appear before the NBI?
No, sir.
Nakausap niyo ba sila ng personal?
No, sir.
And yet, you concluded that they were victims of grave threats, correct?
Based on the evidence we've gathered, yes, sir.
So,
Wala. Aray, kapabul.
We cannot let this
No,
pass.
that's part-
I move, Your Honor, that the defense counsel, with all due respect, be admonished from stating those unprofessional remarks. We are in front of national TV.
no,
That is his answer. If you are not satisfied with his answer, please don't lay any value to what the witness answered. Your Honor, may I move that the
This is a
counsel...
reminder. This is a reminder for counsel for both parties. Kindly avoid side remarks. Henceforth, the presiding officer will have it stricken off the record. And whatever question you pose and afterwards withdraw will likewise be stricken off from the record, so as to avoid any attempts at showmanship usually seen on TV, yes, but will not be tolerated by this impeachment court. Counsels are so reminded.
we will comply, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
To clarify, Mr. Witness, yung NBI subpoena against VP Sara that you issued was her being a respondent, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pero as a complainant, you did not issue.
We issued a letter, sir, December
No.
2.
As the complainant na siya yung subject naman ng threats, walang subpoena as to that effect.
Walang sampina, sir.
So in other words, hindi talaga siya naka-explain kasi what you sent out was a letter and not a subpoena.
Yung letter is to inform the Vice President na iniimbestigahan din namin yung threat against sa life niya. So therefore, kailangan namin yung presence niya or any information na pwedeng makatulong sa investigation.
Yun na nga, pero hindi niya siya sinenda ng subpoena. Isn't it that in a regular case, the prosecutor sends out a subpoena both to the complainant and to the respondent?
With the prosecutor, sir?
Yes. You're a lawyer, you know this. When you file a case before the prosecutor's office, the handling prosecutor issues out sa subpoena sa parehong parties.
Ang
Tama?
alam ko, during the case concern, I think nag-appear yata ang Vice Presidente sa DOJ.
Alright.
Doon ako na-inform.
Okay, I'll move on to a new point. Let's talk about the reversal by the DOJ. Diba? There was a initial finding on February 5 and then it was eventually reversed. Now, would you agree with me that the rectifications that you made for the first affidavit of investigation were procedural deficiencies?
Procedural deficiencies.
Like the
No,
TSN?
it's part of the case build-up, Your Honor.
But what you added were TSNs, affidavits of your own agents, correct? Don't you consider that as...
Those were affidavits.
Yes, but don't you consider that those as procedural and not substantive?
Part of the evaluation and case build-up, yes, sir.
All right. But in effect, the substance of the case remained the same.
Walang nabago ho sa affidavit, sa una at sa pangalawa, parehas po yun.
Very good.
Sir.
So, in other words, wala kang no additional discussion on the merits of the case.
On the merits of the case, yung findings namin, hindi ho nabago yun,
All right.
sir.
Very good. So, no additional witnesses were interviewed.
What do you mean interview, sir?
Wala nang additional interviews. Kung ano yung sa first affidavit nyo, yun na rin yung sa second affidavit. Wala nang additional interviewees.
Kung, I think, ang naalala ko, 6 ho na media personalities ang na-interview namin at yun ho yung nag-reflect sa affidavit. At the same time, we tried to issue subpoena sa, I think, head ng ABS-CBN.
I understand that, but be more responsive.
Your Honor, if I may, the witness is still in the process of answering his...
Your Honor, but the answer is not
Exactly.
responsive eh. My question is very
Let him
simple.
finish first, with all due respect, Your Honor.
With the permission of the counsel for the parties. Attorney Latok, the question was, sa pagitan ng una at pangalawang sinubmit ninyo sa DOJ, may mga testigo ba kayong dinagdag sa pangalawa niyong submission sa DOJ? O pareho din po yung mga testigo, nilakip lang yung mga affidavit na hindi nailakip doon sa unang pag-submit?
Yeah, insofar as I'm concerned, Your Honor, parehas lang po.
Okay. All right, may proceed, counsel.
But we will never know that for sure because you never released your first affidavit of investigation, correct?
Well, I think it's in the DOJ. Ang binigay sa amin yung certification kung ano yung mga requirements na dapat namin i-comply.
Yeah, but what you attach, when you received the subpoena from the House Committee on Justice, which was used as the basis for the articles of impeachment, the first affidavit of investigation was never included, correct?
Yung nag-submit ho dyan, Your Honor, sila Agent Kalilong, wala akong idea
Hindi
dun
nyo alam.
sa
Alright, that's okay.
person.
So, I have a question about the affidavit of investigation, okay? An affidavit, or I'll just be more specific, your second affidavit of investigation was subscribed and sworn to, correct?
Yes, sir.
On February 10, 2025.
Yes, sir.
Alright. Before who?
Can I check, sir?
Sure.
Witness may consult
Thank you,
document before him.
Your Honor.
Counsel for the parties may assist him.
Your Honor, we'll just confront him with our own...
Subscribe and sworn to Director Glenn A. Ricarte, sir.
Alright, so do you remember that you subscribed along with the other agents before General Ricarte now?
Yes, sir. May signature kami dito.
Alright. And you did this because the first affidavit of investigation cannot be altered anymore.
What do you mean, sir?
An affidavit, as you know, you are a lawyer. Once an affidavit is subscribed and sworn to, it is a complete document already.
Yeah.
Okay? Meaning, even if you take out one page or you add an annex, you already alter the meaning of that document. Will you agree with me?
Your Honor, the process is legal evaluation by the prosecutor and case build-up. So pag nakita ho ng prosecution...
Your Honor, I'm just talking about the nature of the affidavit. I'm not
Attorney
talking about...
Latok, kindly answer the question. It's a general question pertaining to an affidavit in general, not this particular one.
Ano yung question, sir?
Okay, an affidavit, once you subscribe and swear to it, that already becomes a, if I may use the term, untouchable affidavit in such that you cannot take out one page, you cannot alter one paragraph, you cannot add annex.
Well, I think kung sinabit nyo na ho yan officially sa halimbawa sa korte, hindi na ho pwede yan. Pero yung process ho namin, yung evaluation tsaka case build-up, nag-uusap po ang prosecutor tsaka yung investigator. So sinasabi ng pros, pag may kulang ka, ito. So itong unang affidavit, since may kulang sa mga attachment, ayusin nyo, baguhin nyo, i-comply nyo yung mga requirements. Since yung affidavit na yon is naka-date nung January 30 at magkukomply pa lang kami, anong na-comply namin, nag-submit kami sa DOJ and that is already February 10, 2025. So magkaiba ho yung date. So definitely babaguhin namin yung date. Kasi nga, dumaan kami sa process ng compliance based on...
Wait. In other words, when you
evaluation.
subscribed and sworn to your January 30, 2025 affidavit, you added documents or pages to it?
Ang sabi ko po, sir, ang sabi ng DOJ, may kulang kayong affidavit of authentication, may kulang kayong TSN. Yun ho yung in-attach namin doon.
Precisely. So in other words, you added documents to your January 30, 2025 affidavit?
Attachment, sir. Attachment.
So you admit that you added attachments to it?
Part of compliance, doon sa case build-up, at doon sa evaluation na requirement.
Alright, but Mr. Witness, isn't it
Your
that...
Honor, again, Can I respectfully request
Your Honor,
the presiding
may I
officer?
just be allowed to proceed, Your
Let
Honor?
me be allowed. Can I be
Counsel for the
allowed?
respondent, let the counsel for the prosecutors
Your Honor,
finish with his observation or objection.
Can I make a respectful request to the defense to let the witness finish the answer before they propound the next question, Your Honor, please? For orderly proceeding, Your Honor, please.
Point well taken. Counsel, please proceed accordingly. And may I also remind the witness, Attorney Latok, kindly answer yes or no instead of yeah and na.
Yes, sir. Sorry po.
So that it's clearer for our records.
Yes,
You
Your
may
Honor.
proceed, counsel for the respondent.
So you admit that after you subscribe and swear to that January 30, 2025 affidavit, you added documents to it so that it will comply with the requirements of the DOJ. Is that what you're saying?
Attachment based on the requirement of the DOJ, sir.
All right, thank
Yun
you
ang
for that
nilagay namin.
admission. Just one last point on this. Can we flash affidavit of investigation? Can we flash page 1? This is page 13, Your Honor, of the AOI's Annex G9 for the benefit or for the guidance of this honorable court. The one that was flashed earlier.
Tech is instructed to do so.
All right, so this is the first page of the affidavit of investigation. Will you agree with me that this was not received by this particular document as is was not received by the DOJ?
I don't have personal knowledge. Ang inutusan ko po dyan, yung executive officers and agent on case na makipag-communicate sa Department of Justice.
But you are a co-signer of this, correct?
Yeah, insofar as the content of the affidavit.
All right. And so you mean to say that you didn't cause the filing of this case with the DOJ?
Inutusan ko po ang executive officers at si Agent
Alright,
Kilong
but
na sila mag-process po na dalhin yung referral na yan sa Department of Justice, sir.
At any rate, you're smart enough to peruse the first page and you can see that there's no received stamp appearing there too, correct?
Received from DOJ o by DOJ, sir?
By DOJ.
Again, ang makakasagot po niyan, yung nag-process niyan, si executive officer nga namin.
Yeah, but
at si
based
Agent
on
Kilong.
only...
Again, the witness still in the process of answering the question.
Counsel, take it easy. Let the witness complete his answer.
Okay, Your Honor. But based as it appears only, as it appears on this document, this is part of the records and also uploaded in the Senate website already last July 12 so that the public can peruse. Annex GGG, this is page 13. Based on this document and observation, can you notice any received stamp on this document?
Based on that document, wala hong naka-stamped or received.
Precisely my point that was attached, if this was really received by the DOJ, there should have been an IDF, right, or a transmittal letter attached to this.
Again, yung makakasagot po niyan, yung executive officers, Agent Kalilong, and the prosecution, sir, kasi sila ang nag-uusap dyan. Sila nagdala ng dokumento na yan.
All right, I'll move on to a new point. Now, Article 4 of...
What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Pia Cayetano?
Mr. President, I wanted to take, I wouldn't interrupt his train of thought.
The lady has 2 minutes and may proceed when she's ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is actually addressed to both counsels and to the witness.
Yes, ma'am.
So the witness also happens to be a lawyer. 4 na abogado po tayo mag-uusap dito. Pero ang pakiusap ko, speak in layman's term because we want the public to understand. Very simple question. I want to understand your appreciation of the crime of great threats. Okay? It sounds like a simple question, but when I look at the elements, so explain ko din sa mga nakikinig. Pag tinignan natin ang definition ng crime, nandiyan yung elements. So, the prosecution must always prove yung elements of the crime. Ang question ko ay, in your appreciation, dapat ba na ang supposed victim nakaramdam talaga siya ng threats? Or is it enough that the general public considers the statement threatening? Okay, so is it personal or is it a general sentiment? Now, before I proceed, gusto ko magbigay ng example para intindihan ng mga kababayan natin. Kung magkapit-bahay, nagkapikunan dun sa bakod, tapos sabi nung isa, bubulohin ko to. Is that a grave threat? Second example, dalawang boksingero, nagkainitan, susuntukin kita. This is among two professional boxers. Is that a grave threat? Third example, police. Sabi, bubunutan ko to ng baril. Is that a grave threat? Maybe it's just offensive. Dahil sa professional, you shouldn't say that to a fellow police. And my fourth example is a senator. Pag sinabi niyang bibit-biting kita, kikwelyuhan kita, palalayasan kita, is that a grave threat? I'll add some details. If that is supposedly addressed to a fellow senator, and she's a female senator like me, na kahit na hindi naman isa hong kilalang runner, marathoner, but a non-violent person, is that a grave threat? Well, I'll just tell you my personal opinion and then I'll tell you now. I felt that was a grave threat. So, may I ask the counsel and the witness to now answer the question? Thank you.
If you may, Your Honor, please, yung prosecution po.
Senator Judge Pia, who do you want to answer first?
Good
In the
question.
order that you
Pag-iisipan ko
prefer.
ng matagal yan, Mr. President. I give you the decision on that one, Mr. President. Siguro prosecution kasi
Yes, po.
sila naman ang kailangan mag-prove ng case nila. And then the witness and then the defense counsel.
Again, an admonition from the chair without stating conclusions of fact and law that again is reserved for the impeachment court. You may state your opinions with respect to the elements of the crime of grave threat specifically identified
Yes.
by the senator judge.
And if I may, presiding officer, feel free to interrupt them if you feel that they have crossed the line, as I will. That's why I just want, I repeat my question, I want to understand your appreciation of the crime. You may, Mr. President, will we allow them to cite jurisprudence? I leave it up to you. I just want to understand the appreciation kasi.
Opo.
What do you think?
Doon sa particular pong katanungan yon ni Senator Judge Pia Cayetano na dapat ba may takot na naramdaman, correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Judge Pia,
Yes.
yung taong tinatakot o subject matter ng grave threats o pampublikong pagtanggap ba na nakakatakot yung mga sinabi niya laban dun sa taong tinatakot niya.
Siguro a simple yes or no with a very short explanation would
Opo.
suffice, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Attorney Ligutan, you have 2
Maraming
minutes,
salamat,
please.
Senator Pia Cayetano. Maraming salamat sa pagkakataon. Yung sagot sa tanong na iyan, yung sagot po ng prosecution, hindi po galing sa opinion ng aking mga kasama. Ito po ay isang decision. No less than the Supreme Court of the Philippines. It just so happened, Your Honors, as an answer, in answer po sa tanong ni Senator Pia Cayetano, may dalawang kaso na po yung Supreme Court. Yung isa is Paera versus People. Yung GR number, siguro yung mga law students, no? Mga law students, GR number 181626, May 30, 2011. The title is Paera versus People. Sinabi ng Supreme Court doon, wala pong batas na nagre-require na may private complainant. Ibig sabihin, hindi po required na yung biktima mag-execute ng affidavit. Upang that, Your Honor, please, may isang kaso pa, no less than the Supreme Court in the Philippines. Sinabi doon, hindi po kailangan na yung recipient mismo nakaramdam ng takot
Ragawas manok.
or that sineryoso yung pagbabanta.
Muro bang naidi pang pangit-pangit
Your Honor,
ang iro
to
sa
repeat, etong sinabi ng Supreme Court,
butang nga sumakuan.
all that needs to be proven is that they were intended by the accused to have that effects. Yung sagot sa tanong
hindi po galing sa prosecution, hindi po opinion, galing mismo sa Supreme Court of the Philippines, Your Honor.
Thank you for that. So, Mr. President, can we now ask...
If I may add, Senator Judge P, if I remember my memory aid correctly, there are only certain private crimes that need a private complainant, and most of these are personal crimes, such as concubinage, adultery, seduction, abduction, rape, and acts of lasciviousness. Although these crimes are all entitled People of the Philippines versus the accused, without a private complainant, these crimes cannot be filed by the prosecutor in court without the cooperation or affidavit of the private complainant. Counsel for respondent will please reply to the query of Senator Judge Pia Cayetano. You also have 2 minutes, sir.
All right. I will try to avoid making conclusions of fact and law, Your Honor, but I will answer in light of the facts of this case and leave it up to the discretion of this honorable court.
Please, sir, you may proceed.
It is our position that the statements made by the Vice President were not threats in the first place. That's why we were categorizing it as response, a mere response to a Q&A. Number one. Number two, it was never aimed directly at BBM, FL, and the former speaker. In other words, had they not watched the video, for example, they wouldn't have known about it. So in other words, Your Honor, there was no threats to begin with. And so even the discussion on the elements is not really applicable insofar as determining
Ayaw, bro!
the innocence
Bro!
or guilt
Grabe ko sa palugubag. Bro,
of the
di
Vice
pa agad.
President.
Ano mo lang?
basically
Lulubog
our
guys.
position. One more thing, and practically we maintain this position all throughout our pleadings. We never referred to that statement as threats. We always say that if at all they were alleged threats. But we referred to the statements of the Vice President as statements, as responses, and even in my speech, that's what I said. It was a response, Your Honor. That would be all.
Noted, Attorney Lotop, your response to Senator Judge Pia's question based on your investigation.
Oh, ipaak
You
niya.
may proceed, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. In establishing, Your Honor, whether or not crime of grave threat exists, we follow the rule. First, whether there is an actus reus, and then second, whether there is a mens rea. So actus reus, Your Honor, means whether the offender in fact uttered the threatening remarks. We were able to establish that. That's why in-authenticate po ng NBI yung video na kung saan nandun yung utterances. The test of mens rea, Your Honor, what we did, we interpret the utterances objectively and in the light of the circumstances in which they were uttered, in the manner in which those utterances were spoken, the person to whom they were addressed, the utterances were addressed, the relationship between the parties, meaning the offender and the recipients, and then the reactions of the recipients, whether they treat the utterances serious or real. But again, I would agree with what Attorney Ligutan said. In fact, ang basis po namin dyan, yung Garma versus People. Ang isa ho doon sa sinabi ng Garma versus People, hindi ho kailangan na ma-intimidate o itrato ng recipient na seryoso yung threat na yan. Ang sufficient na maipakita lang na yun yung intensyon ng offender, na ma-intimidate at i-treat na seryoso yung utterances or threatening remarks na ginawa niya. Yun po yung naging basihan po namin, Your Honor.
I hope that satisfies Senator Judge Pia Cayetano.
It actually does, but if I still have time, I have a follow-up question for all. Do I? Well, anyway, everyone went overtime, so since my bell hasn't
No, you
rung.
don't, but you can ask your final question, Madam.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. Siguro sa witness na lang. You mentioned the word threat, no? So can you just elaborate on that? What to you would be the difference between a threat and sorry, I don't know if you uttered the word that I want to ask you now, no? But you referred to threat, of course. What would be the difference between a mere warning and a threat?
A mere warning and a threat, sir, ma'am.
At what point does a warning become a threat?
Well, Your Honor, if I'm going to, based on our investigation, kung i-apply ko ho yung,
Hindi na.
Ang klaro na kung conditional.
You don't have to.
Ano warning?
Just asking you your legal opinion. You're a lawyer.
Direct to.
You may answer. Is it not correct, Mr. President?
I think,
If he knows.
just in my own opinion,
Pag yun
though,
Kilaon ta ka threat.
warning is maybe there is
Hindi
a,
ka rin kawati, kilaon ta ka ron.
what we call an event-based condition. Pwedeng ganon na pag inulit mo itong gagawin ko sa'yo, pwede hong warning yon.
Di ba yung threat?
Yung threat, Your Honor, pag ang threat is with a condition, pwede ho siyang mag-fall ng ganon. Pag sinabi ng threat is, pag ginawa mo to, ito ang gagawin ko sa'yo, papatayin kita, papatayin ko yung pamilya mo, papatayin ko yung ganyan. So para siyang nag-overlap, depende sa appreciation for us, ng investigator, Your Honor. But insofar as the NBI Cybercrime Division is concerned, what we did is we established the elements of the grave threats based on the surrounding facts and circumstances, and then we conclude that indeed nag-violate ho ang ating Vice Presidente.
Attorney Lutok, warning in Filipino is babala.
Kung malunggay pandesal ba?
Threat in Filipino is banta.
Yes, opo.
Kaya di ba, babala, bawal magtapon ng basura dito.
Pwede po yun, sir.
Di ba? Ang tanong ni Senator Pia, kailan nagiging banta yun?
Pakainit.
Well, depende sa konteksto siguro, Your Honor. May warning din po kasi na I warned you, Sasabi ko, pag inulit mo to, ito nang mangyayari sa'yo. May konteksto ho na gano'n, Your Honor, na somehow nag-overlap siya doon sa elements ng grave threats na conditional, na sinabi na pag ito ang nangyari, ito ang gagawin ko sa'yo. So, depende ho sa konteksto, Your Honor.
So depende sa konteksto, sa delivery, sa taas ng boses, gaano kagalit, may kapasidad.
Yes po.
Maraming bagay.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Senator Judge Bia?
Yeah, so in other words,
Your witness.
it depends on the circumstances surrounding the incident or at the time that
Yes, ma'am.
utterance was made.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so laging contextual. Okay, maraming salamat sa lahat. I just want to emphasize na, Mr. Presiding Officer, I posted my question to each of the counsels and the witness precisely so that tayo masabihan na may bias. Isa lang yung binibigyan natin ng opportunity to explain their side. I really genuinely just wanted to know what their appreciation of the definition of grave threats is. Thank you so much.
We thank the good Senator Judge for intervention. All of the comments are noted. Counsel for the respondent. Proceed with your cross when you're ready.
All right. I'll move on to a new point. Now, Article 4 of the Articles of Impeachment against VP Sara deals with 3 accusations. Number 1, contracting for the assassination. Number 2, making grave threats. And number 3, actively inciting sedition. So, on page 28 of your affidavit of investigation, which is page 40 of Annex G9 again, you recommended only 1 count of inciting to sedition and 3 counts of grave threats. You confirm this?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the 3 counts was for grave 3 counts of grave threats were for BBM, FL, and the former speaker.
Yes, sir.
My next question is very simple. Did you include any charge relating to contracting for the assassination?
Relating to contracting for the assassination? No, sir. Yung charge namin is grave threats,
Alright.
inciting to sedition, and on that grave threat, doon ho pumasok yung appearances na may kinontrata ang Vice Presidente.
Alright. So, pinagsama nyo na lahat. Even yung contracting assassin, sinama nyo na sa grave threats. According to you now.
You know ang basis ng grave threats namin.
Alright. In fact, let's go to page 13 of the Affidavit of Investigations G9. We flashed it on the screen. There. It says 1 count of inciting to sedition and ano ba to? 3-1. So 3 na 1 count of grave threats. So
Typographical
ano to? Typo na. Alright, typographical error na naman. Alright, so with all these mga infirmities, and you mentioned yesterday that your case is airtight, don't you think that these errors constituted violations of due process?
Your Honor, the existence of these typographical errors does not alter the fact that the video exists, does not alter the fact that the Vice President uttered those statements, does not alter the fact na ang NBI mayroong findings at ang findings nila, the Vice President committed the crime of grave threats and inciting to sedition.
Okay. Now, inciting to sedition punishes someone who incites others to overthrow the government. Is that accurate?
Who incites others, who steers,
Now, it has been over 1.5 years since VP Sara's speech. My question is, has the government been overthrown following her speech?
Again, as I've said, as I've explained that, Your Honor, it is not necessary to be a
Your Honor, can we
seditious.
ask that the witness answers in a more
Witness,
responsive
kindly,
manner?
Attorney Leto, kindly answer the question directly so that the court's time is not wasted.
Again, question, sir?
Has the government been overthrown following VP Sara's speech?
Not necessary, sir.
How?
No.
Okay.
It's not necessary, sir.
Has any agency or department of the government been overthrown following her speech?
Not necessary, sir. No.
All right. Now, I am showing you a news article entitled Palace Dismisses the Stab Rumors versus Marcos Admin. This was marked as our D-4-66. If I may ask my co-counsel to confront the witness
We
with
may do
this.
so with the participation of so desires by assisting counsel for the prosecutors.
For the benefit of this honorable court as well as the people watching, we already also flashed that news article.
Okay.
So based on this article, you confirm that Claire Castro speaks on behalf of BBM.
I don't have personal knowledge
Don't
on
have personal
that event, sir.
All right, that's okay. But based on her statement in this news article or title, do you confirm that there has been no destabilization efforts against BBM?
Again, I don't have personal knowledge on that statement made by Attorney Claire Castro.
Okay, that's okay. I'm showing you another recent article, June 12, 2026. This has been marked, Your Honor, as our D-4-67. Can we confront the witness and show also the document on screen?
Your Honor, before the good counsel proceed, can I make a manifestation? Again, these documents have yet to be authenticated. So for the record, it's like presenting these documents without proper basis and proper authentication, which I do believe should have been done before a witness is confronted with the documents.
Your Honor.
Wait, I'm not done. As per our rules,
It's
Your Honor.
not an objection, counsel for the respondent. The remarks and comment of the counsel for prosecutors is noted. But counsel, for clarity, this is a pre-marked exhibit.
Correct, Your Honor.
You may proceed, sir.
So again, based on this, just your basic reading of this, it says Sara Duterte, I won't grab Marcos's position. Is this news article consistent also with the previous article that no destabilization efforts are present against the government?
Again, I don't have personal knowledge, sir.
Can I make a counter manifestation, Your Honor? This is dated June 12, 2026, 2 years after the event. Manifestation, Your Honor, please. 2 years after the Vice President uttered the threats.
Noted. Council may proceed.
Okay, I want to talk about the discussion in your affidavit of investigation. Just, I want to go through it very quickly, but the affidavit of investigation is also marked as our D-1-145-A. You mentioned in your affidavit of investigation the case of Garma versus People, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you cited the doctrine of this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you the one who typed that portion in your revised affidavit of investigation?
Or I'm the one who typed?
Yes.
Being the chief, sir, inuutos ko yung
Alright.
executive officers.
But did you read the case in full?
Yes, I think, pero not thoroughly.
Not thoroughly.
Isang basahan lang.
Now, did you read? Was there a video recording involved in that case?
No.
All right. Did that case include a public official like the Vice President?
No, sir.
In fact, it involved a group of 3 farmers, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to the case of Reyes versus People. You also cited that, page 29 of your affidavit of investigation. Did you read this case in full?
If I may check my affidavit,
Sure.
Your Honor.
The witness may do so.
Thank you, sir. Okay, sir.
Did you read this case in full?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you read the facts of this case?
I think it's about yung threat against a person nung nasa Navy office siya, and then sinundan siya hanggang sa bahay, may dalang mga placard. Yun yata yun, sir.
Alright, but did it involve a video recording?
No, sir.
Did it involve an official like the Vice President?
No, sir.
You cited Ruaza versus People, page 29. Did you read this case in full?
Ruwaza. Yes, sir.
You read the case. Did it involve, again, a video recording?
No, sir.
Did it involve a public official like the Vice President?
No, sir.
In fact, it involved tree cutting activities. Do you confirm that?
Based on the...
Tree cutting. Okay, but at any rate, in paragraph 48 of your affidavit of investigation, and I'll flash that on the screen, after citing all these cases that you mentioned, you concluded, and I will read, further, the threat is intended by VP Duterte to create to the mind of President BBM, FL, former House Speaker, that regardless of the reason of death of VP Duterte, they will be killed by the person contracted by her. So in other words, you spoke about the mind of BBM, FL, and the former Speaker, correct?
Your Honor, what we cited is the principle laid out by the Supreme Court and not the facts of those cases, Your Honor. And those principle is applicable in this case, Your Honor.
But that is based only on your own opinion, correct?
That is based on our investigation and the evidence that we've gathered, sir.
In fact, I have a different opinion than yours that I will show you.
Argumentative, Your Honor.
No, I'm...
Argumentative.
Your Honor, I will introduce a new article.
Objection, argumentative. You don't argue with a witness. You ask question. If you're not satisfied with the answer, move on.
Then I will confront...
Would kindly allow the counsel for the respondent to finish his question.
Thank you, Your Honor. The opinion is not mine. This is the opinion of the late Juan Ponce Enrile, who served under BBM as Chief Presidential Legal Counsel. This has been marked as our Exhibit D-4-64. Can you flash that article? Just the title, since we don't have time. This is Juan Ponce Enrile. I'll just read the title. No criminal charge could be made versus Sara Duterte over kill remark. So isn't this opinion
inconsistent with your own?
I don't have personal knowledge on that, sir.
All right, no personal knowledge again. That's okay. I'll be winding up. But do you know the difference between a felony and a crime? There's a
Felony,
difference
right.
between the two, correct?
Yeah, tell me, sir.
No, I don't. I'm not on the witness stand, so you answer the question.
Mr. Witness, kindly respond to the question. The question is, do you know? So it's answerable by a yes or no.
I think felony, sir, is in the revised penal code, and a crime can be in the special law or
I agree with
Kanan, sir.
I agree. So in other words, like homicide, for example, it is a felony because it is defined and punished under the RPC, correct?
Yes, sir.
Clear. Now, a crime is broader than a felony in that it pertains to acts or omission that are not punishable under the RPC but punishable under special laws, correct?
Yes, sir.
Like BP 22, for example, it's not within the RPC but it's covered by special laws, correct?
Your Honor, respectfully, can I now object as to the relevance to an impeachment case, the distinction between felony and a crime?
Just laying the basis, Your Honor, I'll go to that.
He's on cross. I will give you some leeway, but kindly get your point, counsel.
All right, now,
Please.
but do you confirm that there are felonies, there are crimes, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, now there are other high crimes, which is another category than felony or crime, correct?
Yes, sir.
And according to Article 4 of this Articles of Impeachment, there was high crimes that was charged against VP Sara, correct?
Yes, sir.
In other words, it is a different category than felony or crime, correct?
What do you mean by
High
that?
crimes, it's a different category than felony or crimes.
Well, there are may mga high crimes po, sir, na nasa revised penal code din, sir.
Can you give us an example?
Your Honor, I mean, is that a question, Your Honor, please?
If he knows, counsel.
If you know.
If he knows.
It's like a classroom recitation, Your Honor.
Attorney Lutok, you are very well aware of the fact that you are here as a witness in an impeachment proceeding,
No.
and that the Grammy investigator is being used to charge the Vice President. And as a lawyer, you also are aware of Article 11 of the Constitution with respect to accountability of public officers. So, if you know, you may answer. If you don't, you may say that you're not competent or that you do not know. So please respond.
Well, since kasi yung kayo nagbabasa, wala akong binabasa, nagre-rely ako sa memory. I cannot answer for now, Your Honor. I need to recheck the...
It does not reflect on your competence or knowledge of the law, Attorney Lutok. It's okay. You were not asked to prepare for this anyway.
Thank you, Your Honor.
These are questions on cross. So we're giving the counsel for respondents some leeway. Counsel, please proceed.
All right, my next question is very simple. Is grave threats a felony?
Grave threats, that's under the revised penal code? Yes, sir.
Exactly. So, it is a felony because it is defined and punished by the RTC and it is punishable by arresto mayor or 1 month and 1 day to 6 months of imprisonment, correct?
Your Honor, again, objection. What's the relevance?
Your Honor,
wait, counsel, let me finish, please.
Allow him to finish,
Easy.
counsel.
Now, as to what is the penalty for grave threat? That's irrelevant as to the impeachment complaint that we are litigating, Your Honor, on the ground of relevance. Unless the counsel is able to prove the relevance, I will withdraw my objection, Your Honor, please.
Show the connection, counsel. Again, you're on a short leash, but I know where you're getting at. Get to it, please.
All right. In other words, grave threats is under the jurisdiction of the MTC or RTC as the case may be, correct?
Grave threats?
Yes.
Yeah, yung pag grave threats lang, sir.
All right. It is even bailable, correct?
Pag grave threats lang, sir. Pero pag in relation to Section 6 of Republic Act 10175, that's 1 degree higher, sir.
Yeah, but does it change in jurisdiction or still with MTC or RTC?
Ano na ba yun, sir? Prison correction. Ano yun? Sabi mo, sir? Ano yung prison correction na?
Arresto mayor.
Arresto mayor. Ang sunod na mas mataas po niyan is
Prison correctional.
presyon ko.
6 months to 6 years.
Yeah.
All right. So, but either way, it's still under it's still under the trial courts. Correct.
Trial courts,
All right.
yeah.
My next question is very simple again. Is inciting to sedition a felony?
Under the revised penal code, yes, sir.
It's also under the jurisdiction of the trial courts, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's even bailable, correct?
Yes, sir.
So both grave threats and inciting to seditions are felonies, correct?
Yes, sir.
In other words, they are not impeachable offenses, if you know.
Well, if you mean by impeachable offenses, whether or not magka-qualify ba siya as betrayal of public trust, it's the appreciation of the judges. Your Honor, wala ko sa amin.
Appreciation of the judges, by that you mean the trial court judges, not the senator.
So, since
Judges,
impeachment po, impeachment court po,
Yeah, but there's a possibility that if it's in conflict with the trial court judge's decision, then we have a problem.
Objection or argumentative?
I will withdraw
Sustained.
that.
Ang tanong niyo,
Okay, all right. Grave threats and inciting to sedition, you said that it is not high crimes, it is a felony.
Objection. The witness didn't say that. Misleading.
Misleading, sustained. Kindly reform, counsel.
I'll just move on to a new point, Your Honor.
Counsel may proceed. Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo is recognized for his intervention. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Senador, wala makabot lima.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Judge. Napag-usapan rin lang itong inciting to sedition. Nag-file ka ng kaso inciting to sedition against BP Sara based on dun sa utterances niya, yung sa online press con, plus meron pa bang iba?
Yes po, Your Honor. Yung basis ho namin, una, yung utterances in October 18, 2024. And then kinumpara ho namin siya sa utterances in November 23.
Right. So, meron bang elements of sedition doon sa mga utterances niyo?
Ang elements na ini-establish po namin, which is under the law, is whether or not the speeches would tend to steer the people against the government.
So how would you know kung mag-steer yun ng uprising o magkukumbinsi sa mga tao na mag-alsamasa base doon sa utterances ng BP Sara?
Yes, Your
How
Honor.
did you know?
Pangalawa, if I may explain, sir. Pangalawa po, if the speeches would tend to disturb the peace of the community, and if the speeches would tend to undermine public safety and public
So how would you know if it will tend to disturb or undermine the peace
Yes,
and
Your
order
Honor.
of the community? Paano mo malalaman?
The fact ho
Based
na,
doon sa utterances niya.
the fact ho na nag-issue ng statement yung mga government agencies tasked to protect national security, at ang sabi ho nila, that's an active threat, that's an issue of national security. So definitely na-disturb ho yung ating
How?
well, nag-alala ho ang nasa gobyerno. Kami ho, per se, yung sabi ko kanina,
Nag-alala kayo, nag-alala yung taong bayan. Kasi iba yung nag-aalala kayo nasa gobyerno, kayo nag-imbisiga, versus nag-aalala yung nakarinig at yung mga at that time ay nagsusubaybay dun sa mga
Yes po.
sinasabi ng BP.
nag-alala po ang taong bayan, definitely.
How?
Well, marami ho kaming nakita sa news, sa comments ng social media.
Comments. So that means you factored in yung comments and reactions sa social media doon sa ginawa niyong press conference, doon sa mga utterances niya, kung ano yung reaksyon ng mga netizens na nakapanood.
Yes po, Your Honor.
At ano naman yung mga sinabi doon?
Well, yung yung iba nagwo-worry ano na ba yung mangyayari sa bansa natin, bakit magulo yung mga nasa taas. Yung iba nagsasabi ano ba ito, saan ba ito patungo.
So hindi pa rin seditious yun. Nag-worry lang sila saan patungo. Ang seditious is, tama ka dyan, BP Sara, go tayo, gawin natin yan, nasa likod nyo kami. Yun yung sedition.
Meron nung gano'n na comment din po, Your Honor.
Meron.
Meron po. In fact,
Ano yung comment na yun? Kung meron.
Yung supporter po ng
Ano ang sinabi?
na yun nga, yung sa people power, yung sa nasa likod mo kami, kung ano yung
Nasa likod mo kami, people power. Nabanggit yun sa comment section.
Right.
Sa ano, Your
Right.
Honor, during interview with the Vice President,
Wah,
doon sa November 23, 2020.
So meaning, binase mo, isa dun sa mga reasons kung bakit ka nagpa ng kasong sedition, BP Sara base sa kanyang utterances, dahil finactor in mo yung mga comments ng mga nakapanood.
Yes, sir.
Yung sinasabi mong supporters.
Opo, yes, sir.
Okay, kasi pag sinabi ng mga nagko-comments, nag-worry kami, I don't think nandun yung elements of sedition. Maliban na pag sinabi na nasa likod mo kami, let's do it, go, go, go.
Well, Your Honor,
Gagawin namin kung anong gusto mong gawin, things to that effect.
opo.
Was there? Were there
meron na kami
comments like those?
Meron na kami nakita sa mga Facebook comments, although hindi siya nasama,
Na?
hindi siya nasama dito sa investigation.
At ano nga ulit? Anong mawa?
Yung mga Facebook comments, Your Honor, na nagsasabi, lusubin na natin ang Malacanang, tapos may ganun na sign.
Lusubin na natin ang Malacanang.
Yun yung comments sa Facebook, yung mga nagko-comment.
At meron kang ebidensya tungkol dyan. Hindi mo to katag-isip lang.
Kung babalikan ko po, yun nga po ang sabi ko during those times, siyempre nagbabrowse kami, nga lamang hindi namin naisama sa authentication.
No further question. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo. The Senate President is recognized. He has 2 minutes as well.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. On the same topic on inciting to sedition, Attorney Lotok, meron ba kayong nakausap na mga tao na naniwala doon sa sinasabi ni Vice President Sara on inciting to sedition? Nakita ko kasi doon sa grave threats, marami kayo in the interview. Pero in this particular case, meron ba kayong at least man lang nakausap ng mga tao, inimbestiga further kung talagang merong epekto yung kanyang mga sinabi?
So far as the Cybercrime Division is concerned, Your Honor, hindi kami nakapag-focus dyan. Siguro ang pwede makasagot niyan, Your Honor, yung intelligence service po namin dyan sa issue po na yan. Hindi kami nakapag-focus dyan to conduct investigation on
isa
people's
para sa akin
comments.
kasi sa kabilang banda pwede ka magsalita pero sa kabilang banda may naniniwala ba sa'yo? So ang gusto kong malaman kung meron kayong nakausap na mga grupo o mga anyone o naimbestigahan nyo naniniwala talaga doon sa kanyang pinagsasabi.
I think ang makakasagot po niyan yung the intelligence service, yung director po namin, sir.
Okay.
Sa kanya po yung pool ng information ng.
And then I believe na doon sa mga sinabi niya, nangyari rin ito doon sa 2-hour video, tama po ba?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Pinatawag niyo rin itong may mga pinatawag kayong media personalities. Tinanong niyo ba sa kanila kung meron sa kanilang naniwala na itong mga sinabi ni Vice President ay inciting to sedition? Dapat naniwala ba sila na yung mga sinabi ni Vice President during the 2-hour video ay pinag-aalsa yung mga nandoon o naniniwala sila na yun ang tema ng kanyang sinabi?
Not specifically na inciting to sedition. Ang mga comment nila doon is na-shock sila. May comment sila doon na nasa real battle mode na siya. May comment siya doon na totoo na to, seryoso na yung galit niya. Yun ho yung mga.
Galit naman talaga siya pero inciting to sedition ni mag-alsa. Pero
wala pong ganung comment during the Q&A portion, Your Honor.
And just to on a related question, Mr. Presiding Officer, inciting to sedition is serious risks. At kailangan din ito ng atensyon ng mga intelligence agencies natin. Meron ba kayong coordination with our iba't ibang intelligence agencies tulad ng National Security Council, ng PNP, ng NBI, not NBI, but ng ibang mga security intelligence agencies natin? Nag-coordinate ba ang NBI sa kanila? Kayo mismo nag-coordinate ba?
Ang nag-uusap po dyan, Your Honor, is kasi intelligence matter yan. Ang nag-uusap po yan between intelligence service ng NBI, intelligence units ng AFP, intelligence department ng PNP. So nasa level po nila yon, sir.
Katulad ng grave threats pagkukontrata, inciting to sedition, seryoso rito eh. Gusto ko malaman kung merong effort ang ginawa ang NBI para makipag-coordinate sa AFP, no? Sa PNP dahil ito pinag-uusapan natin pag-aalsa o hinihimok mo mag-umalsa. No, meron bang ganun na mga coordination na ginawa ang inyong opisina o ang NBI?
Ang alam ko meron yan, pero nasa level na po yan, sir, ng intelligence service namin, Your Honor.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Noted, entered into the records. We thank the distinguished Senate President. What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Ligarda?
Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer, just a few questions.
The lady has 2 minutes,
Yes.
ma'am. You may
Thank
proceed
you.
when you're ready.
This just to provide clarity for this representation and just a few questions to Attorney Lotok.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Attorney Lotok, sa paragraph 53 ng Affidavit of Investigation na iyong pinirmahan, sabi niyo po na the Vice President's statements were brought about or motivated by unpleasant circumstances occurring before November 23, 2024 press conference.
I believe, nabasa ko po yan.
Yes.
Your Honor.
Kasama ba ho dito yung pahayag ng Vice Presidente noong Oktubre 18, 2024?
Yes,
Is that
yes, Your
part
Honor.
of your affidavit?
Opo, Your Honor.
Yes. Bago naman po magsimula ang press conference noong November 23, mayroon mga pangyayaring kasama ang Chief of Staff, si Attorney Zulaika Lopez, na may kinalaman sa mga na-cite in contempt, sa camera, detention,
Opo.
medical emergency, at mga planong paglilipat
Yes, Your Honor.
hindi pa po ako tapos.
Sorry po.
Ng piitan sa Correctional Institute for Women sa Mandaluyong. Tama po ba na mga pangyayaring ito ay naganap ilang oras bago yung sinigawang press conference na pinakita ilang beses sa video?
Yes, Your Honor. Kasama po yan sa
Yes.
investigation namin.
Kahapon po, sinabi po ng testigo, kayo po, na kinonsider ng NBI yung so-called bigger picture. I think those were the words that you used. Sabi niyo pa, you put all the pieces of the puzzle together in your own words.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nasag manok ding!
Para malinaw lamang sa impeachment court,
Pagkasal
trying
manok
to
ding, yan manok
absorb
ding!
everything, saan po yatang bahagi ng affidavit of investigation nakasaad yung mga factual findings ng NBI tungkol sa mga pangyayaring November 22 and 23 bago yung press conference? I was perusing the affidavit of the investigation and I could not find the detailed circumstances leading to November 23 where admittedly there was emotions like an emotional hyperbole or an outburst, but the events leading to the press conference. Saan po yun sa inyong affidavit?
I think, Your Honor, nasa affidavit at transcription po yan. Transcribe po yan as
I read it
attachment.
a few times. I could not see the detailed events leading to that, having mentioned the medical emergency, the transfers to the Correctional Institute for Women, and so that the person who will read the affidavit will have a accurate, factual, and complete appreciation of the events leading to the press conference. Perhaps your view, having been the person who filed the complaint, may have a different perhaps appreciation from my view because I find it somewhat incomplete, and that is just my comment on this because you clearly said you put all the pieces together. And during that time, alam ba ninyo na habang sinasagawa ng NBI ang investigasyong ito, may nakabinbin na direct assault resistance and disobedience to authority at grave coercion laban sa Vice Presidente, kaugnay yung insidente nangyari sa ospital, sa Veterans Medical Center.
Narinig ko lang po, Your Honor. pero
Yes,
hindi
you
ko po aware
heard
sa
about
facts.
that, yes. And was there an investigation that was done regarding that incident?
I think ang focus po namin, Your Honor, is yung violation ng grave threats by the Vice President and inciting to sedition. Now, pagdating ho doon sa nangyari sa Vice Presidente, yun nga sabi ko, hindi ako aware sa kabuuan ng facts na yon. Baka yung ibang agency nag-imbestiga po doon, hindi ako aware, Your Honor, doon sa circumstance na yon.
And so, would the answer, Attorney Lotok, be a no? Were these taken into consideration in the investigation?
Again, Your Honor,
Or would this be a yes, meaning it is contained in the affidavit, which I'm trying to look for as well?
Nasa affidavit of transcription po yung nangyaring usapan during that time. Nag-execute ho ng affidavit of transcription ng agent on case, Your Honor.
Actually, ilang beses ko po binasa yung affidavit, and what I see is there was a focus on the October 18. But on all the events on November 22 and 23, the detailed events leading to the emotional outburst did not seem complete. And that's what I'm trying to elicit from Attorney Loto, our witness, because when we say that we had considered the bigger picture and all the facts and circumstances leading to the cases of great threat and inciting to sedition that were recommended, we want to understand the whole process and the factual context in which it happened. Because if you are to take snapshots of events and focus on October 18 and the press conference, it can shock any person. However, if you see as well the events leading to the emotions and the detention of the Chief of Staff and the Vice President herself, iba pa yung kasong ito, iba pa yung nadetina, iba pa yung sinampang kaso at pinagsarahan ng pinto ng ambulansya, kaya nagkaroon ng kasong ganon. I tried to read the affidavit a few times and could not find such a comprehensive enumeration of facts by the NBI, and that's why, thus, this query.
Pwede na po, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
Meron hong affidavit of transcription kung anong nangyari, and then nag-submit po kami ng authenticated na video para ho makita ng mga senator judges natin kung what happened during those dates for appreciation po ninyo. So makikita ho rito kung ano yung nag-took place during the November 23, 2024 online press conference. But then again, as I've said, at in-explain ko na rin ito kahapon, Your Honor, if I may, kinonsider namin yung situation ni Attorney Sulaika Lopez. Nakita namin yung complaint niya, yung reklamo niya, yung health condition na sinasabi niya. Sinama din po namin yon na ano ba yung nangyari. Taking all the situations or the facts and circumstances attendant to that event, hindi ho na-alter yung the fact na nag-utter ang Vice President ng grave threats against the three. Despite of the fact na merong emotional situation na gano'n, hindi rin ho na-alter na merong violation na ginawa yung Vice President during that online press conference. And as a matter of fact, even before that emotional situation, maliwanag ho doon sa utterances, even before that emotional situation, sinasabi ho doon sa utterances, meron na akong kinausap. So nag-trigger na ho yun, ma'am. Meron na akong kinausap na isang tao na papatay sa presidente, sa first lady, at doon po sa Speaker of the House. So, kahit sinama po namin siya to consider everything, again, Your Honor, hindi ho na bago yung utterances na ginawa ng Vice President. Hindi rin ho na bago na yung instruction niya is relentless in killing the tree.
Yes. Attorney Lotok, what I've been trying to ask is not just the utterances which we've watched several times, but all the events leading to the utterances, and that is what I want. I understand what you're saying, that there were attachments or transcription, but the transcription would not be considered an assessment or an investigation. These were perhaps attached as transcription. And you earlier said that the threats are circumstantial. So the and that is the reason why I was looking for that in the affidavit of the investigation. In short, para pong nakulangan ako, pero kung sinabi nyong inattach nyo yung transcript, so be it. But then, if you will read the 50 plus pages again of your investigation, it seemed to me, at least at this point, that snapshots were taken focusing on the October 18 and the utterances, but there seemed to be events leading to it that may have not been included.
With
But I will
indulgence of Senator
leave it
Judge
at that.
Legarda,
Yes.
kindly wind up, ma'am.
Yes. So the last question, thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Na-interview rin niyo po ang mga miyembro ng media and you asked them factual information. Did you also ask them about the emotional state ng mga kalahok sa media, yung mga pangyayaring naganap bago ginawa yung mga naturang pahayag? In short, not just the factual statement, but the atmosphere, the events leading to that Zoom press conference that led to the perceived or alleged utterances.
Wala po yan sa minutes of meeting, sa Q&A, wala po yan, Your Honor.
Should you not have asked the members of media and the others who were part of that so that you would have, in your own words, sir, the complete picture, so that everything is taken into consideration on why such a highly placed person would give such utterances, because such conditions existed that just might have elicited it, but you did not do that investigation or at least conversations with the members of media. I leave it at that. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Senator Judge Legarda. Senator Judge Pangilinan, you are recognized, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
And you may proceed when you're ready.
A few questions on inciting to sedition.
Yes, Your Honor.
For the witness, kasi pinapaliwanag mo yung sinasagot mo yung tanong ni Senate President Win kanina, no? Nasa NBI ka na Cybercrime Division since 2018.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, naalala mo ba yung kaso ni Ronel Mas? Yung taga Zambales na nagkaroon ng Facebook post?
Yes, sir. Naalala ko po, pero hindi ko kami may hawak ng case na yan.
Pero kung maalala mo, dahil division ninyo ang nagsampa ng kasong inciting to sedition. No? Tama ba?
I-check ko yung record. Hindi po yata ako may hawak.
Dahil, well, to refresh your memory, nag-post siya sa social media offering 50 million to anyone who would kill former President Duterte. At that time, he was
Yes, sir.
So,
That's the news.
you remember that?
Yes, sir. That's the news.
Oh. Tapos, inaresto siya. Sabi niya, I will give 50 million reward kung sino makapatay sa dating presidente. So, nakita ng inyong division na ito ay inciting to sedition. Tama?
Yes, sir.
And therefore, sinampahan siya ng anti-cybercrime law.
Opo, sir.
Meron ding isang kaso, 14 May 2020. Dito naman sa Osamis. Pero palagay ko police investigation ito, no? Pero say, Cybercrime Prevention Act, inciting to sedition, ginamit ang Facebook account, Joe Mark Medina, and posted that he would give 150 million to anyone who would kill then President Duterte. So ito rin, naging kaso ng anti-cybercrime law.
Balitaan din po namin.
Okay. So, dito sa dalawang ito, in other words, to explain inciting to sedition, ang ganitong mga remarks have the tendency precisely to if not attack the government, put it in mobilize individuals or people to go against government, tama?
Yes, sir.
So that is what you found in the earlier, in the later case of inciting to sedition that you have recommended for PI
Opo, sir.
kay
Yes, sir.
Vice President.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, yung isa sa mga heated arguments namin during that time nung ina-analyze namin yung case, nagtanong kami sa sarili namin, if we allow this unaddressed, yung pagganyan, nagbabanta sa buhay ng presidente, pag hinayaan lang natin at yan yung maging norms na ng ating society, kahit sino na lang po pwedeng gawin yon. At alam ho natin magkakagulo ho pag ganon at walang ang regulation at pag di ho in-strict yan, sasabihin ho ng mga tao, okay naman pala kahit...
Lalo na ngayon dahil sa social media, no? Malaking impluensya. Pag nakikitang nangyayari ito at hindi natutugunan,
Opo, sir.
sabi niyo may problema. Thank you, thank you. No more. No.
Thank you po, Your Honor.
What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Villanueva?
Yes, Mr. Presiding Officer, just one question, quick question on this particular topic on inciting to sedition, if I may.
The gentleman may proceed.
Yes, again, let me ask the witness just to clarify the factual basis for the National Bureau of Investigation's possible inciting to sedition. No? We recognize, Mr. Witness, yung strong criticism of the President may fall within the realm of what we call protected political speech. And it's really a balance, and somehow yun yung nagpapa-confuse paminsan. Kailan nagpo-fall into grave threats, kailan nagpo-fall into inciting to sedition. Pero bilang investigador, ano po yung nakikita ninyo na mga o sa mga pahayag at sa surrounding circumstances na naging basihan po ng NBI para tignan ito bilang posibleng inciting to sedition at hindi lamang ito pumapasok doon sa tinatawag na political criticism?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, una, kinonsider namin sino yung utterer. So, una, yung utterer, the Vice President, the second highest official of the land. Then, pangalawa, kinonsider namin ano ba yung mga in-utter ng Vice President. And then, pangatlo, ano ba yung surrounding circumstances na like naging reaksyon nung recipient nung utterances o threats. Nakita ho namin na kung pwede palang gawin ito ng isa sa pinakamataas na posisyon ng Pilipinas at hindi natin ito i-address, hindi natin i-regulate, pwede na rin po pala itong gawin ng kahit na sino. Remember, Your Honor, Vice President is kinukonsider ho natin na model bilang public official. So tinitingnan po natin siya kung ano yung actuation siya sa public, kung ano yung pakikipagrelasyon niya sa ibang public official. So again, Your Honor, nung makita ho namin yan, may effect po sa mga tao. Kung ang Vice President kayang gawin yan at wala namang nangyari, gawin na rin natin yung iba. Yung ini-explain ko nga kahapon, may pattern, may consistent siya, and the fact na bold yung mga statement, pupugutan ng ulo, this country will go to hell because the person na nakopo is hindi marunong maging presidente. Yung mga factor ho yun, finactor in namin. Pag nakita ito ng taong bayan at walang kilos na ginawa yung gobyerno, parang domino effect po yan Pwede na. So, sunod-sunod na. Alam naman po natin ang nangyayari sa social media. So, nakita namin na dangerous to, alarming siya. So, definitely, nung nag-imbestiga ang NBI at nakalap niya lahat ng kinakailangang ebidensya, yung findings po namin, kasama po doon yung inciting to sedition.
Is it safe to say na yung pinaka-core nito is that when it falls under that category na it somehow steers public uprising?
Definitely, based on our investigation.
Yun
yes,
po yung
sir.
core, would
Yes,
you say?
sir.
And do you use the same methodology as you use doon sa grave test? For example, yung 4 stages na binanggit po ninyo, identification, collection, analysis, legal evaluation, yung elements na binanggit nyo yesterday, yung factors considered, delivery, literal meaning, nature, relationship to the parties, blah, blah, blah. Ito ba?
Yes, sir.
Same?
Opo,
Same.
kasama po yan sa analysis namin. Ano yung epekto nito sa publiko pag ito yung naging norms na natin.
So
at
this is
hindi natin.
the same na ginamit po ninyo?
Yes, sir.
And last but not the least, Your Honor, Mr. Witness, for purposes of investigating itong inciting to sedition, may we clarify, because it was, I don't know if Senator Bongo made mention about this. To clarify lang, is it necessary that someone, itong inciting to sedition, is it necessary that someone was actually incited para mag-fall dito?
Well, ang basis po namin, yung people versus Nabong, if I'm not mistaken, in order to be seditious, yung speeches, it is not necessary na mayroong actual sedition. The law also penalizes or punishes those statements na mag-i-encourage to overthrow the government or to steer the people against the government or to disturb the peace of the community or to undermine public safety and public order.
Thank you
Yun ang
for
naging
the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr.
Senator Judge Ejercito, thereafter Senator Judge Villar, Mark. What is your pleasure, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Presiding. For just one question.
You may proceed, sir.
Nabanggit po kanina yung yung admission against interest. Maaari po ba niyong ipaliwanag para mas maintindihan po ng nakarami? At why did you rely on this if ever ito pong admission against interest?
Yes, Your Honor. Maalala po natin yung November 2023, yung utterances niya na that she had already contracted a person to kill the President, First Lady, and the former Speaker, and that she instructed to be relentless. Itong utterance na to, instead na i-deny niya, which is definitely it should be denied kasi that's against her interest, instead na i-deny niya po yun, nung November 26, the video, nung tinanong siya openly and in public, kung sinabi niya yon, nire-reiterate pa po niya, Your Honor. In fact, inadmit po niya na oo nga, may kinausap akong tao tungkol dyan. And in fact, sabi niya, may krimen ba? Ano ang nakikitang krimen doon sa may kinausap akong tao na pag namatay ako, patayin mo si BBM, patayin mo si Speaker, patayin mo si Lisa Marcos.
Was this, ito pong sinasabi niyong admission against interest, was this considered in your investigation?
Yes, Your Honor. Kasama po yun. Yun nga yung naging basis namin na aside doon sa utterances niya na no joke, kasi mukhang hindi yung no joke, sufficient na ba na talagang seryoso siya? Nung makita ko namin yung video, na ni-reiterate pa niya at nag-admit siya, we concluded na seryoso ang Vice Presidente nung in-utter niya yun.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you,
Thank you
Senator
po, Your
Judge
Honor.
Ejercito. Senator Judge Mark Villar, you have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Just a brief question for the witness. You mentioned,
Opo, Your Honor.
thank you. You mentioned earlier that there are many factors that come into play when you decide whether or not to file charges regarding grave threats.
Opo, yes,
There are
Your
many factors in how you decide what constitutes a grave threat.
Yes, Your
And I
Honor.
wanted to know, what weight do you give those factors? Are there certain aspects of a grave threat that you put more importance on? Whether it's the type of threat or who the threat is made to? What does, in the end, does the NBI give more weight to a certain element
Yes, Your Honor. It's a convolution of these factors na kinonsider namin. Una, yung delivery or manner in which the utterances were spoken, which is sabi ko nga, nasa atmosphere na kung saan furious and fumingly mad yung Vice President nung sinabi niya yon. And then, aside from delivery and manner, kinonsider namin yung literal meaning ng statement, which is, on its face, makikita natin na even before the press conference was held on November 23, 2024, in fact, even before the questions was thrown by Francis Maui to the Vice President, the Vice President had already contracted.
But is there a, what do you give the most weight to? I'm aware that you have different factors that come into play. Is there a specific, because binanggit nyo po yung, halimbawa, meron kayong 2 tests for grave threat. Binanggit nyo po kahapon. I just wanted to know what is the basis for, or if there is a hierarchy in the level that in all these elements, if there is a hierarchy, what the elements are, but is there a hierarchy in those whether or not when you decide on whether or not to file charges of grave threats?
Your Honor, it's a combination ng lahat po na factor po
So nothing is given more weight than not one in your past experiences. You've never there's no everything is equal. All these factors that you've mentioned.
Well, in this case, yung literal meaning, at the same time yung nature ng instruction.
Is it more of the type of the actual threat, if it's a death threat or if it's a halimbawa, kung sasabihin niya, whether it's a threat of, is the gravity of the threat a factor or is it who the threat is made to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Something that triggers your investigation more. I mean, what is there a factor that you place more weight to, or that you place more weight to, when deciding whether or not to file these charges?
Yung status ho ng nagsasabi nun.
When you made the decision, I was curious as to what factors did you put the most weight to?
Yung nature of the instruction as well as yung the fact na may kinausap na siya bago pa man siya tanungin. Yun po yung dalawa na yun, sir.
And these are defined, but are these defined in any legal, or this is just purely the discretion of the NBI, or is there a particular definition in the law that would create a hierarchy of?
I would say it satisfies the elements of grave threats, Your Honor.
Okay, but it's not necessarily defined in the law. A lot of it is open to interpretation of the NBI.
Yes, Your Honor. Based on facts, nakita ho namin na papasok ba yung elementong ganito, elementong ganyan, elementong ganon. Nung nagkaroon ho kami ng findings, nirefero namin si DOJ. DOJ, sir, ito ang findings namin, ano po masasabi nyo? Then nag-issue ho ng certification ng DOJ at ang sabi ng DOJ, certified, all of the elements required for the crime charged is complete. So pwede na tayo mag-proceed sa preliminary investigation.
Yeah, thank you. Importante po kasi na ma-define po natin kung ano po yung grave threat, kung ano po yung... And I just want to know what latitude does the NBI have in deciding whether or not to file a charge of grave threat.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, sir.
Opo, thank you, Your
Thank
Honor.
you, Senator Judge Mark Villar. Counsel for the respondent.
Just have last few questions, Your Honor.
Apologies. Senator Judge Irwin Tulfo. You may proceed when you're ready, sir. You have no more than 2 minutes.
Thank you. Just one quick question to our witness. Inciting to sedition po yung kinaso ninyo.
Opo, Your
Tama.
Honor.
Pero hindi ba nagbo-border ito yung inciting to sedition to propaganda? Kasi po ayon po sa diksyonaryo, propaganda is a form of communication that aims to shape the people's belief, action, or behavior. Na you say something para udyukan yung tao, para magalit. So, nagbo-border ito between propaganda and inciting to sedition. What made you say that this is inciting to sedition yung pinagsasabi ni Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte?
Again, Your Honor, we consider the elements ng inciting to sedition, one of which is yung whether the speeches disturbs the community, and then in-explain ko na po kanina yung mga comments At the same time, yung responses ng recipients, gaya ng several government agencies and the President himself, as well as the Speaker of the House. And then, Your Honor, whether it would undermine public safety and public order, which is malinaw ho dun sa comments at reaksyon ng ating government agencies like the PNP, like the National Security Council, at ganun din po yung Presidential Communications Office. So, pinapakita ho nila doon na alarming yung situation, it's an active threat, at the same time, it's a matter of national security, at hindi ho ito dapat palampasin. In fact, may classification pa nga yung ibang agency natin na yung kinausap is assassin. Both the PNP and the PCO, sir. So, sila ho, nakalampag ho sila, itong mga government agency na to doon sa utterances na ginawa ng Vice Presidente. So, aside from that fact, nakita ho rin namin yung comments from social media platforms na meron ho talagang nabubuong magiging kaguluhan. Although, sabi ko nga po kanina, yung comments sa mga Facebook at social media platforms, hindi na ho namin nakasama sa affidavit of investigation po namin, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Witness.
Thank you, Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo. Counsel for the respondent, for the continuation of your cross. I heard you say
Last few questions, Your Honor.
after the cross, before redirect, we shall pause for a 15-minute break. Counsel for the respondent may proceed.
Attorney Lotok, does a Filipino citizen have the right to express dissatisfaction with our government?
Definitely, sir.
This is part of freedom of speech, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as long as we do not commit an act to overthrow the government, this is allowed, correct?
It depends, sir, kung magpo-fall siya sa inciting to sedition,
Okay.
sir.
But in that press con, did VP Sara directly urge the public to overthrow the government?
There was no such kind of a statement, but there was a sort of tendency because of those utterances.
All right, she merely voiced out her personal opinion during the press con, correct? Opinions during the press con.
I cannot answer to that, Your Honor. Based doon sa nakalap namin kung ano hong nandito.
Very quick. Liligaw ako eh. Because I think that even some members of the public that are watching nililigaw doon sa discussion of grave threat and inciting to sedition. Di ba sa regular courts naka-charge yun, Mr. Witness?
Sir, wala pa hong, as far as I know, as far as the NBI Cybercrime Division is concerned, wala pa hong sa court, Your Honor. Nasa preliminary investigation pa lang ho yung case natin.
So pero sa regular courts pinafile, di ba?
Yes po, apo.
Ang nakafile dito sa impeachment court, betrayal of public trust, di ba?
Opo, Your Honor.
At saka other high crimes.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Hindi grave threat at saka inciting to sedition, di ba?
I think yung Article 4 yata may nakalagay doon, Your Honor, na
Pero hindi yun ang main charge, di ba?
yes, Your Honor.
Betrayal of public trust.
Opo.
Sige, kasi naliligaw ako eh.
Thank you po, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Judge Soto. Senator Judge Pangilinan.
Yes, very quickly lang dahil napag-usapan ito since nag-umpisa tayo ng hearing. Yung authenticated video ba AI?
No, sir.
Ito ba fabricated?
No, sir. It's
Ito
not.
ba spliced?
Hindi po, sir.
So in other words, yung video ay accurate
Yes, sir.
and representation of what happened.
Authenticated.
Kasi
Yes, sir.
dalawang linggo na nating dinedebate kung i-admit ba o hindi, o etc. etc. Hindi naman din sinasabi ng prosecution na altered or spliced or yung defense, altered or spliced. Tama?
Yes, sir. Obviously,
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
well, obvious. One of the ways to identify whether AI siya o hindi, isa ho doon yung tinatawag naming visual analysis. Number one, yung human anatomy anomalies. So pag yung merong asymmetrical facial feature, pag merong unnatural positioning of hands,
pag merong tinatawag...
Nagiging 6 o 7 yung daliri, ganun.
Opo, Your Honor. And then, kinukonsider din ho namin yung tinatawag naming temporal artifacts doon sa visual analysis. Meaning, kung sa one frame, ito ang condition, then pag tinuloy-tuloy mo nang i-play, minsan mawawala yung buhok, mawawala yung relo. So wala hong ganon na mga circumstances na
So for the record, lahat ng mga video na pinakita natin dito sa impeachment court, na pinakita ng defense at ng prosecution, lahat yon authentic.
Yes,
for
Your
the
Honor.
record, no?
Yes, Your
Whether
Honor.
the witness or at least both. Okay. Just to put it also on record na dito sa mga sinulat, kasi nung nag-imbestiga kayo, sumagot yung lawyer, di ba? Ni Vice President Sara. Itong dated saan ba yun? Annex I, sorry. No, Annex J. Yung Annex J, sinasabi, sumagot yung Vice President, yung abogado ng Vice President, no, na our client vehemently denies Annex K having made any threat constituting grave threats under Article 282 of the revised penal code in relation to so forth and so on. Since your office acknowledges, kayo yun, ano? That it has access to publicly available materials on the internet, diba? We are confident that the content will and context of the entire press conference subject matter of your investigation will bear this out.
Yes po.
So my question is, ito ba yung ginamit ninyong video? Yung sinasabi nilang it has access, since your office has access to publicly available material?
I believe so, Your Honor. In fact, yung video na yan is existing up to May
Yes.
2025.
Okay, so in other words, kahit ang Vice President's office referred to the video in your possession as part of yung kanyang clarification and defense na hindi grave threats ang nangyari.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. No other question for this time.
Thank you. Chair declares. You want to do that now, Senator Judge Padilla? Yes, Senator Judge Padilla would like to interject before we go on a break. You may proceed, sir.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong tagapamahala ng hukom at sa ating Ginoong Pangulo. Maaari po ba makapagtanong sa ating mahal na saksi?
Opo, Your Honor. Maaari po.
Ang una ko pong katanungan sana ay taga saan po kayo? Na lugar, na probinsya?
Tacloban, sir.
Tacloban.
Tacloban City, sir.
Kayo po ngayon ay Regional Director ng NBI sa BARM.
Yes, sir.
Opo. Yun po ba ay isang promosyon para sa inyo na madala sa BARM? Dahil totoo po ba na kayo ang tinatawag na Golden Boy ngayon sa NBI?
I cannot comment on that po, Your Honor.
Kasi po ang
nasa BARM po ako, wala ho ako ngayon sa main office, sir.
promotion po ba yun? Yung napunta kayo sa BARM? Balita ko po kasi ilang beses na kayo na-promote sa NBI. 12 years na po kayo, no? Sa NBI.
Yes, sir.
Opo, ilang beses na po kayo na-promote?
Since na pumasok ko ako sa NBI,
Opo.
from investigation 1, 2, 3, noong 2015, 2016. Well, nung mula ako nung pumasok ako sa academy, from investigation 1 hanggang ngayon sa regional director, sir.
Ilang beses po yan? Sa isang taon po,
Sa isang taon? Anong taon po, sir, ang tinutukoy nyo?
Bago po kayo napunta sa BARM.
Bago ako napunta sa BARM, regional director po ako ng Mimaropa.
Mimaropa.
Region 4B, sir.
Opo. Kayo po ba ang pumili sa BARM?
Hindi po, sir. In the exigency of service, doon po kami nilalagay kung ano ang tingin ng direktor na makakatulong kami sa bureau.
Bakit po kaya naisip ng direktor na sa BARM po kayo? Kayo po ba ay may kaalaman sa Islam?
Hindi ko po alam kung ano ang naging basis ng direktor, pero...
Kayo po mismo. Ang BARM po kasi is Muslim Mindanao.
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo. Meron po kayong kaalaman sa Islam?
Babay ka.
In terms of What do you mean kaalaman, sir? Yung...
Sa religion po ng Islam, kasi Muslim Mindanao. So, ibig sabihin, so kahit basic po siguro ng Islam, no?
Yes, sir. Kahit naman kung sino pwedeng i-assign kahit saang regional office dito sa Pilipinas.
Di ba po parang autonomy ang autonomous region ng Muslim Mindanao. So, kailangan naman siguro kahit paano meron kayong kaalaman sa Islam.
Konti siguro, sir.
Ano po yung konti na yan?
Well, isa po akong Kristiyano at hindi ko ho malalaman yung kabuuan.
Siguro po dapat meron kayong basic din na knowledge ng Islam. Ano? So, pangalawang tanong po, okay na po yun. Ang pangalawang tanong po, meron po ba kayong, sa tagal nyo po, sa NBI, 12 years, meron po ba kayong na-encounter na kaso ninyo sa NBI? Kayo po mismo na-filean ng kaso?
Your Honor, normal ho sa mga NBI agents na makakasuhan. In fact, maging sa sinumang law enforcement agency. That's the price we pay for doing our job and for protecting the country. As a matter of fact, in the NBI, Your Honor, we avoid the noise. We just finish the job.
So, ano po yan? Yes? Yes po yan? Yung sagot nyo? Yes?
Normal po yan yun sa amin.
So, yes po?
Attorney Luto, kindly answer the question.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. Ano pong, pwede po bang malaman kung ano pong mga naikaso sa inyo?
Well, wala ho pa akong natanggap na official case galing sa ombudsman, pero may nakita na ho akong complaint na binigay sa akin from NBI. Hindi ko na umaalala yung sa case na yan. Pero nung chinek po namin yung case na yan, Your Honor, sabi ko doon sa mga kasama ko, tingnan nyo nga yung validity at authenticity ng case na to. Pinuntahan ho namin yung nagnotaryo, at yung Makati Court yun. Yung Makati Court, nag-issue ho ng certification na fake yung notary. Diyan sa reklamo na yan. So sabi ko, huwag nyo nang pansinin, marami tayong trabaho. Kung fake yung notaryo na yan, mere scrap of paper yan. Huwag na nating pansinin. Although, nag-aantay po ako, Your Honor, na mag-notify sa akin ng OMB kasi sasagutin po namin na eto ho ang nakalap namin. May dalawang Chinese na nagreklamo. Chinek ho namin doon sa BI, yung dalawang Chinese na yan, I think, 9 months nang overstay at pinag-ahanap din ng...
Ano pong kaso po
Bureau of
yung
Immigration.
itinatong sa inyo? Anong kaso?
Hindi ko maalala, Your Honor. Meron ho, may mga kaso doon na nakalagay. Pero again,
wala po kayong isa kahit maalala na ipinatong sa inyo?
If I'm not mistaken, arbitrary detention, may ganun ba? May unlawful arrest. Wala ho sa akin ng record kasi nga, sabi ko nga, nung makita namin na fake yung notary, hindi na ho namin binigyan ng pansin, Your Honor.
Kasi napakakapal po nitong hawak ko.
Wala akong problema, Your Honor. Sasagutin po namin yan.
Opo.
Sasagutin ko
Hindi
po
niyo pa
yan.
po nasagot magmula noong February 29.
Kasi wala pa hong official notice galing sa kung ano ngayon siya.
Nakarating po sa inyo, wala pa.
Wala pa ho. Ang nakuha ko lang, yung kopya niyan, siguro may nagpadala sa akin. Sabi ko, teka muna, wala akong official na nare-receive from OMB. So, nung chinek ho namin, kung nag-i-exist ba yung kaso, fake yung notary, ito na namin.
So, ibig niyo pong sabihin hanggang ngayon, hindi kayo sigurado kung nag-i-exist to?
Dapat may notice na ako from ombudsman.
Di ba po dapat ang reaksyon ng isang tao kapag may kaso, harapin?
Precisely, Your Honor. Hinihintay ko nga po yung notice from ombudsman na pag meron akong notice...
Wala po kayong notice hanggang ngayon?
Wala pa po, Your Honor. Yun nga ang inaantay ko kasi sasagutin namin kasi meron po kaming certification na fake yung notary. Inaantay ko po, Your Honor.
Mas maganda po, maharap nyo kagad.
Definitely, hindi ko namin
na po,
tatakbuhan yan, sir.
Kasi napakahalaga po ngayon nito.
Yes, sir.
Oo, ito po ay ang pinag-uusapan natin dito ay napakahalaga.
Yes, sir.
Opo, at ito pong mga kasong ipinatong sa inyo, perjury, robbery, extortion, theft. Mainam po ito
As I've said, Your Honor, in the NBI, we avoid the noise. We just finish the job, sir.
Opo. Meron po akong tanong. Pangatlo. Opo. Kanina po na ang ganda ng talakayan nyo tungkol sa Romanov.
Yes, sir.
Opo. Alam niyo po ba yung istorya ng Romanov? At ang gaganda po ng mga sagutan ninyo Alam niyo po ba yung historical background ng Romanov?
Ang alam ko lang po dyan, Your Honor, yun yung nangyari sa, I think, Tsar, kung hindi ako nagkakamali sa Russia.
Sa Russia? Opo. Sino po ba yung nakakalaban ng Tsar?
Again, hindi ko po maalala, hindi ko po nakita yung
Yun. Kasi napakahalaga po malaman ng taong bayan kung sino po ang tinatawag natin na Romanov at sino yung nakalaban nila. Kasi po, katabi ko ang isa sa Marcos family.
Yes, sir.
Alam naman po natin lahat, batid natin lahat, na si Apo Lakay, Ferdinand Marcos Sr., ang number 1 na lumaban sa komunista dito sa Pilipinas. Batid naman din po natin na ang nag-execute sa Tsar kay Nikolai at sa kanyang mga anak, sa kanyang pamilya, ay ang komunista. Alam mo po ba niyo?
Yes, sir.
Opo. Ngayon, sino po ba ang pangalawang pangulo na lumaban sa komunista?
Sino po, sir?
Ay di si Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Hindi ba po dapat isipin natin yung Romanov ay tungkol sa threat na pumapasok sa mga pamilya na mga namumuno dito sa ating bayan na lumalaban sa komunista. Komunista po ako Gusto ko lamang pong alamin ninyo.
Yes, sir. But well, insofar as the investigation on the issue of whether or not may Romanov or operation of Romanov, ang sabi ko po kanina, nasa intelligence service po namin yan. At I think ang makakasagot po niyan, Your Honor, yung director po namin.
Opo, kasi nabanggit nyo kanina sa usapan po ninyo, si Baste.
Yun po yung...
Sinasabi nyo po kasi kanina, sa usapan po ninyo, sa napakagandang usapan, na yung Romanov, hindi na ipapaliwanag kasi kung ano ba yung ugat nun. Napakahalaga po na alam natin yung ugat. Si Presidente Marcos Sr. ang lumaban sa komunista, kaya nagkaroon ng threat noong 1986.
Yes, sir.
Ngayon, sinasabi ni Baste na nagkakaroon ng threat sa kanila, pamilya, sapagkat alam naman nating lahat na ang nagpatuloy ng paglaban sa komunista pagkatapos ni Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte ay si Inday Sara Duterte, ang ating Vice President. Sumasang-ayon po ba kayo doon?
Wala po akong personal knowledge, sir.
Ay, bakit po kayo walang personal knowledge? Yun po ang sumunod na assignment ng ating Vice Presidente pagkaupo niya. Siya po ang nag-take over ng NTF-El CAC. Hindi po alam ng NBI yun.
Well, nag-NTFL ka siya, pero yung factual circumstances doon,
factual?
Wala pa po akong...
wala po kayong... Pero alam niyo po, sagutin na lang po ninyo na siya ang nag-take over ng NTFL CAC.
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo. Isa na lang po, ginoong tagapamahalang hukom. Sabi niyo po kanina, ulitin ko lang po, gusto ko lang pong malaman ulit. Inamin niyo po na wala kayong personal knowledge tungkol dun sa threat ng Pangulo? Ng pangalaw. Sabi niyo po kanina, wala...
Walang personal knowledge, hindi mo witness
ang assassin?
Wala na, di na.
Sin o papatay sa Pangulo? Ang pangalawang Pangulo?
During that time?
Yes or no lang po?
During that time, ongoing ho ang validation namin,
So,
sir.
ibig niyo pong sabihin ngayon, meron na kayong personal knowledge na meron na kayong...
Hindi po, ongoing po ang validation. At sabi ko nga po, ang makakasagot po niyan, yung intelligence service namin at ang director po namin, sir.
So hanggang ngayon po, wala pa kayong personal knowledge?
In so far as the Cybercrime Division is concerned back then, ongoing
po, yes or no po? Ngayon po, sir, mahal naming saksi, ngayon po.
Kung ako tatanungin, wala pa po akong idea, pero baka meron ang intelligence service o ang director po namin.
Attorney Lato, kindly answer the question directly. It's answered by yes or no. And I think
Yes, sir.
you know the answer.
Opo. Well, ako personally, wala pa po, sir.
Yun lang po. Maraming salamat po, mahal na saksi.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Judge Padilla. Chair declares a 15-minute recess. We shall resume at 5:38. At exactly 5:38. Trial is on short recess.
Adka.
Pagka po yung naglumingkod.
15-minute break para sa impeachment court ngayong
sige,
hapon pagkatapos
daw,
ng mahigit
snack.
3 oras na trial. Kakatapos lang ng
Cross-examination
cross-examination ng defense kay dating NBI Cybercrime Chief Attorney Jeremy Lotok at sinagot din niya mga katanungan ng mga senator judges. Si Attorney Lotok ang namuno ng investigasyon sa mga pagbanta ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Aside from the cross-examination, na pag-usapan din kanina ang interpretasyon ng prosecution, defense at ng witness tungkol sa grave threats at nagkaroon ng diskunsyon tungkol sa Operation Romanov. Magandang hapon, nagpapatuloy ang special coverage ng ABS-CBN News sa impeachment trial ni Vice President Sara Duterte. Ako po si Ron Cruz. Makakasama natin ang ating correspondent na si Victoria Tulad, live mula sa Senado. Victoria.
Ron, sa pagpapatuloy ng cross-examination ng defense team o ng counsel for the respondent kay NBI Regional Director Jeremy Lotok ay tinanong siya kung meron siyang personal na kaalaman tungkol doon sa pagkontrata umano ni Vice President Sara Duterte sa isang umano'y assassin laban kina Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Inamin ni Lotok na wala siyang personal na kaalaman pero base sa nakalat nilang ebidensya, kumbinsido ang NBI na may kinausap umano ang Vice Presidente na assassin. Sabi ni Attorney Mark Vinluan, ang abogado ni Vice President Sara Duterte, hindi matutukoy ang katotohanan dahil walang personal knowledge si Lotok. Tinanong naman ni Senator Judge Raffy Tulfo si Lotok kung saan ba unang binanggit ang salitang Romanov. Matatandaan na sa November 23, 2024 online press briefing, tinanong na isang vlogger si Vice President Duterte tungkol sa Operation Romanov na umano'y banta sa kanyang buhay. Ang alam ni Tulfo, narinig niya ang salitang Romanov mula kay Davao City Mayor Sebastian Duterte sa isang maisog rally sa kanilang lungsod. Kinumpirma ito ni Lotok na sinabing nangyari ang rally noong January 2024. Sa pagkakatanda ni Lotok, nagbigay na mensahe ang alkalde sa Pangulo na sinabing kapag natulog siya, isipin niya ang mga Romanov. Parang sinasabi umano na baka mangyari muli sa pamilya Marcos ang nangyari sa kanila noong 1986. Tanong ni Tulfo, sino ba ang dapat mag-ingat kung ang pahayag ni Mayor Duterte ay nakadirekta sa Pangulo? Ayon kay Lotok, wala silang nakumpirmang Operation Romanov at ang nahanap lang ay ang naturang January 2024 video ng nakababatang Duterte. Sabi ni Binluan, hindi tungkol sa Operation Romanov ang binanggit ni Mayor Duterte. Si Senator Judge at Minority Leader Alan Peter Cayetano nagpaalala laban sa paggawa ng mga konklusyon na pinagbantaan ng alkalde ang First Family. May pagkakaiba umano ang babala sa banta. Ang intindi ni Cayetano sa sinabi ni Mayor Duterte, kinukumpara lang ng huli ang mga Romanov at Marcoses na parehong napaalis sa pamamagitan ng revolusyon. Tinanong naman ni Senator Judge Bongo si Loto kung paano reresolbahin ang reklamong inciting to sedition laban sa bise gayong hindi niya hinikayat ang mga taga-suporta na magprotesta. Sagot ni Lotok, hindi kailangan na magkaroon ng aktwal na sedisyon o iyong krimen na naghihikayat ng rebelyon laban sa pamahalaan. Pinaparusahan umano ng batas ang mga seditious na salita na base sa investigasyon ng NBI ay binitiwan ng bise. Binanggit naman ni Senator Judge Francis Pangilinan ang dating dalawang pagkakataon na nagsampa ng kasong inciting to sedition ng NBI. Ang isa ay laban sa isang taong nag-post sa social media at nag-alok ng 50 million pesos para sa sinumang papatay kay dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte. Ang isa ay nag-alok naman ng 150 million pesos. Tanong ni Pangilinan, ang mga ganitong pahayag o aksyon ba ay maghihikayat sa iba na labanan ng pamahalaan? Sumang-ayon si Lotok dito. Samantala, hiniling ni Attorney Amando Ligutan, counsel para sa prosecutors, na pagsabihan ng korte si Binluan dahil sa kanyang quote-unquote foul side remark. Tinanong kasi ni Binluan si Lotok kung ipinasabi na ba ng NBI ang offended parties o sina Pangulong Marcos. Hindi ang sagot ng testigo. Punto ni Binluan, kahit walang personal na pakikipag-usap ay nagdesisyon ng NBI na may nangyaring grave threats. Sabi ni Lotok, malinaw ang ebidensya. Dito na sinabi ni Binluan ang mga katagang, according to you. Sinita siya ni Ligutan at sinabing unprofessional ang ginawa ni Binluan. Paalala ng presiding officer na si Senator Judge Francis Escudero, iwasan ang ganitong mga komento. Tatanggalin umano ang mga ganitong pahayag sa records ng korte, maging iyong mga tanong na biglang binabawi o wini-withdraw. Sa ngayon nga ay tapos na ang cross-examination ng Counsel for the Respondents JUN at nag-anunsyo ng 15 minutong break ang impeachment court. Ito muna ang latest mula rito sa Senado. Balik sa iyo, Ron.
Victoria, nabalita kanina ang posibleng pagdating ni Vice President Sara Duterte sa Senado. Natuloy ba to? O kung hindi naman, may balita ba kung tutuloy pa siya?
Sa ngayon ron, wala pa tayong impormasyon kung tutuloy ang Vice Presidente. Nagkaroon ng press conference ang kanyang defense team kanina at sinabi ni defense team spokesperson Attorney Michael Powan na maaari na dumating ang Vice Presidente. So hanggang ngayon ay hinihintay natin kung matutuloy yan. Pero ang nandirito na sa Senado ay ang kanyang Chief of Staff na si Undersecretary Zulaika Lopez. Ron.
Victoria Tulad, nag-uulat mula sa Senado. Maraming salamat. Naglabas ng bagong pahayag si Vice President Sara Duterte kaugnay sa nagaganap sa impeachment trial niya. Ayon sa bise, sa ika-4 na araw ng paglilitis sa saksihan ng bansa ang matagal na niyang sinasabi na walang basehang ebidensya ang reklamo laban sa kanya. Giit ni Duterte ang paulit-ulit na pag-aangkin na mayroong mga banta kahit wala naman ang pag-imbento ng mamamatay tao at ang pagpepeke ng ebidensya ay hindi kailanman gagawing katotohanan ang isang kathang isip. Dagdag pa niya, ang proseso ng impeachment ay dapat nakabatay sa kapani-paniwalang ebidensya, hindi sa mga haka-haka, gawa-gawang salaysay o mga alagasyong walang patunay. Nagkaroon ng mainit na argumento sa pagitan ng defense at prosecution sa cross-examination kay NBI Regional Director na si Attorney Jeremy Lotok. Balikan natin ang isa ng yan.
Kasi may kinausap na ako na tao. Sinabi ko sa kanya, kapag pinatay ako, patayin mo si BBM, si Lisa Araneta, at si Martin Romualdez. No joke. No joke. Nagdilin na ako, ma'am.
Your Honor, based on our investigation, yes, it happens in the natural order of things. Nangyari talaga yan. Nangyari ho yung utterances na yan.
The objection is sustained but not on that ground, but rather on the ground that the witness is incompetent to testify as to the truth of the matter stated by the Vice President. He can only testify as to the fact that those statements were made only as to tenor, but not as to the truth, given that he only investigated and was not there.
In other words, Your Honor, we would like to manifest, Your Honor, based on that ruling of the court, that even if VP Sara said that she...
Pakinggan muna natin ngayon ang press conference ng prosecution panel.
Masabi na hindi si Vice President Sara ang nandoon sa video at hindi yun ang minimin talaga niya ang pagtatreten sa presidente, sa unang ginang at saka sa former speaker. Very clear po, hanggang ngayon hindi ho natin naririnig at hindi ho nila hanggang ngayon nagigiba yung testimonya ng dalawang testigong humarap na po sa korte, sa impeachment court na ito. Marami po silang rason, marami po silang katanungan, nalilito po ang taong bayan sa mga dates at sa mga spelling ngayon. Pero klaro po ang testimonya ng ating prosecution at hanggang ngayon wala pa po silang naisusupply na rason para ang korte malaman nila at matukoy nila na hindi grave threat yung sinabi ni Vice President Sara at hindi siya yung nagsabi ng tong grave threats na to.
Dagdagan ko lang din po na mention na po ng ating dalawang spokesperson dahil alongside the continuing trial and the cross-examination of the defense on day 5, may nirelease po na statement si VP Sara Duterte tungkol sa mga nagdaang mga araw. And I quote, she mentions that the country has witnessed what she's been saying all along. The complaint is not supported by evidence. Sinasabi niya now that threats didn't exist, an assassin didn't exist, etc. To us, to VP Sara, no, we ask, did we watch the same impeachment trial? Pakiramdam natin, hindi lang tayo ghosted, pero gaslit din. Dahil all of us, the whole nation, watched the video. We all watched the evidence. Nakita natin, binitawan ni VP Sara yung mga salita na yon. At simple lang po yung pinag-uusapan natin. Yung mga salita na yon, threats sila. And is it enough to continue her hold on to power, yung hawak niya ng posisyon ng kapangyarihan, given may ganun po siyang binitawang salita. Ganun po kalala yung banta, kaya po naging bahagi siya ng articles of impeachment. And to clarify, isa lang po yung other high crimes na impeachable offense that falls under yung act na yon. Meron din po yung culpable violation of the Constitution and even the betrayal of public trust. So itong dalawa at yung other high crimes, it is up to the Senate para i-assess kung ang ebidensyang nalatag, which again includes the video and its authentication na nangyari, no matter the cross na hindi naman po na-impeach yung evidence na yon with their cross-examination, kung alin po sa kanila or all of them, pasok doon yung offense of the threats made against individuals by the Vice President. So for now, we look forward to the continuation of the examination as well. Pero hanggat hindi pa rin po na aatake yung existence of the video in the first place at walang denial of the claims made, merely explanations, the argument of the articles of impeachment is still strong.
Dagdagan ko lang ulit ng napakaikli. No? Isang video lang ang pinag-uusapan dito. Ang video ito ay ginamit din ng depensa sa kanilang pagkocross. No? Ginamit nila ito to prove that apparently meron daw justification kung bakit nagpahayag ng gano'n ang ating Vice Presidente. Hindi po pwedeng baguhin ang ebidensya kahit anong tingnan nila, kahit anong gawin nila dun sa pagtatanong dun sa ating mga witnesses tungkol sa mga clerical or typographical errors na nangyari dun sa mga dokumentong ipinakita dito sa impeachment trial. It will not change the fact na itong video ito na nakita ng milyong-milyong Pilipino ay nakita na nagpahayag ng pagbabanta ang ating Vice Presidente sa ating Pangulo, sa ating First Lady at sa ating former Speaker. And that will not erase. That will not be erased. Kasi nga, kung makikita natin yung pattern of questioning na ginagawa ng defense doon sa aming witness, doon nakatutok sa mga minor things that did not speak about the substance of the testimony ni Attorney Jeremy Lotok. Meaning, itong video ito na inauthenticate nila, na ginamit din ng defense, hindi naman din nila dininay, which makes it authentic. Pangalawa, hindi din naman nila dininay na nagpahayag ng pagbabanta ang ating pangalawang Pangulo. So kitang-kita po yan dyan sa video na yan na kung saan ipinresentang ebidensya ng prosecution panel.
Alright, we are ready to receive questions, if any. Ano bang nais ninyong linawin sa ating mga spokesperson ngayon ayon sa mga developments dito sa ating impeachment?
Sir, ma'am, clarify ko lang yung paano makakatulong sa prosecution yung line of questioning na nangyari kanina regarding dun sa Oplan Romanov na parang na-establish na hindi naman nanggaling talaga, hindi unang narinig dun sa Princess Maui yung Oplan Romanov, yung term na Romanov, kundi kay Mayor Baste Duterte at in the context pa of threat, parang veiled threat against the first family.
In fact, na-confuse nga din ako no? Kasi when they were using the Oplan Romanov, they used it as a justification kung bakit nakapagbigay ng ganong klaseng statement ang ating pangalawang Pangulo. So, they made it appear that it was a threat to the Vice President. Pero ngayon lumalabas na ito palang video ito na kung saan nanggaling yung idea na Romanov nanggaling mismo sa kampo ng ating pangalawang Pangulo because binitawang salita ito ni Mayor Baste Duterte, no? And implying probably na itong itong Romanov na story parang merong some sort of a warning din kasi parang sinasabi dun sa video na think of what happened to the Romanovs and to Benito Mussolini. What happened to them ba? Di ba? It was a tragedy. They had a tragic death. Di ba? Namatay si Benito Mussolini, kasama yung kanyang misis, binitay siya sa plaza ng Patiwarhek. No, ito namang si Romanov, yung the Bolshevik Revolution, nung nanalo ang mga revolusyonaryo, kinuha ang pamilya ni Romanov at minasaker. So, anong ibig sabihin na yon? Doon sa pahayag ni Mayor Baste Duterte na sinasabi niya, think as you sleep tonight. Diba? Parang ganun yung pagkakasabi. You think of the Romanovs and Benito Mussolini. Ano ibig sabihin nun? So again, hindi dapat ginagamit sa aming paniwala, hindi dapat ginagamit ito ng defense, no? Na merong Oplan Romanov against the Vice President because it was never, it was, kaya nga kino-confirm ng NBI, nag-imbestiga sila, but they did not get any cooperation from anyone. Doon sa video na yon, yung participants ng video na yon, nung live stream na yon, kasi inimbitahan sila at hindi naman sila humarap. Sinulatan din ng ating pangalawang Pangulo to shed light on what she knows about this Oplan Romanov kasi it appears na sinasabi nila it was a threat to the Vice President. And the NBI wanted to get more information so that they can build a case and probably run after those who might have issued the threat against the Vice President. So, sa tingin ko, yun ang kaibahan. Na-confused lang tayo nung dalawang Romanov story.
Idadagdag ko lang, no, apart from the unwillingness on the part of the Vice President and Princess Maui to share information to the NBI so that they can initiate investigation on the Oplan Romanov. Hanggang ngayon, sinabi naman ni Atty. Lotok na open pa naman hanggang ngayon ang NBI na mag-accept o mag-welcome ng anybody who can actually share the information regarding this perceived to be an operation to wipe out the family, the Duterte family. Hanggang ngayon, ilang buwan na nakalipas, wala pa ring pumupunta sa NBI. And babalikan ko lang din yung sinabi ni Chairman Ace kanina na ang sabi ni Atty. Lotok, we were invited, the Vice President and Maui was invited twice, and the first response that received by the
Balik na tayo sa Senado para sa pagpapatuloy ng impeachment trial.
That you took yesterday. Chair notes that the witness understands that he is under the same oath. Counsel for the prosecutors, Attorney Ligutan, you may proceed with your redirect if you have any.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Please, again, good afternoon, Attorney Loto.
Good afternoon, sir.
Earlier, the defense showed you a video where the presidents, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., mentioned that he is open to reconciliation with the Dutertes, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you know, when did that event, the interview happen, if you know?
I think
this year.
If I'm not mistaken, sir,
No.
June 2026.
In your investigation, Attorney Lotok, okay, you mentioned during the Rex that you considered the statements of the President. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And do you also remember that you considered a video of the President giving his statement?
Objection, leading.
Your Honor, these are preliminary questions. This is just based on his direct examination.
It's
Allowed.
already redirect, Your Honor.
I know, preliminary question is allowed.
Reform Counsel.
Okay, now. You mentioned in your direct examination of a video where the President gave his reaction to the threats of the President.
Yes, sir.
Now, if shown a copy of the video, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes, sir.
Now, Your Honor, I move that the same video marked as Exhibit P dash Roman numeral 4 dash 13 be played for consideration of the witness and the court.
So directed. Is it in a USB? Is that in the USB?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you will again have to break the seal?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung seal, madali na i-break, ha? Mr. Witness, kindly break the seal.
Yes, Your Honor.
In front of the assisting counsels for both the prosecutor and the respondent. Counsel, do you know the timestamp?
Your Honor, it's a we will be showing only the first half of the video,
Okay.
Your Honor. It's not too lengthy, Your Honor, please.
Okay.
Nakakabahala ang mga pahayag na narinig natin itong mga nakarang araw. Nandyan ang walang pakundangang pagmumura at ang pagbabanta ng planong ipapatay ang ilan sa at kadali ang pagplano sa pagpatay ng isang presidente. Paano pa kaya ang mga pagkaraniwan ng mamamayan? Ang ganyang kriminal na pagtatangka ay hindi dapat pinapalampas. Yan ay aking papalagan. As a democratic country, we need to uphold the rule of law. Ako, bilang pinuno ng Executive Department at lahat ng mga nanunungkulan sa pamahalaan ay may sinumpaang tungkulin na tutupdin at pangangalagaan ang konstitusyon at ang ating mga batas. Kaya hindi tama ang pagpigil sa mga halal ng bayan sa paghahanap ng katotohanan. Hindi na sanang hahantong sa ganitong drama.
Your Honor, in fact, in the booth, we are satisfied. We may
Ang
end at this point.
katotohanan
The tech is instructed to kindly pause and cease the playing of the video.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may proceed, sir.
Attorney Lotok, again, when did the press conference, the online press conference of the Vice President happen where she uttered that she already contracted a person to kill the President, for example?
Objection, Your Honor. It's misleading, Your Honor.
Why?
She never mentioned that there was a contract to begin with.
May kinausap na akong tao.
Reform Council.
Oh.
Reform the
Where,
contract.
if I may, Your Honor, where the Vice President stated that she already contracted a person to kill the President.
Objection, Your Honor. The Vice President never said the word contracted.
Kinausap, Council.
Kinausap.
November 23, 2024, sir.
Now, November 23, 2024. Now, if you know, when did the President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., issue that statement through the video that was shown a while ago?
If I'm not mistaken, I think November 24 or 25.
Of what year?
2024, sir.
So 1 or 2 days after the
Yes.
threats were made,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay, now, you also mentioned earlier, in fact, remember that instead of denying the threat,
Objection, Your Honor.
wait, I'm not yet
Objection
done.
on the use of the word threat, Your Honor.
Kindly let him finish his question, Council. Council for the prosecutor, finish your
Yes,
question.
Your Honor, yes, Your Honor. The question now is, you said that instead of denying her statement that she already spoke to a person to kill the President and the 2 others, you said that the Vice President did not deny that. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Your Honor, that's just the basis, Your Honor. I mean, in fact,
Witness may answer.
Yes, Your Honor, based on the video dated November 26, 2024.
a video dated what?
November 26, 2024, Your Honor.
Your Honor, at this juncture, we move that video be presented again, but this time with a limited timestamp, Your Honor, please. And for the record, the same is marked as Exhibit P-4-26, Your Honor, please. It is sealed. I move that the defense may also observe the unsealing of such document, Your Honor, please.
Let the witness be the one to unseal it in full view of counsels for both parties. Thereafter, Tech is instructed to kindly play the timestamp to be identified by the counsel for the prosecutors.
And the timestamp is 10 minutes to 40 seconds to 11 minutes 50 seconds.
For the record, assisting counsel for the prosecutor, accompanied by assisting counsel for the respondent, are bringing the USB to the tech booth to be played.
Pardon me. And then I was asked during a press briefing by a media person if I know of these plans, if you can say the word, if that is the correct word to use here, plans. So I answered. I was asked Romanov, and then I answered. I was told by two people, this is the first time I've heard of Romanov, so that is the third already. And I said, don't worry about my security. If they kill me, if I die, kapag pinatay ako, or kapag namatay ako, in the context of don't worry about my security. So this means pinatay ka. Diba? Kasi hindi ka naman mamamatay by heart attack in relation to your security. Diba? So, pag namatay ako, I already asked a person to take revenge against three individuals. So,
Okay, pause now. Mr. Witness, when did this event, where the Vice President uttered those statements, when did that happen?
Again, Your Honor, November 26, 2024.
That is 3 days after she uttered in that November 23 press conference that she already spoke to a person, and the person said yes,
Yes,
to
Your
kill the
Honor.
president to others. Now,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay, now, Mr. Witness, what is your impression, if any, as to the emotional states of the Vice President when she confirmed that in fact she uttered those threats?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness is incompetent.
All right, good. Your Honor, I invoke Rule 130, Section 53 of the Rules of Courts. If I may read, opinion of ordinary witnesses, general rule, not allowed. But I think if we read the exceptions, Your Honor, it says the witness may testify, however, on his impressions of the emotion, behavior, condition, or appearance of a person. Section 53, Rule 130, specifically allows the question I just posed as to his impression as to the emotional state of the Vice President when she uttered those confirmation threats. It's in the rules, Your Honor.
Comment, Your Honor.
Comment.
Your Honor, the rules provide that
the person should be sufficiently acquainted, Your Honor.
No.
And that is not the case here, so such rule does not apply, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Overruled. Witness may answer if he knows.
okay,
Attorney
so
Lotok, kindly answer if you know.
Yes, Your Honor.
what is the emotional state of the Vice President 3 days after November 23 when she confirmed that she uttered those statements?
Yeah, again, Your Honor, when we tried to connect that in the November 23, 2024 event and the November 26, 2024 utterances, it shows na hindi ho nagbibiro yung Vice Presidente nung inatter niya yung mga utterances nung November 23. Pero at the same time, yung pagiging furious niya, at yun nga, yung sabi ko, yung fumingly mad ng November 2023, dala pa niya hanggang doon sa November 26 kasi nireiterate po niya, Your Honor, at inadmit po niya na meron siyang kinausap na tao to take revenge.
So she admitted it again 3 days after.
Objection, Your Honor, as answered.
All right, let me proceed, Your Honor, please. Now,
Go on, counsel.
Now, Mr. Witness, earlier it was pointed out by the defense that now that line where the Vice President said that she spoke to a person and the person said yes to kill the President and the two others, that was just in response to a question by a certain Princess Maui. Do you
Objection,
remember
Your
that?
Honor,
Yes, Your
leading.
You're right. These are just preliminary questions. Your Honor, this is the purpose of redirect.
Let's move on. Let's move on, counsels.
Yeah.
We all know what we're talking about here.
Yes.
Witness may answer.
Did you consider that statement, that fact, that it was only in response to Princess Mau's statement? If any, if at all.
Objection, leading.
Okay.
Witness may answer.
Well, I don't think so, Your Honor, kasi yung utterances, yung nature ng utterances, may kinausap na ako, ma'am, huwag kang mag-alala. So, ibig sabihin, even before the questions was asked, may kinausap na ho ang Vice Presidente base dun sa utterances niya.
Again, what is the significance, if any, and if you know, and if at all, that fact to your investigation?
Well, it's very much significant because we were able to determine there is intent on the part of the Vice President. The Vice President is determined insofar as that statement is concerned. At the same time, the utterances were not product of a temporary fit of anger or spur of the moment. In other words, the utterances, the threat was real, was serious, Your Honor.
No. You remember during cross-examination yesterday, the good counsel for the defense presented you with a diagram using their props that the NBI is under the DOJ. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And that the DOJ is under the the NBI is under the DOJ and the DOJ is under the President, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you were asked point blank whether the President, if they refer to the President as BBM, I would like to refer to our President as President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. You were asked if he intervened. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Did he in fact intervene, the President, to your investigation?
Objection,
if you
Your
know,
Honor,
if you
leading.
know, if you know,
Leading. Objection, leading, Your Honor.
if you know,
Witness may answer.
None at all, sir.
what will you say that not at all?
Well, wala akong dumating sa akin na any information or any direction or any directive, even from the director, na nakipag-communicate ang Presidente sa NBI during that time na nag-iimbestiga kami.
If you know, what is the basis of your findings in filing the cases for grave threats and inciting to sedition against the Vice President? If you know.
Ano, sir, what is the...
Basis of your findings.
Objection, vague.
Objection,
There's an objection. He may answer.
Basis of the findings, well, as I have explained that, Your Honor, there were several factors that we considered before we come up with a conclusion. Yung una nga, yung manner, delivery or the manner in which the utterances were spoken. And then the literal meaning of the statement, inexplain ko na rin ho yan. And then the nature of the instruction, relentless, huwag kang tumigil hanggat hindi mo mapapatay sila.
Alright.
As well as the relationship between the parties involved, meaning the Vice President and the President, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now, earlier, the counsel for the defense, in their argument that it was merely an exercise of the freedom of expression of the Vice President when she uttered that, and they said that the Vice President is an ordinary citizen. Do you remember that?
Objection leading.
So, Your Honor.
Your Honor, again, this is the purpose of
Witness may
redirects.
answer.
Yes, sir.
Do you agree with that? That the Vice President is an ordinary individual?
Definitely not, Your Honor. The Vice President is the second highest official of the land, sir.
Okay, now, let's proceed. Mr. Witness, yesterday, the defense devoted more than 2 hours in pointing, for example, number one, an alleged discrepancy in the subpoena, okay, dated November 6, 2024, and according to the defense, the NBI supposedly started its investigation on November 23, but there was already a subpoena dated November 6. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Witness, how do you characterize this error, if at all?
Typo, sir. Typographical error, sir.
Typographical, para maintindihan ng ating mga kababayan, Attorney Lotok, ano ba ibig sabihin kung alam mo ng isang typographical error?
Well, basically, hindi ito substantial insofar as the document is concerned. Ito ho yung may mga, for instance, maling spelling o nagkamali lang ng date. Then pag makita mo naman dun sa surrounding circumstances, ito naman ang tinutukoy na date, ugaya ng mga case numbers.
Case numbers. Now, what effect, if any, did this typographical error have on the statement of the Vice President threatening the President and the 2 others? What's the effect, if any, of these errors?
They don't have any effect at all insofar as the findings of the NBI is concerned, sir.
Why is that?
Well, because those typographical errors does not alter the fact that the video exists. It does not alter the fact that the Vice President uttered those statements. And it does not alter the fact that the findings of the NBI is that the Vice President committed the crime of grave threats and inciting to sedition.
Okay, now. Okay, now. The defense also mentioned that there is a lack of signature of Attorney Ria Asuncion on one of the several minutes of the interview, this time with a certain Jason Rubrico of SMNI. How do you characterize that error again, if you know?
Typo, sir.
Typo error. What effect, if any, does that typo error have on the statements of the Vice President threatening the President and the 2 others?
Again, sir, hindi ho nabago yung utterances ng Vice Presidente. Hindi rin ho nabago yung video. Hindi rin ho nabago yung findings namin na indeed kumpleto yung mga ebidensya at ang Presidente ay nag-commit ng crime of grave threats and inciting to sedition.
Okay. Third point. What about the alleged discrepancy in docket numbers? How do you characterize that error?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness already testified during cross-examination that he was not privy to the assignment of docket numbers as that is the function of the DOJ. So he won't be competent to answer.
Your Honor, I do remember, despite that, the counsel asked several questions after that, and the witness was able to answer those questions.
Your Honor,
it's for the witness
Your
to answer
Honor,
that.
He mentioned, Your Honor, that he does not have personal knowledge.
In fact, Your Honor,
Counsel, if he gives a different answer, then you can address that in your
Yes.
recross.
okay, sorry.
Witness may answer.
This discrepancy in the docket numbers. How do you characterize this error?
Again, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor, he won't be competent to answer that because docket numbers are assigned by the DOJ, not by the NBI.
Exactly, that's the
Again, counsel, let him answer. What if he answers that he's not competent, then that's his answer. Witness may answer.
Well, kung docket number lang ho ang pag-uusapan, hindi ho nawala yung existence ng video. Hindi rin ho nabago na ang Vice Presidente ay nagsalita na meron na siyang kinausap na tao.
Attorney Lotok, your answer is not responsive though. Kindly answer the question of the counsel.
Okay, how do you characterize that error?
Typographical error.
Okay, next question. What effect, if any, does that typographical error have on the statements of the Vice President threatening the President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., His Excellency, and the two others?
No effect at all, Your Honor. Hindi ho na-alter yung utterances ng Vice Presidente.
Okay, now, let's go to the affidavits of investigation which the good counsel mentioned in yesterday's cross-examination. During your cross-examination, you were asked questions concerning the January 30, 2025 affidavit of investigation. After that affidavit was submitted, now the question is, what action, if any, did the Department of Justice take, and if you know?
The Department of Justice evaluated the referral by the NBI. And then after evaluation, nag-issue po sila ng certification na kulang pa, insufficient yung sinabit. So dapat i-comply niya muna itong mga requirements na to. So nagbigay ho sila ng, I think 7 ho ang nandoon. Yun po ang ginawa ng Department of Justice.
Alright, now what did the NBI do, if any, in response to that recommendation from the DOJ?
The NBI complied the requirements of the Department of Justice. In fact, nung na-comply na ho namin, the DOJ issued a certification stating to the effect na you have complied all the elements of the crime charge and you are now good for preliminary investigation, sir.
In fact, you also remember yesterday that you mentioned that the NBI also submitted a letter to DOJ. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Why did the NBI submit a letter to the DOJ, if you know?
No, well, I think that letter was signed by the then director Jaime V. Santiago, and the then director was notifying the Department of Justice that the NBI has already complied with all the requirements, and that the NBI is now submitting its affidavit with all the requirements attached therein. And with explanation, specifically yung requirement na kailangan may complaint ang recipient, gaya ng presidente. Ang explanation doon sa letter na yon, na for purposes of preliminary investigation under the new NPS rules, hindi ho kailangan yung complainant himself, kundi pwede ang law enforcement agency, gaya ng NBI, na mag-file na complaint. Again, for purposes of preliminary investigation.
Attorney Lotok, if shown a copy of that letter of former Director Santiago, will you be able to identify the same?
Yes, sir.
Now, we are now in the process through Attorney Stephen Magallon of San Legal Law, showing you a copy of a letter dated February 11, 2025. We invite the defense to also peruse the same.
Yes, sir.
Also assisted by a lawyer also from Cebu. What relation, if any, does this document have with the one you mentioned?
The same docs that I mentioned, sir.
Your Honors, at this juncture, we move that the letter dated February 11, 2025 by Director Santiago, identified by the witness, where the NBI informed the DOJ that it already complied with all the requirements, be marked as Exhibit P, Roman numeral 4-34 for the prosecution.
This is not yet pre-marked, counsel.
Not yet pre-marked, introduced in response to the cross-examination by the defense.
Comment from the counsel for respondent.
We do not object.
No comment.
We do not object, Your Honor.
Counsel,
Just a
may proceed.
photocopy, Your Honor. The comment is that the document is a photocopy.
That's what I was waiting for. Counsel may proceed.
Right on cue, we have a certified true copy of the same. We invite the defense.
Assisting counsel for the respondent, kindly confirm.
Ang gagawin.
May we have a stipulation from the defense?
Is the certified true copy or is the photocopy rather a faithful reproduction of the original or certified true copy presented by the assisting counsel for the prosecutor?
For the record, Your Honor, it's a photocopy.
Is it a certified true copy, counsel?
It is a certified true copy compared with a photocopy, so we are moving for stipulation that the photocopy is a faithful reproduction of the certified true copy of the same document.
Same manifestation, Your Honor.
Noted.
All right, now, Mr. Witness, which parts of the attached letter did the NBI explain that no law requires the offended party to execute a complaint to conduct preliminary investigation for grave threats?
I think first page, the last paragraph which says, it is to be emphasized that on 2024, new rules on preliminary investigation and inquest proceedings, a law enforcement agency like the NBI can file a complaint for the purpose of preliminary investigation unless the crime to be filed falls under Section 5, Rule 110 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure.
Okay, thank you so much. May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may proceed, counsel.
Mr. Witness, you were asked whether the NBI already identified the particular individual contracted by the by the respondent, the vice president, to kill the president and the two others. Okay, you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Now, to clarify for the record, what investigation, if any, did your own NBI Cybercrime Division conduct on this matter, if any, if you know?
Again, sir.
Okay.
Let me clarify.
You were asked whether the NBI already identified the particular individual contracted by the respondent to kill the president and the two others. And you said you remember
Objection,
that.
Your Honor,
Yes,
on the use of the word contracted. We never said contracted.
Reform, counsel.
That the vice president already spoke to a person to kill the president, and that person said yes, so that's a contract. Now, do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Objection, Your Honor. It's a conclusion of law made by the counsel for the prosecution.
Witness may answer.
All right, now, to clarify, sorry, Your Honor, this is now the question, Attorney Lotok. Now, to clarify for the record, what investigation did your own NBI Cybercrime Division conduct on the identity of this person that said yes to the order of the vice president to kill the president and the others?
The reason why we sent the letter December 2, 2024 to the vice president is for that purpose. We informed the vice president that we are also investigating on that alleged threats against her life. Unfortunately, hindi ho siya nag-appear, so wala ho kaming makitang validated information. Then aside nun, we also issued subpoena to the media personalities who were present during those press conference and who have personal knowledge na nangyari yung event na yon. And in fact, tinanong po namin din sila, isa-isa. Kilala niyo ba yung kinausap ng Vice Presidente? May idea ba kayo kung sino yung tao na yon? At bawat isa sa mga nasabina ho namin at nag-appear, sinabi nila na hindi ho namin kilala, wala po kaming alam, Your Honor. And then, nung chinek namin yung open source, nung nagkanta kami ng officer's investigation, kasi yun nga, yung sinasabi ko kanina, Your Honor, tinitrace namin yung sinabi ni Princess Maui na Romanov, ang nakita lang ho namin doon, yung statement ni Mayor Baste noong January 2024.
tiningnan din ho namin kung relevant ba yung pag-aalis ng 75 PNP personnel from the BPSPG at inilipat sa Manila para doon sa peace and security. I-augment yata sila. Kinonsider din ho namin yun. Pero wala ho kaming na-validate na information relative to the threat against the life of the Vice President. But, ganun pa man, Your Honor, I know for a fact na yung aming intelligence service ay continue hong nagmamonitor at naghahanap kung sino yung tao na yan. Baka ho sila ang pwedeng sumagot o yung aming director, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Lotok. Let's move to another point. Now, in your investigation, Attorney Lotok, no, what significance, if any, did the NBI give to respondents' own admission that she already spoke to a person to kill the president and the two others? What significance, if any?
Well, mabigat ho yun kasi lumalabas na hindi lang ho siya nagjo-joke doon nung ni-reiterate niya yon nung inadmit niya nung November 26. Ibig sabihin, may intention ho doon ang Vice Presidente base doon sa mga utterances na yon. Pinag-isipan ho niya yan. In fact, I can classify it as...
Objection, Your Honor. The answer is already based on his own interpretation. May we move, Your Honor, that it be stricken off the
Your
record?
Honor, whose interpretation should he be answering?
Witness will please complete his answer and then Chair will consider the objection of the counsel for respondents.
Yeah,
Finish your answer, finish your answer, Attorney Lotok.
Yes po, Your Honor. Yun nga, sinasabi ko, it was contemplated, sir.
Okay, now, Attorney Lotok,
Your Honor, move to strike it off the record considering that he included conclusions of law in his
Your Honor, he's
answer.
a lawyer. I mean, you have been asking questions on the basis of law and we did not complain. Now I'm asking question to him as a lawyer that
Counsel,
you are moving...
please, motion is denied. Let it remain in the record for whatever purpose it may serve. Let the senator judges give it its due weight according to their discretion. Witness, counsel may proceed.
Thank you so much. Mr. Witness, you were also asked about the NBI's alleged lack of coordination with certain government agencies such as the PNP, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, and the National Security Council in its investigation on the threats to the President and the two others. Do you remember being asked that?
Objection, Your Honor. It was
Yes,
not
sir.
covered by my cross-examination. It
Your
was
Honor, please.
a query from one of the senator
was
judges.
raised-
In the discretion of the court, the counsel can ask questions not covered by the cross-examination. We'll allow it.
Now, could you explain to the court how is this so, if you can?
Insofar as communication with other agencies, the Cybercrime Division back then, nakafocus ho kami sa investigation aspect. Now, pagdating doon sa security ng highest officials, again, for a fact, I know na may ginagawa yung aming intelligence service insofar as communicating with other relevant agencies gaya ng AFP, PNP, PCO, and even National Security Council. Yun nga lang, yun sa amin, Your Honor, nakafocus kami doon sa investigation. Ngayon, kung may binababaho ang direktor base sa mga impormasyong nakalap niya from different agency, mag-i-instruct po siya sa amin.
All right, now, let me proceed. Mr. Lotok, you were asked during cross-examination about the investigation that you conducted on the alleged threats to the life of the Vice President. You were asked whether there was an affidavit of investigation or reports on such investigation that you conducted, and you answered there was none, correct? You remember having said that there is no affidavit of investigation?
For the Vice President?
For the Vice President,
Yes,
okay?
sir.
And you said, but there was an investigation, but there is no affidavit of investigation.
sir.
Then the question now is, so whatever happened, what happened to that investigation?
Again, Your Honor, since wala ho kaming ma-establish na validated information, hindi ho gaya dito nung sa Presidente na may apparent commission of crime. Dito ho kasi wala kami mapagsimulan. Hindi ho na kami pwedeng mag-produce ng affidavit of investigation kung that's the case. Ang ginawa ho namin, although nag-aantay kami ng validated information at nangangalap kami, continue ho na nagmo-monitor yung aming intelligence service. I know that for a fact kasi yun yung trabaho nila. Siguro ho pag sila ang tinanong natin, baka meron silang masabi kung ano yung nangyari dyan, ano yung update niyan. Maging ho ang aming director.
All right, now. But, Mr. Witness, you were also confronted with the facts that a certain Princess Maui mentioned in that press conference a certain Operation Romanov that allegedly is a security threat to the Vice President. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Now, what did you do, if any, on this information?
Yeah, security threat. Ang nakita naming relevant dyan, yun nga po, yung pag-aalis ng 75 personnel sa BPSPG, then nilipat dun sa Manila. Then aside from that, base ho kasi sa record ng COA, meron pa ring 335 more or less na naiwan na security personnel ng Vice President. At ang narinig ko yata kay Honorable yung sa comment ng Ombudsman na ba siya noon o Secretary of Justice siya na yung number na yan ay mas malaki pa sa bilang ng security personnel ng Presidente.
Okay, now, I'm referring to, Mr. Witness, to Operation Romanov. Okay, what did you do, if any, on that information offered by Princess Maui, information on Operation Romanov?
Objection asked and answered.
No.
That was his answer in the previous
Ask and answer, Counsel.
All right, now. What else did you do, if any, in relation to the investigation, your investigation on the security threat to the Vice President?
Yes, Your Honor. Yung paulit-ulit kong sinasabi, yung open source, we trace, kung ano yung mga relasyon nung security threats, yung Romanov na yan, uulitin ko, na rinig namin yan first time sa bibig ni Mayor Baste nung during Maisog Rally in January 2024. And so far as the NBI is concerned, during that time, nung ako yung hepe, wala ho kaming na-establish na validated information vis-a-vis yung threat to life against the Vice President, sir.
Okay, now, you also mentioned that you issued a subpoena to the Vice President and a letter asking her to shed lights on the threats she said she was facing. You remember having mentioned
that? Yes, sir.
Okay, now, again, what was the response of the Vice President to the NBI's official investigation to her to appear before it to shed light on the threats she was complaining about?
Objection,
based
Your
on the
Honor.
second letter, sir.
What is it, Counsel?
Your Honor, that is misleading, Your Honor, because the subpoena was for her to answer.
I think he mentioned letter, Counsel.
Yeah.
I heard letter, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's focus on that letter, if you may.
Yes, I think that was the December 2, 2024 letter, if I'm not mistaken. And then nag-reply ho sila ng letter at sinabi po doon ng lawyers na the Vice President is confident that the NBI will also investigate the alleged threat against her life. Yun po yung tenor nung letter na yun,
Now,
sir.
Mr. Witness, you also mentioned that since the Vice President did not heed the letter you issued, you were not able to elicit information from her. You remember having said that, correct?
Yes, sir.
However, on the part of the threats to the life of the President and the two others, you did not need to interview them personally to proceed with the investigation. Remember having said that?
Yes, sir.
Now, the question now is for clarification before our honorable senator judges, what's the difference? Why the difference between the two?
Again, ulitin ko po, Your Honor, insofar as the threat against the life of the Vice President, we have not established a validated information. That remains to be allegation. Insofar as the threat based on the utterances against the President, the First Lady, and the former Speaker of the House, that was apparent. Nasa video, narinig ho namin. Therefore, based sa aming jurisdiction, which is primary jurisdiction, Kaya ho kami nag-imbestiga kaagad doon.
Okay, 3 more points, Your Honor, before the prosecution winds up its
Thank you.
redirect. Now, it was also raised during the discussion, during cross-examination, that the Vice President was merely exercising her freedom of speech and she was not committing a crime of inciting to sedition. Do you remember being confronted with that issue?
Yes, sir.
Now, you tell the Honorable Court, what is your response to that issue, if any?
Objection, Your Honor. It will call for his opinion.
Exactly, he is a
Will call
lawyer.
for
Opinion, Your Honor. He's not an expert on the matter.
He's a lawyer.
witness may answer if he knows.
Well, again, I've already said, Your Honor, to reiterate, if the second highest official of the land uttered openly and in public that she had already contracted a person to kill the President, the First Lady, the former Speaker of the House, and she instructed that person to be relentless in killing them, and that person said yes, we failed to see any amount of freedom of speech in that utterances. Number two, should we allow that kind of argument? Should we allow that to become the norms of our society? Then nobody would prevent from anyone from doing the same. Imagine the chaos, the disorder, and the anarchy, Your Honor. And number three, as a lawyer and being in the law enforcement, freedom of speech protects lawful expression. But it does not protect utterances that satisfies the elements of a criminal offense like this one, Your Honor.
A criminal offense like this one. Now, as a lawyer, Attorney Lotok, when the Vice President uttered in public that she already spoke to a person to kill the President, the First Lady, and the 2 others, as a lawyer, did the Vice President betray public trust?
Objection, Your Honor. That will call for a conclusion of law already. And
Honor,
as a lawyer, it will call also for his
Your Honor,
personal opinion.
If I do recall, the council were propounding questions on also
Your Honor,
issues
may we
of
get a ruling on
felony
the motion
versus
and objection,
crime. What is
please?
the penalty? I'm also asking the same line of questions, Your Honor. What is sauce for the goose should also be sauce for the gander, Your Honor.
A similar question was asked by the counsel for the respondent, and the witness may answer if he knows. If he knows.
Yes, Your Honor, as a lawyer.
She betrayed public trust.
Yes, Your Honor.
Last question. Listen, Attorney Loto. As a matter of law, if the President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. is killed, God forbid, who assumes the presidency?
Objection, Your Honor.
The Vice President.
No, speculative.
Asked and answered. The Vice President. No more redirect, Your Honor.
Before recognizing counsel for respondent for his recross, Chair would like to recognize Senate President Gatchalian for his interjections. You may proceed, sir, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Attorney Lotok, napakinggan ko kanina yung isang sagot ninyo at sinabi niyo dito, just this afternoon, yes, we do believe that the Vice President had contracted, naputo lang siya, but obviously contracted someone to commit a crime or to kill the President and the others. Kahapon, narinig ko na ipinapasa nyo sa investigative division ng inyong or intelligence service ng inyong ahensya itong tanong na ito. So, ano ba? Meron bang nakontratang papatay o walang nakontratang papatay?
Yes,
Dahil this morning lang sinabi nyo, you believe na merong nakontrata.
Yes, Your Honor. Base ho doon sa utterances, we believe the Vice President na hindi ho siya nagbibiro nung sinabi niya yon. So, ang stand po namin, meron na ho siyang kinausap na tao.
Anong ebidensya na meron kayo o meron ka o meron yung cybercrime division na made you believe na merong nakontrata?
Una, Your Honor, kung yung pagbabasihan po namin is yung November 23 na may kinausap siya, pwede hong sabihin na nagjo-joke lang siya doon kahit galit na galit siya or etc. But then nung na-incorporate po natin yung November 26 na ni-reiterate pa niya at sinabi niya doon openly and in public na totoo may kinausap na siya to take revenge kung sakaling mamatay siya. So ang belief po namin may kinausap ang Vice Presidente. Now, insofar as kung sino yung kinausap na yon, insofar as yung existence ng tao na yon, ang makakasagot po, Your Honor, since trabaho nila yun, yung aming intelligence service po, o kaya yung aming
So
director.
yung belief mo ay nanggaling doon sa mga statements
Yes,
ni
Your
Vice
Honor.
President Sara? No more.
Statements and admission, sir.
Yun doon lang nanggaling. Okay. And then, meron din siyang reply na sinabi niyo nga kanina, nagpadala kayo ng letter dated
December 2, Your Honor.
December 2. And may reply rin si VP na dinideny niya na merong grave threat. No? So pag dineny niya na ginawa niya yung grave threat, obviously dineny niya na may kinontrata siya. Di ba? So bakit pa rin ninyo i-file o recommend na mag-file ng grave threat and inciting to sedition kung may denial na?
Hindi ho, Your Honor. Ang na-establish po namin doon yung the elements of the crime of great threat. So nung nakita namin na nasatisfy siya at na-comply siya, nung na-refer po namin ito sa Department of Justice, nag-concur sa amin ng Department of Justice na indeed na-comply ninyo and therefore tuloy yung proseso.
But what made you not bakit hindi niyo tinanggap itong paliwanag ni VP Sara sa kanyang letter? Dahil kaagad dito sa letter niya may denial na ginawa niya yung grave threat and therefore wala rin na kontrata, no? Kasi magkadugtong yun.
Well, Your Honor, mere denial would not discount the fact na na-utter niya yon at may kinausap na siyang mga tao. Yun nga ang problema doon, kaya namin siya gustong makausap personally para makapag-tanong pa kami ng other questions para makita namin, totoo ba itong kinontrata ng Vice Presidente o kinausap o hindi. Kaya lang, Your Honor, wala ho dun, hindi ho siya nag-appear. Yung kanyang sagot is mere denial lang, walang mga basihan, even circumstantial na basihan. So, hindi ho namin siya sinama sa factor in considering whether or not a crime of great threat has been committed by the Vice President.
With your permission, Mr. Presiding Officer, just one last question. Nakita niyo ba kung merong capability si Vice President Sara?
Definitely po. Yeah.
Ano ang nakita niyong mga ebidensya kung meron siyang capability gawin yung kanyang sinabing pagbanta at yung kanyang gagawin?
Well, for one, she is the Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines. And number two,
hindi naman porket Vice President ka, may capability ka gumawa nun. Diba?
Yes, Your Honor, not necessarily. But alam naman po natin yung background, naging presidente ang...
Hindi ka naman porket Senate President, may capability ka gumawa nun.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, anong ebidensya na meron kayong nakita na kaya niyang gawin?
Alam naman po natin yung background na yung tatay niya na dating presidente ay hinaharap ngayon yung kaso sa ICC dahil sa mga extrajudicial killings, etc. So, tinignan namin yon na indeed being in that situation, may capability ho, aside from the fact na Vice Presidente siya.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Senator Judge Ejercito, thereafter Senator Judge Ontiveros for their interjections. You may proceed, sir, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Attorney Lotok, given that the Vice President repeated her alleged threats as presented no, kanina, sabi niyo, twice or thrice sa mga videos.
Yes, sir.
Did you consider her persistent in making the threat or in going through with the threat? Because these two are different.
Yes, Your Honor. I think yung in-explain ko po yan yung nature of instruction. Kasi yung nature of instruction niya, sabi niya doon, pag namatay ako, huwag kang tumigil hanggat hindi mo mapapatay sila. So there, that's indicative of persistence na determined din po ang Vice Presidente na gawin yon at porsigido siya na doon sa kanya mga utterances kasi maliwanag po na sa instruction na hanggat hindi mo sila mapapatay, huwag kang titigil.
So hindi ba ito tinatawag na persistent lamang doon sa threat kung may mangyari sa kanya? If something happens to her, di ba? Parang yun yung nasa...
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the heat of the moment still matter here? Kasi maaring dahil sa bugso ng galit o sa takot ng gabing yun, nang nangyari dahil sa sitwasyon na nandun po sila sa batasan.
Again, Your Honor, pwede pong mag-matter yan kung yan lang ho ang pinagbasihan namin, yung November 23, 2024. Kaya lang, kaya nga ng explanation ko, kinonsider namin yung mga previous statements na may patterns, may consistencies, yung October 18, 2024, as well as after ng November 23, which is November 26, 2024. So marami ho ang mga factor na kinonsider namin bago kami nag-conclude na indeed may violation ang Vice Presidente.
Dahil doon po sa Attorney Lotok sa Israel versus People, GR number 265736, dated November 19, 2025, sinabi ng Korte Suprema na sa pagtukoy kung may mens rea o kriminal na intensyon, kinakailangan ding umiral ang pagpupursige or persistence.
Yes, sir.
Nabanggit natin.
Yes, sir.
Kung walang ganitong pagpupursige, walang krimeng grave threats.
Yes, sir.
Gaya ng mga bantang binitiwan lamang sa tindi ng galit o bugso ng damdamin, no? Yung nabanggit natin kanina,
Opo.
o bilang biro at hindi naman sinundan ng anumang kilos o karagdagang pagbabanta.
Yes, sir. In so far as persistence is concerned, nakita po natin yan noong November 23 utterances. At the same time, persistence in the sense na aside doon sa November 23, inadmit po niya at na-reiterate niya yon in the November 26, 2024 statement.
Dahil meron po sa sa Article 282, no, yung threats without persistence are not considered grave.
Yes, sir.
So, in conclusion, Mr. Presiding Officer, sa inyong palagay, ano-anong ginawa ng Vice Presidente ang may tuturing na pagpupursige o persistence sa kanyang mga banta?
Well, Your Honor, October 18, sinabi na niya doon na I imagine myself cutting his head, na gusto kong tanggalin yung ulo niya ba. In fact, may instance doon na sinabi niya na pag di kayo tumigil, huhukayin ko yung tatay nyo, itatapon ko sa West Philippine Sea. Merong ganun nung October 18. And then pagdating dito sa November 23, she was hurling profanities and invectives habang galit na galit siya. Sinasabi niya, this country will go to hell dahil yung tao na yan na nakaupo, hindi marunong maging presidente. Wala akong kinukonsider na mas mataas sa akin. At the same time, he was lying through his teeth para lang makuha yung boto ng mga tao. And then nung kinausap niya na papatay sa 3, at the same time, dinugtong ho namin yung November 26. Inulit pa ho niya yon na aside na persistence na yung nature ng kanyang utterances, inulit pa ho niya nung November 26 openly and in public na indeed may kinausap siya to take revenge, na kung mamatay siya, patayin niyo yung 3. That's much persistence kung i-establish po natin yung persistence, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Attorney Lotok. That's all. No more further questions, Mr. Presiding.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you po.
Senator Judge Montiveros, you may proceed, ma'am, when you're ready. You have 2 minutes.
Salamat, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Witness,
Yes po, Your Honor.
nabanggit niyo kay Senator Judge Ejercito, hindi ngayon lang, kanina, yung admission against interest. Sabi niyo po ang mga pahayag ng Vice Presidente ay maituturing na admissions against interest. Tama po?
Yes, ma'am.
May diferensya po ba sa pagtrato sa pahayag ng isang tao kung pabor sa kanya o against sa interest niya ang admission?
I think so, ma'am. Kasi base dito sa issue natin, ang Vice Presidente is abogada, alam na po niya yon na the moment she uttered those kind of statements, pwede ho siyang mag-fall in any criminal violation. So pagdating ho nung November 26, instead of avoiding mentioning those utterances, instead of denying mentioning, or instead of denying that she made those utterances, ang sinabi po niya, ni-reiterate niya, yes, sinabi ko yan, na someone has to take revenge kung sakaling mangyari ito, mamatay ako. Yun po, Your Honor, ang nakita namin. Kaya ako nasabi na admission against interest po yun.
So kung sa halip na i-reiterate niya, i-deny niya yung naunang sinabi, kung sinabi niya na hindi ko talaga minimin yan or may sinabi siyang maituturing na pabor sa kanya, iba po yung pagtrato nyo sa ganyang klaseng pahayag sana.
Baka maging iba, Your Honor.
Okay. So, ano po yung diferensya at saka halaga dun sa bigat na binibigay ng batas dun sa admission against interest?
Well, pinapakita ko rito in the natural order of things, hindi ho i-admit ng isang tao yung isang bagay na ikakasira niya o na ikakaharap niya sa isang paglilitis, something like that. Kapag ho inadmit ng isang tao yung isang bagay na ikakasira niya, maliwanag na ginawa niya yon, sinabi niya yon, at determinado siya sa mga pangyayaring yon o porsigido siya sa mga pangyayaring yon.
So masasabi po bang mabigat o napakabigat ang diferensya, ang halaga na ibinibigay sa isang o sa ilalim ng batas ang isang admission against interest?
Yes, Your Honor, opo.
Okay. Panghuli na lang po, Mr. Witness. Bakit nga po pinaparusahan ng batas ang grave threats kahit pa hindi natuloy sa physical act?
Well, Your Honor, for purposes of peace and order among the populace, pag hindi ho in-address yung speeches o yung utterances na magka-qualify as grave threat, magkakagulo ho yung mga tao. Pwede na lang ho sabihin kahit na sino na papatayin kita pag ito nangyari, gagawin ko to sa iyo pag ito nangyari. So I think the wisdom of the law is to avoid the disorder, the anarchy, and the chaos that it would create, Your Honor.
So yung sinasabi niyong wisdom of the law ay hindi lamang sitahin o parusahan yung isang bagay na tumuloy sa physical act, kundi mag-serve ng deterrent para gawin
Yes, Your Honor.
ng taong iyon or ng ibang tao,
Yes,
yung
Your Honor.
grave threats.
Pwede po yun, Your Honor, to serve as a deterrent, Your Honor.
So may preventive na value din nakikita kayo,
Yes po, Your Honor.
bukod sa curative.
Opo, Your Honor.
Alright. Salamat po, Mr. Witness. Salamat po, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Senator Judge Antiveros. Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo, thereafter Senator Judge Alan Cayetano before the recross of counsel for respondent, if any. Senator Judge Tulfo, you may proceed and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Witness, aware ba kayo at one point in time, I just don't remember what date was it, na pinulled out yung certain numbers of security personnel ni BP Sara?
Yes, Your Honor, based on the news, may nakita po kami noon.
When was that? When did it happen?
2024 yata, yung 75 PNP personnel
Correct.
from BPSPG, sir.
Was that before the utterance of BP Sara sa press con or after?
Before, sir.
Before.
I think that's before, sir.
So would it be possible na because of that, nakapag-isip siya na meron threat against her life because yung security niya being pulled out and walang binigay na reason kung bakit. Kaya maaaring iniisip niya na, well, medyo sabi nga sakali na praning at
Very much possible, sir. Yun po.
but hindi niyo ba inimbestigahan bakit na pinull out yung security details niya?
May nakita ko kami, sir, doon sa November 26 na video, kung nalimutan ko lang yung timestamp niya, may sinasabi siyang issue sa security niya, doon nga sa BPSPG, parang from military attached unit, ginawang under na ng Presidential Security Command. I'm not familiar with that. So,
Sino pong nag-cause ng pull-out? Sino pong nag-utos? Saan galing yung utos?
Hindi ko siya masyado. Pero I think part ng reorganization, Your Honor, ng PSG, if I'm not mistaken.
Part ng reorganization. So, ilan po yung na-pull out? 75? Na
Hindi ko po alam kung yan yun. Ang sinasabi ko po, Your Honor, yung dating BPSPG is under ng attached unit ng Armed Forces of the Philippines, kung di ako nagkakamali. And then, inilagay na siya sa ilalim ng Presidential Security Command. Yun po yung sinabi ng Vice Presidente during November 26 na security threat dahil dun sa event na yun. Yun po yung tiningnan din namin yan, pati nga yung 75 personnel. Kaya lang again, hindi po siya sufficient na mag-establish ng apparent violation of any criminal offense. Kasi nga, para siyang normal na function ng agencies and departments.
Yeah, Mr. Witness, yun sa akin na kasi yung pag-pull out ba ng security, was it sudden? Did it, I mean, ano yung naging dahilan? At kanino galing yung order para i-pull out yung ilang numbers of security details niya, particularly PNP, and then sabi nyo nga, yung sa PSG, nabawasan din ba? Base sa inyong investigasyon, bakit nga po nangyari yon? Anong nag-trigger noon?
Opo, yung sa 75, ang naalala ko po sa news, parang inilipat ho sila, Your Honor, sa Manila kasi mayroong issue ng kailangan nilang i-augment dahil may peace and order issue sa Manila. So yun ang nakita kong nasa news na ginawa ng PNP o reason ng PNP bakit mayroong ganong pull-out. Then nung nakita ko namin, ilan na lang yung natira sa Vice Presidente. Nung chinek ko namin yung news, yung per record ng COA, if I'm not mistaken, meron pa siyang 335 na security personnel.
So marami pang naiwan?
Yes po, Your Honor. And in fact, kung di ako nagkakamali, narinig ko po yung sinabi ni Honorable Boying Rimulya na yung bilang na yan, mas marami pa doon sa bilang ng mga security personnel ng Presidente. So nakita ko namin na hindi siya sufficient para maging valid basis ng investigation. Hindi yung katulad dito sa threat against the President na apparent po yung utterances na lang yan.
Okay, dalawang katanungan na lamang, Mr. Witness. So, base sa inyong investigasyon at karanasan, ilan ba dapat ang security detail ng isang Vice President?
So, sorry po, Your Honor, wala po akong idea kung ilan po dapat yung...
Last na lamang. So, nung na-pull out yung ilan sa mga security personnel niya, sabi niyo nga 75, right? PNP, and then meron pa atay sa PSG. Nagreklamo ba siya? Sa inyong pagkakaalam?
Doon sa November 26, Your Honor, I think ang isa sa issue niya na may threat sa security is yung paglipat ng BPSPG from attached unit ng AFP na maging under siya ng Presidential Security Command. Yun po yung narinig namin. Pero yun dito sa 75 personnel, insofar as I'm concerned, wala akong nakita sa reports, sa news, sa social media na nagreklamo siya na nawala yung 75. Pero baka maliw ako, baka mayroon akong hindi nakita. Pero insofar as I'm concerned, wala akong nakita sa news na nagreklamo siya dun sa 75 transfer ng PNP personnel from BPSPG dinala dun sa Manila, Your Honor.
At hindi na siya nag-request ng augmentation o dagdag doon sa mga nawala na security detail?
Mukhang hindi na po, Your Honor. Wala ko kaming nalaman kung may ni-request ba siyang dagdag.
So is it possible na dahil doon sa pag-pull out ng security details, nasabi ko na kanina, tinatanong ko na again one more time, na yun probably ang tinitingnan na reasons ng mga sumusuporta sa kanya, siya or anybody sa circle niya na eto na siguro yon.
Tama po kayo, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Senator Judge Alan Cayetano, you have 2 minutes, sir. You may proceed when you're ready.
Mr. Presiding Officer, dear colleagues, susundan ko lang po yung kay Senator Risa, Senator Judge Risa at Senator Judge JV at yung ibang nagtanong sa admission against interest. You stated this already, but just for the record, you viewed the whole video, right? The whole 2-hour video.
The November 23,
Yes.
Sir.
Yes.
Yeah, isang beses, sir.
Isang beses lang.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many times there has the Vice President made admissions against her interest?
No, sir. Ang tinutukoy ko po ang admissions against interest doon sa November 26, sir.
No, sabi mo yung November 23 din na ayaw ng defense gamitin contracted, so yung kinausap is also an admission against her interest, di ba?
Di, sir. Ang sinasabi ko po ang admissions against interest, yung November 26 video po, sir.
Na sinasabi niyang totoo yon at hindi
Yes,
sinasabi.
sir.
Okay.
Opo.
So, doon sa November 23, may nakita ka doon na admissions against interest?
Insofar as I'm concerned, na ni-reiterate niya.
Hindi, not reiterate. Siguro, para malinaw, in your mind, or as a lawyer or as an NBI agent, what is an admission against interest?
Yun nga po, yung ini-explain ko po kanina. Ito po yung isang bagay na ginawa ng isang tao na...
Hindi ginawa, sinabi.
Sinabi
kasi it's admission eh.
Apo, sinabi ng isang tao na ikakasira niya, but then, instead of denying na sinabi niya yon, inadmit pa niya ito, ni-reiterate
Okay,
niya.
very clear yon. And you and Agent John Mark Kalilong said that the basis of the investigation was the November 23 video, the basis sa inyong affidavit of investigation sa nag-file ng kaso is certain portions of the November 23 video.
As well as
other evidence. Okay.
Apo.
Sa November 23, ilan ang admission niya against interest?
Ang sinasabi ko pong admission against interest,
This
yung
is a new
November
question.
26.
This is a new question. If you evaluated well the November 23 video, is there any circumstance in that video that you believe that the Vice President made admissions against her interest?
Plain ho yung utterance niya doon, Your Honor. Yung nakita lang ho namin, yung utterances niya, insofar as I'm concerned, yung admission against interest nangyari nung November 26.
Mr. Witness, sagutin niyo na lang ako. Lahat ng admissions are utterances.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Admissions is verbal. Diba? Hindi ito yung parang admission sa court. Pwede mo i-admit yung documentary evidence, pwede yung object evidence, pwede yung statements. When we talk about admissions against interest, especially in context of what we're talking about, may statement na laban sa interest niya.
Yes, sir.
So tinatanong ko dun sa buong video, meron ka bang nakita? Wala. Yes or no lang yun, meron or wala? O meron at wala, hindi yes or no? Kayo nag-evaluate nun eh. Meron o wala? Admissions against her interest.
Yes, sir. The fact na in-utter niya yun.
Which one nga? So meron ilan at ano yun? A little leeway, Mr. Presiding Officer, kasi hindi natukoy masyado yung tanong.
Senator Judge Alan may proceed.
Yeah. So which statement that? That one you're mentioning now. So yung sagot mo meron.
Ang understanding ko, sir, nung sinabi ko yan, I'm referring to the November 26, 2024.
Mr. Witness, paulit-ulit tayo.
Yes, sir.
Burahin mo na yung pinag-uusapan natin you're referring to. I'm asking you a direct question.
Yes,
Sa
sir.
November 23, meron o wala bang statements na you will consider in your professional as a lawyer and as an NBI agent in charge of investigating this? Meron ba siyang state admissions against interest?
Ang tinutukoy ko lang po again, Your Honor, yung 26.
No, I don't care.
Wala po yung 23.
I'm sorry. I don't care, Mr. Presiding Officer, kung anong tinutukoy mo. I'm asking you a direct question. November 23, video. Meron o wala siyang admissions against her interest doon?
Attorney Lotok, yes, no, I do not know, I do not remember. We're referring to November 23, not 26.
Yeah, I do not know, sir. Ang
you do not know.
ang nire-refer ko na...
Don't tell me na. So you do not know. Okay. When she said, kung papatayin ako, may kausap na ako, patayin niyo yung tatlo. Is that an admission against interest, yes or no?
Based on that utterance, sir, yes, I think so.
Yes. O kakasabi mo lang kanina, I don't know. Ngayon, yes. O ano pa sa video na yon na admission against interest? Meron o wala? Or I don't know?
Yung utterances na yun, sir,
Sir, bukod nga doon.
To me, sir, yung utterances na yun, that's admission against
Sir,
interest.
klaro na yun. Tinanong ka na ng presiding officer, sagot mo, I don't know. Tinanong kita ng diretso na sa video, biglang you know, biglang sasabihin mo na yun utterance na yun. So ang tanong ko na ngayon, bukod doon, aside from that,
Sir, ulitin ko po yung sagot ko.
no, you don't need to answer.
Yung sinabi ko po na
No, I'm
admission
asking
against
you,
interest.
aside from the utterance, the statement, na kung papatayin nila ako, patayin sila, is there any other utterance during in that video that you would consider admission against
In so far as I remember, wala na po yun.
Wala na, okay. When the Vice President said, yung pinamigay sa DepEd, isn't that an admission against her interest kung may pinamigay?
Siya po yung namigay, sir.
Pag ikaw ang nanood ng video, ikaw nag-evaluate, ako pa magsasabi sa iyo kung ano laman ng video. Akala ko ba, tinignan nyo ng mabuti yung video? Bakit hindi mo alam yung laman ng video?
EDSW, ano yun? Sir, pwede ko pong tingnan yung sinasabi
No,
mo.
so you do not know what the alaman ng video?
Again, tinignan ko po ang video one time and ang nag-review po ng video yung agent on case.
Yes, but you're the agent in charge and you're the one who filed the affidavit. Okay,
Yes, sir.
next question. Nung sinabing mag-people power, tapos ang sinabi niya, hindi yun yung solusyon. O kung nag-people power, sino magiging presidente? Kung nag-people power at mawawala ang Pangulong Marcos, sino magiging presidente?
Siya, sir.
So hindi ba admission against her interest din? Siguro sa interest niya maging presidente. Pero ang sinabi niya, what?
I think so, sir.
Okay. So I mentioned 3. So my next question, when you have an admission against interest, do you take the whole admission or you can cut it up into parts?
Again, Your Honor, yung
If my admission against interest is 1 sentence or 1 paragraph or 3 sentences, can you take 1 sentence and say yun lang yung admission and the 2 other sentences are not? Can you divide
I
it
think
up?
it should be the whole, sir.
The whole sentence. So the whole sentence niya, nung sinabi niyang kung papatayin ako, is pinagbibintangan niya yung tatlo na papatayin siya. So if you say it's an admission against interest and you believe it, you also have to believe na papatayin siya nung tatlo. The same thing, if you're going to say na namudmud siya sa DepEd, ang sinabi niya galing sa First Lady yung pera. So you're also going to have to believe that. So if you're going to believe her, na yung ibang sinabi is seditious, ngayon sinabi nga niya, hindi solusyon ng people power. So as the evaluator, bakit hindi consistent yung evaluation niyo nung video?
No, I think yung in so far as people power is concerned, I think sinabi niya yata na, yes ma'am, natutuwa ako dun sa ginagawa niyo.
Hindi.
Pwede ko pong ulitin.
Let the record speak for itself. It's on
Yes, sir.
page 26. Same paragraph nung sinabi niyang papatayin, no? But having said that, last question, no? Bakit sa cybercrime ni-refer? Ba't hindi sa anti-terrorism or sinabi mo meron intel group? Bakit sa cybercrime?
Your Honor, my cyber aspect po kasi yung violation.
Okay. What are the aspects of the alleged threat? One is the cybercrime grave threat. The other one is a possible assassination threat, right?
No, Your Honor, yung sinasabi kong my cyber aspect, the utterances was made through
Through cyber. We have the utterance in accordance with you, constitute great threat.
Yes, sir.
But if she meant it, and if it is true, and if it is accurate, it's also an assassination plot, isn't it? Kung totoo yung utterance niya, napapapatay kita, may kausap na ako, hindi ba assassination plot yun?
Maybe, sir, yes.
No, hindi maybe. NBI kayo nag-aano eh. May nagsabi sa presidente, papatayin kita. How much plain can that be as an assassination plot?
That's why, sir, may validation process.
That's why may validation. Kaya yung tanong ko, ano ba mas mabigat, yung assassination plot o yung cyber aspect?
No, Your Honor.
No, diretso yung tanong. Hindi no. Anong mas mabigat? It's a direct question. If you were NBI director now or whatever, you were PNP chief, dalawang iniimbestigahan mo, yung cyber aspect na pwedeng cyber libel, pwedeng grave threat, at yung assassination plot, ano mas mabigat sa dalawa? Ano yung prioritize mo?
Your Honor, yung cyber aspect, based on the law, mag-a-add siya ng 1 degree higher doon sa...
So, magdidebate tayo kung anong higher, papabayaan mo mapatay ang presidente.
Kindly wind up, Senator.
Yes,
Judge.
I'm winding up. The point I want to make, Mr. President, is whether I was the PSC, the Executive Secretary, NBI, or an ordinary citizen, my first concern is wag mapatay ang presidente.
Yes, sir.
But instead of the NBI director taking it upon himself, giving it to the anti-terrorist or to the intelligence, sa cybercrime binigay.
Your Honor, again, ulitin ko, yung utterances was made through information and communication technology. Kaya may
I hope if
jurisdiction
any
on
one of my
cyber
colleagues here become president, magbago yung attitude ng NBI. Mas importante pala cyber kaso sa buhay ng presidente.
Not necessarily, Your
Thank you,
Honor.
Mr. President.
Noted. Counsel for respondent is recognized for his recross, if any.
Just a few points, Your Honor.
You may proceed, sir, when you're ready.
So during your testimony, you mentioned that an unsigned document is a mere scrap of paper.
Yes, Your Honor.
But you also said on redirect that the lack of signature is a typographical error.
No, yung typographical error based sa tanong sa akin kanina ng abogado, yung misspelling, yung mali yung number, kung mali man yun, yun, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, you mentioned on direct also about the November 26, 2024 press con, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
So after that press con, did you interview VP Sara?
No, sir.
And despite not having interviewed her, you made findings on her mental state.
No findings ng mental state, sir? What do you mean by that?
My question is, despite not having the chance to interview VP Sara, nevertheless, you included in your investigation or findings about her mental state.
Based on the series of events, Your Honor, as I have said, state of mind can be shown through the overt acts, Your Honor.
Okay. So you were also asked about persistence, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the subject video was on November 23, 2024, correct?
Yes, sir.
But to demonstrate persistence, you referred to a press con on October 18, 2024.
No, sir. To demonstrate persistence, yung nature ng utterances niya, ulitin ko, sir, in-explain ko muna, the nature of the instruction was persistent because of the fact na ang sabi niya, huwag kang tumigil hanggat hindi mo sila mapapatay. And then, i-reiterate niya to noong November 26. Now, as to consistency patterns at persistence pagdating sa galit niya sa presidente, yung October 18 may kinalaman kasi ang unang sinabi niya doon, walang kinukonsidera kong number 1 hanggang number 2 lang yung Pilipinas na to. Then pangalawa, I imagine myself cutting his head. Then kinumpara namin siya noong November 23.
Already satisfied with the answer?
Consistent po yung...
What was that, Counsel for Respondent?
We are already satisfied. No need to
I think
elaborate.
already answered, yes.
All right. Last two questions. So you said that the February 14, 2025 DOJ certification found your findings or your investigation or the case that you filed sufficient?
Based on the certification, the DOJ stated that you have complied all the elements of the crime charge, sir.
All right. So this DOJ evaluation, does this amount to a final verdict of guilt or innocence by VP
Your
Sara?
Honor, ang maliwanag ho doon, for purposes of preliminary investigation. Wala akong sinabing na final verdict, Your
All
Honor.
right. So you also mentioned the concept of open source investigation.
Yes, sir.
Does this include internet browsing?
Yes, sir.
So you Google search, kasama ba yun?
Yes, sir.
So you Google search mga news articles, websites, videos, correct?
Yes, sir.
Including mga YouTube videos.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll show you a short video and I'll ask one final question.
Kindly show the video, Tech.
Worry ko lang is yung mga anak ko dahil hindi talaga yan sila sanay na wala ako. Nasanay kasi sila, lumaki kasi sila na katabi ko yan sila sa tulog. Yan yung worry ko, yung aking mga anak. Dahil nawalan sila ng nanay. Yan yung hindi ko kasi magawa remotely, yung pagiging nanay. Pero yung trabaho dito at trabaho dyan sa Pilipinas, kung saan man ako, ay magawa ko siya remotely.
So in the course of your open source investigation, did you encounter this video?
Hindi ko po na-encounter yan, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honors.
Before we let go of the witness, the presiding officer just has a few points. Number one, to clarify, Attorney Lotok,
Yes,
sa
po.
pagtatanong po ni Senate President Wen Gatchalian kanina, sabi niyo po, maliban sa mga salitang binanggit o sinambit ng ikalawang Pangulo na may nakausap na siya, nagagawa ng kanyang kautosang patayin, di umano, ang tatlong opisyal ng bansa, wala po kayong hawak na ibang ebidensyang may kinausap na nga siya.
Insofar as the Cybercrime Division is concerned, sir, opo.
Pangalawa po, sabi niyo po, sa ilang katanungan pinukul sa inyo, na hindi nyo alam kung totoo o hindi ang ilang mga sinabi ng ikalawang Pangulo. Sa video na napanood po ninyo ng isang beses, yun mahigit 2 oras, sa kabuuan po, totoo po yun. Ang kaya nyo lang pong sabihin na sinabi niya yon, pero kung totoo man yun o hindi, wala po kayo sa lugar sabihin na totoo nga ba lahat ng mga sinabi niya.
Well, una, since Vice Presidente siya at base dun sa circumstansya na galit siya at nagbabato siya ng mga pagmumura, we believe na totoo yung mga sinasabi niya, Your Honor.
And as an advisement perhaps to the senator judges and the public as well, an admission against interest, as mentioned in the rules, is nothing really special. An admission against interest under the rules is simply an exception to the hearsay rule, where a person's against his, he seemed to be giving admission against interest na parang umami na dahil labag sa interest niya yun. The rules are specific and the purpose also is specific. It is an exception rather to the hearsay rule. If there are no other points or questions to be raised by any of the senator judges, Attorney talagang photo finish. Senator Judge Padilla is recognized for his intervention.
Pwede po bang magtanong?
You have 2 minutes, sir. Yes, of course, sir.
Kanina po nabanggit kanina ng isang senador na meron pong 2 kaso sa panahon ni Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte na inimbestigahan niyo po, isang 150 million, saka ano po yung isa?
Ang naalala ko, Your Honor, yung kay Mas yata, yung sa, hindi ako may hawak noon, Your Honor, hindi yung Cybercrime Division. I think ibang unit ang nanghuli, although ang Cybercrime Division yata yung nag-file. Pero hindi ako may hawak.
Hindi po panahon niyo. Pero ano po nangyari doon? Na-dismiss po ba yun?
Ang alam ko na-dismiss yata, sir.
Nagsagawa din po ba sila ng masusing investigasyon?
Hindi ko po masasagot, hindi ko ako nag-imbestiga, Your Honor.
Wala po kayong nabalitaan kung gumawa din sila ng masusing investigasyon.
Again, Your Honor, kung ibang unit ho ang nagsagawa noon, wala po akong personal knowledge.
Opo, opo. Kasi po doon malinaw na mayroong involved na pera. Kasi alam niyo, matagal din po ako nakulong. 3 taon din po ako sa kulungan. Marami po ako nakasama dyan na mga hired killers. Katunayan, pati po hindi hired killers, nakasama ko din po dyan. Sila Tihanki. Katunayan, excuse po, sa aking seatmate. Madami po talaga. Pag-usapin po kasi ng pera, talagang may threat. Pero sa tingin po ba nyo, yung mga nangyari nung November 23, birthday ko pa po yun. Sa tingin nyo po ba, walang involved na kahit anong pera dito, walang kahit anong threat pa rin po ba yun sa palagay ninyo? Kasi ang hired killer, pera-pera po yan, ha?
Based on our findings, great threats, Your Honor, and inciting to sedition.
Meron po ba, inciting, okay, maganda pong pag-usapan yan. Doon po ba, pagkatapos po ba nung November 23 na mga sinabi ng ating Vice Presidente, meron po bang ginawa ang ating mga taong bayan para maging inciting for sedition? Nagbunga po ba ito?
Your Honor, ulitin ko po yung sagot ko. In the case of People versus Nabong, hindi ho necessary.
Pakisagot na lang po kung yes o no, kung meron po bang naganap na pagkilos ang mga tao.
Insofar as yung Seditious Act, wala kaming nakita, sir.
Wala po, opo. Meron pa pong isang tanong. Doon po ba sa mga naganap na maraming protesta, merong trillion march, merong kung ano-anong march, nakita niyo po ba doon ng Vice Presidente? Yes or no lang po?
Saan pong protesta, Your
Sa
Honor?
lahat po ng protesta na ganap, Ilawan, Tinklawan, Duterte, ano man po.
But wala akong personal knowledge, sir.
Yes or no lang po, nakita niyo po ba doon? Si Vice Presidente, nagsalita po ba siya? Nagbigay po ba siya ng panahon dyan sa mga yan?
Insofar as I'm concerned, wala akong nakita, sir.
Wala pong nakita. Okay lang po, maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Judge Padilla. Attorney Letok, you are excused and the court thanks you for your time and cooperation with this impeachment court.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
May I ask, good that the Honorable Defensor is standing up. Tomorrow, the subpoena for Attorney Lopez is only for today and tomorrow. The subpoena thus far, yesterday rather, and today. The subpoena for Captain Bello is for, no subpoena, but she is scheduled to testify tomorrow. So what is your pleasure, Honorable Defensor?
Your Honors, before we proceed any further, the prosecution respectfully requests for a 5-minute recess. Just 5 minutes, Your Honor.
You can do your thing, Honorable Defensor, while I recognize Senator Judge, with the permission of Senator Judge Cayetano, of course.
Maybe they can...
Can they do their thing?
Yes, I was going to suggest that. I have a question about tomorrow. Maybe the defense can do their huddle while I ask
Yes,
this
exactly the
question.
point. Exactly the
The
point.
question naman is...
Senator Cayetano, Alan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. Senate President. This is addressed actually to the Presiding Officer, Senate Pres, and our colleagues. So, are we going to have the oral arguments tomorrow about
Yes.
the... So, I think we all received the...
Copies have been distributed. The
last
memoranda of the parties have been distributed.
More or
to
less,
Senator
it's
Judges.
33 and 32 pages, so that's 60 pages. I'm beginning to study it today because I had to study about other matters tomorrow. So the second question is, while we will have the oral arguments tomorrow, will we decide as a body tomorrow, or we have a little bit more time to digest what was discussed tomorrow and then decide on
We
Monday?
will decide as a body tomorrow, because my understanding is the parties will be needing time to analyze whatever data will be produced should the subpoenas be granted.
But that is for article, the subpoenas, for
That is correct, Your Honor. That is for Article 2.
Which we will start hearing in August, right?
As of now, it is the last one, but as we had talked about earlier, the prosecutors can decide to bump it up depending on
Yes.
their strategy
So-
to present evidence.
No, so I'm not moving that we postpone the oral arguments tomorrow because I think we're ready to listen. But I do want to make an intelligent decision, and there are many, many issues from the test nga of if it's definite, is it a fishing expedition, is 20 years, or, so there's so many issues. Would it be possible that we also have our own huddle tomorrow before we decide, just in case we're not, I mean, if everyone's ready to decide tomorrow, who am I to stop the decision? But I just don't want to make a mistake in deciding at medyo makapal tong assuming we read it once tonight, maybe once tomorrow.
The presiding officer yields to the Senate President with respect to the calling of a caucus tomorrow and what time. Para siya magpakain, hindi ako.
Yeah, well, let me leave it to the presiding officer and Senate President. My proposal is after the oral arguments and after all the senator judges have asked their questions, just so that we have one more night or one weekend to go through it and to, if we're not going to vote on it and we have a consensus, then no problem. And there's a precedent because we did this during the time of the late Senate President Enrile when it came to issues that were of utmost importance that could decide the impeachment trial results one way or the other, but that do have implications in terms of precedents, especially ito pinag-uusapan natin AMLA at saka BIR.
The Senate President is recognized to respond.
I share the same feeling with Senator Judge Alan Cayetano. I started reading both memos, and indeed it's quite lengthy and complicated, and we need to also consult our legal teams. So may I propose, Mr. Presiding Officer, to have a caucus tomorrow at 10 a.m. So that we can thoroughly discuss this.
Sir, Senate President, I mean, I really thank you that twice already during impeachment, without talking, we have the same wavelength. May I propose that if we have a caucus after, just so that we can,
So
for all we
during
know,
the break.
maganda yung discussion and we're enlightened by the prosecution. And,
So during the break.
And to be honest, I'll probably still be reading this at 10 a.m. No?
If that is the pleasure of the body, we can have a caucus maybe after.
During the break.
After the oral arguments, we'll pause for a break and have a caucus.
We can go on a longer break, Senator Judge.
Thank you,
right.
Senate President and Senator.
Is the Honorable Defensor ready after his 5-minute huddle?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I request the court to recognize the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Lorna Pataho Kapunan, Your Honor.
Attorney Kapunan, counsel for the prosecutors, is recognized. What do you have for us, ma'am?
Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Attorney Lorna Pataho Kapunan, Counsel for the Prosecutors, under the control and supervision of the House Panel of Prosecutors. If I may, Your Honors.
Please proceed.
I can see Senator Panfilo Lacson coming in at narinig ko po yung kanyang interview nung sinabi po niya na baka magkaapo na tayo dito at magkaroon na ng national bird, hindi pa tapos ang impeachment trial na to. We have seen, this is,
Ma'am, you said national bird?
hindi po ba, Senator Lacson? Well, somebody who interviewed you said that you said that.
It must be another senator judge or another person.
Talking about birds, okay.
Please proceed, ma'am.
I never talked about birds.
Then definitely my information was hearsay. In any event, in the last 4 trial days, we have had several hours of legal calisthenics, direct examination, cross-examination, and today we also had redirect and recross. A total of approximately 8 hours a day and 2 witnesses. Today we are supposed to hear a subpoenaed witness, Attorney Zulaika Lopez. And after her, another witness, subpoenaed or called to appear here, Captain Belinda Bello. After hearing the 2 competent and credible witnesses, not expert witness, but through their credentials showed that they were competent to testify on the matters that they were asked to authenticate. After evaluating through these 2 witnesses, 19 documentary evidence from Agent Talilong and 45 documentary evidence from our recent witness, Attorney Lotok. And after the very clarificatory and probing questions of our senator judges, after evaluation, and not only during this 5-minute huddle, pero hurdle na rin po yun. It is the wisdom of the public prosecutors as expressed through this representation that we find it totally unnecessary, redundant, and a surplusage to still present Attorney Zulaika Lopez and as well Captain Belinda Bello. Let me just state for the record the reasons why. Had we been able to present Attorney Zulaika Lopez, she would have proven 3 things, or we would want to have proven 3 things. First, that she was personally present inside that detention center when the Vice President uttered the video, Exhibit P-4-10, when she uttered the statements that she had contracted, that she had already contracted a killer, and you have heard this already before, and so on, to kill the President, the First Lady, and the Speaker of the House. That would have been the first offer of testimony, that she was personally present inside that detention center when the Vice President uttered those statements. Admitted already, admitted by no less than Attorney Vinluan here, who in his closing remarks or opening remarks mentioned more than 10 times that that press conference occurred, Attorney Zulueta and the Vice President was there, and that in that press conference or a live broadcast, the Vice President did utter the statements we have heard time and again, Exhibit P-4-10. Although Attorney Vinluan says yes, 10 times, I counted just now. I counted that the admission there as to the utterance was made 10 times. Although Attorney Vinluan did say that it is a matter of interpretation. He says that the Vice President, did not act as Vice President when she made those utterances. He attempted to give a humane picture to the Vice President that she had reacted as mother, sister, brother? No. And that she was not reacting in her capacity as Vice President. But in that statement that Attorney Binluan mentioned, there was admission as to the utterances being made more than 10 times. He said, our interpretation is wrong, but again, that is left to the discretion of this court. So that was the first offer. The fact that there were utterances made in a press conference and that Attorney Zulueta was president. No need to present Attorney Lopez for this purpose. Secondly, our second purpose was that Attorney Zulueta Lopez was not only present, but so were other media personnel present there who heard the utterances of the Vice President. And lastly, we would have offered Attorney Zulueta Lopez Zulaika Lopez to confirm the authenticity and the provenance of that video. Exhibit P-4-10. Totally unnecessary because why? Because the defense themselves used the very same video, said exhibit, in their defense when they showed Attorney Zulueta crying and allegedly complaining about the violation of our human rights. So by their own admission, there is no question about this video. And so it is our contention, and we hereby manifest that with these admissions on file, and thank you to the senator judges for the clarificatory questions propounded. And I'd specifically like to say thank you to Senator Tito Sen, Vicente Soto, for, in his brief statement, by virtue of clarificatory, brought us back to what this trial is all about. We are not a criminal court, and much time has been spent. Is there grave threats? Is there inciting to sedition? All of this is relevant. But in the context of, is it by doing these grave threats and by inciting to sedition, does it make the Vice President a violator of the Constitution? Does it make her a violator of her solemn oath of office? Is this a high crime? Is this betrayal of public trust? That is what this impeachment is all about. It is not what Attorney Binluan says. If it is grave threats, by all means, we admit. Prison correctional, 6 months to 6 years. And that's a fine of 2,000 pesos. If it is sedition, the same. MTC should be trying these crimes, or the RTC. But that's not what this is all about.
Attorney Gabunon, with your indulgence, kindly
last sentence.
Take up the matter of the presentation of witnesses.
Correct.
Because that is the subject at hand.
So going back to to why we are making this manifestation, we have said, and I have said on behalf of the public prosecutors, Your Honors, that we will no longer be presenting Attorney Zulueta and Zulaika Lopez. And, Your Honors, in addition, because the testimony of Captain Belinda Bello is merely corroborative. She would have been presented only to corroborate the fact that there was a transfer order made in the detention center and that that transfer order had been the subject of the video or press conference of November 23, 2024. And so, Your Honors, we are also no longer going to call as a witness Captain Belinda Bello. With that, Your Honor, I think the reminder of Senator Lacson that the accused, that the respondent is entitled to a speedy trial. Prosecution, the prosecutors would want this to be a reminder to all. We are doing our part. We have reduced trial dates by lessening our presentation on this article by 2 witnesses, Your Honor. And therefore, we would also request that the same be also a reminder to the defense counsels or the counsels for the defense. Your Honor, please, in my 48 years of practice as a private lawyer, and I'm grateful for this chance, I have learned 2 things in litigation. The first thing I have learned is, first, learn when to present and not to present a witness. And second, learn when to stop. And I think that should be our takeaway from this manifestation. We have decided from the evidence presented and from everything in consideration that we will not present these 2 witnesses. And on that note, I will also say, we know when to stop. And this is where I stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, thank you, Counsel, for the,
Mr. Presiding Officer.
madaling malito kasi sa sinabi ni Ma'am Lorna.
Just a quick reply, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Yes, Senate President Gatchalian is recognized.
First of all, let me thank the prosecution for foregoing the 2 other witnesses that is supposed to be presented this week. I was actually talking to our presiding officer earlier on, and I was just computing the number of witnesses. Based on our pre-trial order, the prosecution will present 57 witnesses. The respondent will present 45 witnesses. That's a total of 102 witnesses. At the rate we are going, of 2 days per witness, we will finish in 17 months. That's a year and a half, or a year and 5 months to be exact. So any chance of shortening the proceedings will be highly appreciated. Thank you.
Presiding Officer also thanks the Counsel for Private Prosecutors. So therefore, tomorrow, what is calendared for our agenda is the disposition of the 2 requests for subpoena by the Counsel, by the panel of prosecutors, namely motion for the issuance of a subpoena for bank records and AMLC records, and a motion for the issuance of subpoena ducis tecum as well for the BIR records that we returned via a sealed box. Given that there are no other witnesses to be presented tomorrow, because Director Matibag was scheduled based on an earlier decision of the court on Monday, July 20. I hope we will have sufficient time to discuss these 2 subpoenas tomorrow in our trial.